loved ones to as simple as seeing a color. And no matter how intense the situation in which you get the emotion, no matter how intense the situation, you get to, it provokes many emotion within yourself. And also, there are many emotions that is being introduced to you, but all these emotions differ from person to person, and this can be because of the social situation or even the culture. Now, what does subjective experience imply? This implies that the truths, the facts, the subjects in the universe differs between people. And this is because we all live in different worlds in which we do not have things in common. This is because we all have our own perspectives of our own worlds. And until someone has had an experience of something, the subject within themselves is not real. And one that you experience at that particular situation, only then the subject can be taken into you. That says it is the real subject in you. And until someone has had an experience, it is not the real one. For example, you are speaking with your friend. He says that in his past holidays, he went to a theme park. There, he had a roller coaster ride. He says more about it, that he was happy, he was crying, even he was crying, like he was fearful on it. But you think that this will be like this. The ride will be happy, will be crying, that will be fearful. But now you're getting tempted and you want to go visit it and have a ride in it. So you're going and you're going to have a ride. There you experience that you are very happy throughout the ride. You enjoy it. It's adventurous and it's marvelous. But is this opposite to what your friend says? He says that he was crying, but you didn't. You was happy throughout the ride. And this says that until someone has had an experience, that is, he had his experience only after hearing the experience from his friend. So this says that this differs from people to people, from person to person. His friend was he was crying and he was also happy, just like a hint of happiness. And whereas this friend, he was happy throughout the ride. And this says that from people to people. And if you had an experience only at that particular situation, the subject is taken as real, that is within you. Next we have a physiological response. And we all might have seen our heart beat fast, and this happens with fear. Have anyone of you thought why this happens? Might be only few of you. Many of us don't think about all these changes that happens within our body. And this is a physiological response to the social situation. This is result of autonomic nervous system. And this autonomic nervous system is nothing but it is the component of peripheral nervous system. Autonomic nervous system controls our involuntary bodily actions that include respiration, your blood pressure, your digestion. All this happens without your consciousness, right? So this happens because of physiological response. And as I said, physiological response controls our involuntary bodily actions, and it also regulates our fight or flight response. And this many researchers and many scientists have said that this physiological response has been a major part throughout the human's evolution. It is an interesting fact, right? Yes. So now, this is physiological response. This is the way that your body works. But we have to see about facial expressions. Yes, that is the next topic, but still, let's have an introduction about it. Facial expressions are the strongest when compared to physiological response, because when facial expressions most closely resemble to the emotion that we are experiencing, it is the strongest when compared to physiological response. And these facial expressions And these facial expressions are very important to signal to other when to signal to others to like this signaling means that you have to reply to someone in which you cannot reply in words. So you can do this in facial expressions. Now, for physiological response, let's have an example. You are in a dentist hospital. You are at a dentist waiting room, and what would you feel now? You might be stressful. You might be anxious. What will happen? What will be the physiological response to it? Your cheeks get flushed up, red flushed, and your palms be sweating, like how I feel now, and then you will be like very anxious at that time. These changes, like flushing of your cheeks and sweating of your palms, even sweating around your face, this happens. This happens because as a result of autonomic nervous system, and this is a physiological response. Next, coming to behavioral response. Behavioral response is the actual expression of the emotion that we are experiencing. It is the aspect of emotion. And now we have to, it might be similar to physiological response, but let me tell the difference between it. This behavioral response, when compared to physiological response, is that physiological response is all about your body and the way it works, whereas behavioral response is all about yourself and the way you act to some particular emotion. Next, this behavioral response can include a smile, a laugh, a grimace, and even more about it. Now, we have seen physiological response and behavioral response. This is actually similar. Yes, it is similar, and these both are vital in individuals' well-being. As I said, it helps in signaling our ideas and our thoughts. More than that, it is vital in individuals' well-being. And in a study of Abnormal Journal of Psychology, they found that they made few set of people watch movies. These movies can be horror. It can be like a comedy one. But they have seen it, and during few movies, what they found is they got some physiological response in all those watchers. What happens is they got physiological changes, like they got elevated heart rate. This is because they just suppressed all the emotions. And by this, I say that you shouldn't suppress. You can like deviate from what is happening around you, and you can regulate the emotion, as I said before. By this, I say that there is a result of expressing all your emotions. Like it may be a smile, it may be a laugh, or even it may be crying. Even I cry, which my friends find odd. But after hearing to this, I found that I shouldn't suppress my emotions, and I can express it to everyone so that I don't get any health negativities. Next, coming to the basic emotions. What does basic emotion mean? Emotional psychology, it is divided into two emotions, that is basic emotions and complex emotions. First is the basic emotions. Basic emotions are nothing but it is the actual expression, it is the actual reacting to the particular situation, and this tend to happen automatically. These basic emotions can be like, it can be seen very clearly, and they are like they are not mixed one, like they are not a fusion of two or more emotions. They are single, they are an individual emotion, so that they can be seen clearly, right? Now, Charles Darwin, he is a widely known person. He is particularly widely known for his evolutionary things. He said that emotion-induced facial expressions are universal. This statement helped him in the theory of evolution. Isn't it interesting? We all know about his theory of evolution, but we don't know that this particular statement, has been a major aspect to his theory of evolution. Now, emotions and other species is nothing but these emotions are like they are not mixed with any other emotions. Whereas if you go to complex emotions, you find that it is a fusion of two or more emotions, whereas basic is not that. Paul Ekman and six basic emotions. Paul Ekman discovered six basic emotions that include sadness, happiness, fear, anger, disgust, and surprise. And you might think that this is the final one, but it's not. It's like the theories that is being implemented. Again, Robert Plutchik in the 1890s, he said that emotions are not six, it is of four. Like how he said that is, he took the emotions that were opposite. For example, joy and sadness, surprise and fear. This isn't it opposite to one another? So he found all these things as a opposite one. Next is the study from Psychological University of Glasgow. This university in 2014, they found few emotions. They found all these emotions in way that they were similar. For example, surprise and happiness shared similar facial expressions. So what they did is join these both emotions. And when they concluded it, it looked like a color wheel. When you spin a color wheel, what do you get? The colors in it mixed up and you get a new color. And likewise, in this one, when they separated all these emotions, and again when it is mixed, one and the other get mixed and the another new emotion is produced. Next is complex emotions. As I said, the first point, it includes two or more emotions. I said basics are unmixed, whereas now here in complex emotions, they are mixed one. They are fusion of two or more emotions. For example, if you see hate is a mix of, it is like a mix of worry, sadness, and many more. And then complex and basic emotions. As I said, the difference, they are unmixed, and whereas complex is mixed one. Complex emotions example. You can take jealous. Jealous, it cannot be seen it cannot be seen clearly. If someone is being jealous on you, you cannot find them. If you see in the picture, you only can't see it very clearly. It is a mix of many emotions. And even grief. Grief, these complex emotions, it differs from person to person and culture to culture. And even if you see here grief, there are many emotions and these differ from person to person. And this can be because of social situations or even because of the culture or even their upbringing. By this, I conclude that emotions are vital in individuals' well-being, and these emotions are very vital in our life that we should regulate to suppress, we should learn to regulate it, and we should be able to suppress all these emotions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Abhishek from grade 6A, and I am here to give you a lecture on the topic the physics of time travel. Come, let's begin. But before going into the topic, let's see what is time travel. Time travel is the concept of movement between certain points in time. And time travel can be defined in two ways. First is doing time travel to the past, and another one is doing time travel to the future. Let's see the advantages and disadvantages of doing time travel to the past. First, if a person, the advantage, first the person, a person invents a time machine. Using the time machine, he does time travel to the past. But there he had an idea which is to give awareness about plastic from that time. So people may stop from that time and to his present it won't be there, right? So he gave awareness. Some of them heard it and some of them didn't. And the next then he came to the present. When he come back to the present, and he saw many people didn't use plastics, and animals wasn't harmed by plastics. Next one, and is the disadvantage. The same person, as I said before, he does time travel again to the past. He kills his relative. The reason behind it is that he fought with the relative or something else, but he killed him because of a reason. When he kills him, maybe many things may be changed. For example, he won't. If he is rich now, if he kills his relative, he won't be rich. Like that, many changes would be there, and the relative might saved him from many problems. That too. This is a disadvantage, and in doing time travel to the future has only doing time travel to the future has only advantages. Uh, the advantage is the person. The person and who did time travel. I said it before, the same person does time travel to the future now. There he saw people. He saw the water was unclean and many things was dirty. He came back to the present, and now also he gave awareness about in the present. So from present, future may be changed. There he went to future, and so many things may be changed, and many things might change. The things that has changed it's too different. And this, if we change from past, present and future may be changed. But if we change the present, future may be changed. But if we change the future, nothing would change for us. But the person and who thinks future is the present, and they have one future, which it collapse. And the next one is, has time travel been invented? Still no one invented, but it may be invented because we all know scientists are trying to invent many things, and one of the things is a time machine. Time machine is also a thing which we use for doing time travel and use in mostly science fiction movies. Einstein and Stephen Hawking was the first person and to say time travel is possible. But they both used different theories and different equations. And E is equal to mc square is a famous equation by Einstein. And what does E is equal to mc square mean in time travel? In that, at first, let's see what does E is equal to mc square mean. And it means energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. That is the meaning of it, and it also that is the meaning of it. And it using that equation, time travel is possible. Time travel is possible because the three main components of doing time travel is, first one is light, time and speed. If these three combines in the same way, time travel is possible. And using many equations, we may say time travel is possible. But using this equation, we say 95% and time travel is possible, but it's not still invented. And can we travel in time? And traveling in time is also known as doing time travel. Doing time travel is little bit hard, but time travel is possible, but just in the way that you not might expect. Because it's just like using something or something and moving faster. That's not the way of doing time travel. First, we we may do time travel. We may do time travel by traveling in the speed of light. That is the only way to do time travel. But if you use something which travels the speed of light, you may also do time travel in that way. And this is a time machine used in a movie named Dark, and this looks like small, but really time machines, according to Einstein's theory, time machines looks bigger. But a time machine can take like only one person at a time. Only one person at a time. And this is a time machine which used in animes, where anime named Dragon Balls, they use this as a time machine. Time machine also help us to do time travel mostly. And time machines are vehicle used for doing time travel. That is a time machine, and it's mostly used in science fiction movies. And wormholes. Wormholes are hypothetically wrapped space-time permitted by Einstein's field equation of general relativity. And this is how a wormhole look like. The future is at the top and the present is at the down. Using this, we may do time travel. By doing wormholes have three different names. First one is closed time, like loops, because here is when it's closed, we may using that is also one of the way a wormhole is created. Closed time like curved loops, and the another one is time loops, and the last Einstein's Rosen bridge. Einstein's Rosen bridge, which is the name, was Einstein and his friend Nathan Rosen, and his friend Nathan Rosen and found the theory of wormholes. So they named it as Einstein's Rosen bridge. And the next one is important, the traversable wormhole. Traversable wormhole is also a type of wormhole, but time machine and traversable wormhole takes the same time. Time machine and takes for doing time travel. Time machine takes days, weeks, and even months too. But traversable wormhole also takes the same days, weeks, and months too. But wormholes doesn't take that much time. It just takes minutes and hours to do time travel. And the next one is Algebraic drive. Algebraic drive is Algebraic drive. Using that, we may also do time travel. But Algebraic drive also has a theory which is found by many scientists. And when algebraic drive might create it when a jet achieves the speed of light, and when it achieves the speed of light, a jet or a spacecraft achieves the speed of light, algebraic drive might create. But we can't say it will be created. It will be created. And the next one is black hole. Black hole is, we may all know what is in black hole, but also I'll say what is in black hole. Black hole is anything but an empty space which great amount of matter packed into a small area. And think of stars 10 times more massive than our sun, and squeeze approximately a sphere, squeeze approximately in the shape of sphere, and it has diameter of New York City. That is a black hole. And the next one is a paradox. Paradox is this is example of paradox in which it might collapse you. And a paradox is one or two statement which confuses us or collapses. And but it might, if we clearly see it, it might be too strange for us. See, and this is in grandfather paradox. Grandfather paradox. Grandfather paradox. I'll explain you clearly. For the person invented a time machine, and using the time machine, he did time travel to the past. There he saw his grandfather. He killed his grandfather because of he killed his grandfather. When he kills his grandfather, his father won't be there. If his father won't be there, he won't be there. If he won't be there, the time machine he created won't be there. The time machine he created won't be there, his grandfather will be there. If his grandfather will be there, if his father will be there, his father will be there, he will be there, and the time machine will be there. The time machine will be there, his grandfather won't be there. So this goes on and on and on and on and on and on, like a loop. See, paradoxes are known for its loop, and this is example of grandfather paradox. Then it could, if the person kills his grandfather, it could also make his own birth impossible. And temporal paradox, and it has three different names. Temporal, first name all we know is temporal paradox, time paradox, and time travel paradox. The temporal paradox is an Appian contradiction, an logical contradiction associated with the idea of time and time travel. Using that, also we may do time travel. There are four types of paradox. First, I said you grandfather paradox, temporal paradox, and next one is Fermi paradox, and the last one is twin paradox. Now let's move to Fermi paradox. Fermi paradox is a discrepancy between a lack of conclusive extensional life and a prior of life, and livelihood, and it's a livelihood for its existence. And as in 2015 article, the title of an article is "If Life is So Easy, Someone Come Calling by Now." That was the headlines of the article. And it also the article relates in time travel. The last paradox, twin paradox. Twin paradox is when two identical twins are born on Earth and one twin is sent to space by a rocket that revolves the sun one time and comes back to Earth. That takes 5 years, and the jet or spacecraft which went to space travels the speed of light, and it rotates and comes back to Earth. The twin reminder in the Earth has aged more than we think. Do you have any guesses? Yeah, but the age is 110 because the space time and Earth time differentiate it much. And the first reason is this one, and the second reason, the jet or spacecraft if travels in the speed of light. So travels in the speed of light. That is the reason. See, the difference between them is much, and the difference between their age is 105 years old. Think how much is. And cosmic string. Cosmic string is also used for doing time travel. And using cosmic string, we also do time travel, but cosmic string is hypothetical 1D topological defects, which using that we do time travel, but it takes it doesn't take that like time machine traversable wormhole takes, and even wormhole takes. It takes smaller time. It doesn't take that much because because it is because it is just looks like portal. And cosmic string can be also used as portal, but we may find is it a portal or a cosmic string in using just only one thing. Cosmic string is too bigger, and a portal is in a medium size, which you can enter into it. Cosmic string can be also has a theory which it is not only found in space on planets too but it's bigger in size. So if it's in space, if it's bigger in size, it becomes like a black hole, but it is not a black hole. Difference. And quantum gravity. Quantum gravity is quantum gravity. First, before I would like to say what is quantum gravity. Before that, I'll say what is in quantum. Quantum is something considered as small or less in number. That is in quantum. Now let's move to quantum gravity. Quantum gravity is a field which there are less gravity according to the principles of quantum mechanics. That is that. But you may think, why do I include paradox and quantum? Because if these two has two main reasons. Paradox and quantum use, if we learn about it, we may also be clear about time travel. And the second reason is it also helps in doing time travel. As I said before, if we learn about it, we may also know how to use if it's possible, we may also know how to use it. Using that, time travel is also possible. And quantum teleportation. Quantum teleportation is first, what is teleportation? Teleportation is moving from one place to another, which from one place to another, if we do moving from one place to another in seconds, it doesn't take that much time. And using that, it makes our work too easy. Like just in seconds and minutes, we may do time travel. And the next, now let's move to quantum teleportation. Quantum teleportation is a technique for transferring quantum information from a sender at one location to another where a receiver receives it. That is in quantum teleportation. But it may also not only used for transferring in quantum information and other informations too. And the next one is time dilation. Time dilation is the difference in elapsed time as measured by two clocks, either due to the relative velocity between them or difference in the gravitational potential between their location. When unspecified, refers to effective due to velocity, which it means time dilation is possible in some hills it is possible, but it is invented but it's invented naturally. It's invented naturally, and using that, we may also do time travel. But the only thing which is not there in time dilation is time is there, light is there, but there is no speed of it. So if there is no speed of it, time travel is not possible. And the next one is quantum tunneling. Quantum tunneling is a barrier pen, is a barrier which rotates. Using that, if we enter to it, if we or something which is so smaller enter to it, come out it, but that rotates faster and faster. If it starts slower and rotates faster, using that time travel is possible. It is possible. And the next is Hubble expansion. You may think, why do I say Hubble expansion in it? Because space is the fourth thing, the space is needed now for doing time travel. Hubble expansion, and for making it simple for you, you take a cloth. You just take a dry cloth, or first take a cloth and dip it into water and make it crush into small crush and make it like a ball. After that, dry it and put it in water. But the cloth should be dry. If you put it in water, it will expand, right? That is what Hubble expansion is. And Hubble expansion is is happening, and it happens in only space, not in Earth. Which, like when galaxies becomes galaxies has more when they have small space, it becomes bigger and bigger, and the distance between them starts become bigger and bigger. That is in Hubble expansion. Using Hubble expansion and is all using Hubble expansion, and we may do time travel. And Hubble expansion is also the way for doing time travel. And the Hubble expansion rate, it's 70 kilometer per second for every mega per second in distance. Kilometer, second, or mega per second is the rate of it. And if we use the four things, space, light, speed, space, light, time, speed, if we use these four, time travel is possible. And the last one, how is space-time different from Earth time? Time is measured differently for twin who moved through space and the twin who stayed on Earth, which is a twin paradox. And clock in the motion will tick more slowly than clock we're watching on Earth. And they both difference. Mainly the reason you may think gravitational force, it is also, but a difference much. And the space time and Earth time is more using space time travel is possible. And if we use space, time, light, and speed, time travel is possible. And I would like to conclude by I've said about what is paradox, paradox and its types, quantum and its types, what are the things that you use for doing time travel, and you may have I have said this above. I have said you these about. I said you these about these, and thank you and have a pleasant day.
A warm greeting to one and all present here. I'm Danish of grade 6B. I'm here to give a lecture on the topic, the history of communication. Before going to the topic, what is communication? Communication can be defined as the sharing or exchanging information, thoughts, opinions by speech, writing, listening, gestures, etc. The word communication is derived from the word communis. Communis is a Latin word which means common. The common component in all kinds of interaction is understanding. Without understanding, there will be no transfer in communication, then communication will be directionless. Communication plays an important role of human life and societies. The act of transferring or exchanging information from one place, people or group of people to another. In other words, it means sharing information, thoughts, and receiving information, learning, listening, and reading. Along with knowledge and information, communication build relationship to other. Why do we need to communicate? Communication or social interaction plays an important role of desires, wants, and needs. Then how animals communicate? Animals communicate on verbally and non-verbally. I have taken for this lecture is early communication methods, early handwritten books and documents, printing press, letter writing with the postman, telegraph, telephone, radio, photography, cell phone, television, internet, and social media and blogging. Early ancient times in communication, the first means of communication was, of course, the human voice, but about 3200 BCE, writing was invented in Iraq and Egypt. The Chinese invented the writing on 1500 BCE. Other civilizations like America, like Mayans, also invented the invention of writing. In ancient times, people wrote on papyrus or parchment. However, the Chinese invented the paper on 200 BCE. The knowledge of how to make paper passed to the Arabs by the Middle Ages of the Europe. In ancient times, many civilizations, including Persia, Rome, China, Assyria, Egypt, had official postal system to deliver messages into relays of horses. The next major improvement in communication was the invention of the printing press. The Chinese invented the printing press on 60 AD century, but the first book was printed is Diamond Sutra of 686. And in 15th mid-century, Johannes Gutenberg invented the printing press, which made cheaper books and allowed newspapers to be invented. The next big step was the invention of the alphabet, what is now Israel and Lebanon, about 1600 BCE. William Caxton introduced the printing press on 1476. The newspapers were printed in 17th centuries. The newspaper in England was printed in 1641. The newspaper was not recorded until the year is 1670, and the first successful daily newspaper in Britain was printed in 1702. In ancient times, two are the most popular communication: smoke signal. The smoke signal was used first in Great Wall of China and carrier pigeons. There was a story to prove that carrier pigeon is a communication. There was a boy called Noel, and he thought, why we can send messages to the carrier pigeon. And he took a carrier pigeon and said to the carrier pigeon, please check the lake, it's full of water or some of water. After some times, the carrier pigeon came with the branch of olive, and it has proved that the lake is full of water, and also carrier pigeon is a communication. Early communication methods. Communication has existed in various forms since man appeared on earth. The methods, however, consisted of a disjoint set of each human using them. It was not until 3 million years to human debate. Around the year 30,000 BCE, all the intention manufacture format, and also it was not until 3 million years to human debate. The years consisted of a disjoint 7th and 13th century. The first primitive communication is cave paintings. The artistic endeavor created by a species of communication was cave paintings. The method involves of juice of fruits like colored minerals, berries, and animal blood. In ancient times, drums and smoke signal was used to send messages. The first was drums. Drums, if they want to announce something, they will use drums to send the messages through the villages. And if, for example, a village is there, they will tap the drums and say the messages that the king announced. Early handwritten books and documents. Those with the proper education to do so were all the handwritten books and documents was well over before the invention of printing press. And the word manuscripts is derived from the word libri manuscripti, which translates a book written by hand. And the majority of books and documents was written on religious nature was not widely available. Most handwritten books and documents was written by monks in monasteries. Monasteries is a place where monks will be lived there. Literacy rates were incredibly. Most handwritten books and documents became literate, and monks had the opportunity to become literate. Printing press. Johannes Gutenberg, in 1448, a man named Johannes Gutenberg invented the printing press. It would devise a mutable system with movable type using pre-printed text. The method involves three uses of components: the use of paper, ink, and printing press. When he invented the printing press, he have reduced the price because he have adapted an wire press to invent this printing press. And the printing press was invented by Johannes Gutenberg, and when initial project of Johannes Gutenberg was reprint of a Latin speech book. Yes, if we printed wrongly, we can erase it with the water and it will be clear. So was project of Johannes Gutenberg was printing of Bibles. In 3 years, he have taken 182 copies of Bible with his printing press. Letter writing and the postman. Letter writing has been a means of communication from centuries. However, it was an inefficient. One had to wait to another when the letter could be sent. In addition, there was no guarantee or when if the letter could reach its destination. And the letter writing will be given that most people never traveled above 50 miles, but the letter has traveled above 50 miles. In 1775, all the post offices and post boxes were created, and Benjamin Franklin was first named the Postmaster General. Many peoples, because of the letter writing from some of the peoples in America, moved out from the west to east. Telegraph. Desired to perform tasks more quickly and efficiently. The uses of telegraph. There are three uses of components to use telegraph. The use of an electromagnet, a key to complete or break the circuit, and a set of battery to supply the electricity. First, they will fix into the electromagnet. Because of that, the electricity will be passed, so the telegraph will be used. And in America, the telegraph was used by Samuel F.B. Morse, but his in 1837 version was failure. By the name of William Washington was introduced the printing press, which made way to send messages through the telegraph in 1647. Telephone. Telephone was well known from the Alexander Graham Bell. The most well-known form of inventing was the telephone. He was in USA as a teacher of the deaf and conceived the electrical speech machine. And his mother in Italy and he was in USA. So because of this, he have been invented the microphone also. He was born in Itagness in March 3 in Scotland, and he have college was cut short. So in 11 years he have said that, Mom, if I know about the electricity, I will be invent the telephone. In USA he have gone to a Boston electrical shop and he have sawed a 60-meter wire. So he have buying. His assistant name was William Washington, and he also said the telephone was possible. So they have gone to their home with the wire. So Alexander Graham Bell was in one room and William Washington was in one room. So first Alexander Graham Bell spoke the famous words that has heard to William Washington, and William Washington spoke the famous words that has heard to Alexander Graham Bell. This led him to invent the telephone. Radio. Radio was unregulated until 1925 when the Federal Communication Commission stepped in. And at this point, approximately 2 million homes have radio, and there are about 1,000 programs the radio has. Marconi sent a radio message across the Atlantic in 1901, and he sent a radio message across the Atlantic over world and world. When the BBC formed, the radio has been invented. In 1933, half the households are radio, and the Sound Broadcasting Act independent stations, radio stations were formed. A picture's worth 1,000 words, or so the saying goes. Unlike other forms of communication, photography is a more subjective form of art. A picture can be interpreted by a million different ways and by a million different individuals. Most people love to be photographed. Man vain desire to depict himself by the apparent of the first photography. The communication began from this also. In the first attempt of photography began in early 80s but had poor results. Capturing an image virginity or when if the letter has been traveled from one place to another, so the photography is also a important communication. Television. Television made its official debut at the year 1939 New York World Fair. It was seen as an amusing, but radio had the appearance that it will be apparent from one place to another. Radio's popularity skyrocketed at 1939, but were televisions not equipped and accurate and timely news. So now the entertainment of televisions were formed. When radio was favored as a communication, after some years the radio and televisions will be updated, they have said. Televisions, when the cost of television was in ancient time was 200, making it an unattainable for luxury homes. In all homes now, in present time, all homes have radio and television at least once. Cell phone. The first cell phone was researched by Michael Faraday in 1967, but fast forward to 1973, Dr. Martin Cooper invented the first portable handset. In the 37 years, all the cellular phone industry, the 3 million to annually 30 billion annually. In the trial population of cellular phone industry comments 2000 to more than 60 billion annually. And where they will use cell phone? Everywhere will be found cell phone everywhere in modern America. Landlines are slowly becoming obsolete as everyone from senior citizens to school students equip their own cell phones. Internet. The first internet was used for military purposes in 1967. The internet means a group of computers to connect to each other and share information. This included electronic mail, email, and the use of sites. Website included the majority of the internets. And now the internet is available everyone and to everyone. So the internet has been a means of communication from centuries to present time also. Once the internet start to catch on its own, used primarily by the use of sites and also communication, and used primarily by cooperation and collaboration purposes. Began from ancient times. They will use only not internet because the cell phone has not been invented. It started from Middle Ages in 19th century to now we are using social media and blogging. Social media defined is a special class of websites designed to meet 3 specific criteria. These include the majority of books and documents was written, and also the blogging. A blog makes its communication from centuries and now. A weblog developed in 1967 for HTML coding, but it was an unnecessary to use social media in ancient times. So now it has been introduced and it has been invented and used primarily by 18th centuries to future also they will use social medias. In the social media they will communicate to each other from one place to another. The specific criteria between the social media with other websites and between the websites are not until coding the messages into relays. So social media will be an important communication which make and many uses of communication began there. Social media blogging. Blogging is a kind of website that it's also important and popular social media. It's a website is not widely available and it's not used because primarily by social media will be a communication from centuries and now also. I want to say that the social media want to improve and from now to future also they want to improve the social media. The communication has existed from social media to many things. In 20th century, now we are using social media for many purposes. Social media defined is a special class of websites and designed to meet three specific criteria include the majority of books and the websites and different apps. The social media will be a useful and important communication. The communication will be a useful and and in ancient three uses, in future three uses. That means present time. In ancient times, carrier pigeon and smoke signal, Morse code. Morse code is an important communication. It has been invented used in Britain peoples. So these will be three popular communication in ancient times. Now the popular communication was, of course, the social media and blogging, internet, and also the cell phone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to give a lecture here. I will thank us for giving me an opportunity to lecture here. My conclusion of this lecture is we want to improve the communication, many form of communications. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Samyukta of grade 6B. Today I am going to present a lecture on the topic evolution of video games. Do you know who invented the first game? The first video game. The history of video games began in the year 1950 and 1960 as computers and simple games and simulations on mini computers and mainframes. Some video games increases or gray matter in the brain, and some video games offer a safe place to improve our skill and get better at something. Examples which offer a safe place to is Super Mario. Some video games have high cap and high level of difficulty to become masterful. Some video games might improve kids such as Minecraft, Portal 2, Big Brain Academy, National Geographic Challenge, Nintendo Labo, and Grand Theft. On television, video game was organized in the year 1966. Now let us see some benefits and disbenefits of playing video games. Benefits of playing video games are they speed up, they improve strategy, creativity, memory, visual focus, critical thinking, computing skills, learning new languages, faster and more accurate decision taking, quick thinking, etc. Now let us see some disbenefits of playing video games. Some disbenefits of playing video games are sleep deprivation, aggression, lack of motivation, physical health atrophy, reduces the creativity of kids, timing and lots of distractions, and etc. Now let us see what are video games. What are video games? Video games is an extraordinary that changes the whole surroundings and allows us to move to the visual world and experience things we cannot experience in real life. Video games are becoming a common modern in today's society. A video game is an electronic game. Video game is an entertaining way to relax. Video games relaxes from stress. Playing action video games trains people to make right decisions faster. The video game industry has placed Nintendo on its hem. The complexity of the games themselves has increased at an exponential rate. The video game starring James Bond or Harry Potter is much less of a financial risk than a wholly original series. The video game was popularized both by the unprecedented freedom granted to players and by the controversial storyline. In 2002, only about 4% of games has released over the course of high price reviews. The video game was evolved by the development of game cartridges that stored and could be interchanged in the console. Now let us see why video games started. Game is the Magnavox Odyssey. Video games started for practical reasons to create games. The first console is the Magnavox Odyssey. Rapid growth in the golden age of arcade video games. In arcades, computer space and Pong are also some types of video games. Nintendo released its Nintendo's Entertainment System in the United States. The first major handheld video games consoles appeared. The industry has seen a shift of demographics as mobile gaming on smartphones and tablets displayed handheld consoles. Console video gaming became an increasingly larger sector of the market. A game created by Wilhelm Hindenburg for 3D exhibition using an analog computer for a display. Space War is considered one of the most recognized video games. The video game's source code was shared with other institutions with a PDP-1. A number of computers were created for mainframe and mini-computer system. The publication of the earliest program like basic computer games. Examples for fast and real-time video games are target shooting and racing. Notable games of the period include Tactical Combat by Mike Mayfield, when the hide-and-seek game Worms, the Strategic War Empire by Walter Bright. One computer able to host more impressive video games. The video game dungeons were more commonly referred today by their file names. Mainframe games mainly focus on strategy and puzzle-solving mechanics over pure action. Notable games. Now let us see some popular video games. Some popular video games include home video games and arcade video games. In arcade, computer space and Pong are also some types of video games. Examples of home video games include Pac-Man, Q*bert and Donkey Kong and etc. Examples of arcades include Space Invaders and Frogger. Now let us see about facts about video games. The first ROM cartridge based on home consoles arrived including the Atari computer system. Video game crash in the United States was characterized by a spread of too many games. Larger video game crash attracted more players to video games. Now let us see about in television. The first game to sell over 1 million copies eventually sold it for 2.5 million copies by 1981. The entire video game industry rose in the United States from 18.5 million to just over 1 billion in 1981. Atari possesses the four of the company's programmers such as David Crane, Larry Kaplan, Alan Miller and Bob Whited to resign and form their own company. Game sales as a license free to Atari. Few games from this period has been considered as the milestones in the history of video games. Some of the earliest in popular genres. Robin's Adventure was inspired from the text adventure and considered as the first action-adventure game and the first real-time video games. The first Ultima by Richard Garriott and the Wizardy Static, both the fundamental role-playing games on the personal computers. Games dominated home software libraries, including a market flooded with poor quality of games and loss of publishing control, which were copies of games and watch adaptation of popular arcade games. Tiger Electronics borrowed this concept of video gaming with a cheap and affordable handheld consoles. Now let us see about some innovations. Companies like Mattel Electronics, Coleco, Bandai and numerous electronics over 1970 and 1980, coupled with inexpensive microprocessors, handled electronic games paved the way for the earliest modest success the first year. In 2008, Sid Meier listed the IBM PC one of the three most important innovations in the history of video games. Some of the earliest genres: Robin's Adventure was inspired from the text adventure and considered as the first action adventure game. The lack of games screen size where the crash in 1983 brought about the system's quick demise. Nintendo released its Nintendo's first of its game and watch line. Using LCD games paved the way for the modest. The graphic and sound capabilities that made for key platforms for the inflation in the numerous games that were already made for the earlier home computers were later ported to mainframe and other simple text game. The enhanced graphic adapter's ability to display color graphics. Intellusion is the first city building game considered as the real-time strategy games. Pac-Man ignited an even large craze and attracted more players to arcades. Mainframe and mini-computer games were still developed by students and others during this period. Video games had a negative perception there. The modern video game industry has grown to concurrent development of the first arcade video game. For an entertainment device that could be hooked up to a television monitor, Ralph Baer came up with an idea. In early home video games and arcade video games were popular. Arcade video games caught on quickly in Japan. Game developers began looking for new ideas for games. Arcade games were lasted from 1979 to 1981. Most popular games during the golden age were Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, Qbert. Also introduced the concept of cartridges. Now let us see about multiplayer games. The first were plain text, but they operated on larger mainframe games, permitting larger number of users to be online at once, which were run by the company and which became a competing service. Were a feature of these services. They used text-based displays, not graphics. Students explored this connectivity way for video gaming. The video game crash in the United States was characterized by a flood of too many games. Video games still had a negative impact perception there. The Japan video game sector remained unscathed. Newcomer Sega video game. Newcomer Sega used its arcade background to design the SG. SG is a type of a video game. Video games still had a negative impact perception in their video games. Nintendo used the razor blades model to sell at near manufacturing process while profiting from the game sales of games. Now let us see about two popular types of games. Those are Famicom and NES games. Famicom and NES games is an electronic hardware device that's used to design and to replicate the workings or a gameplay. Famicom games led to a bootleg of unauthorized games from Asian countries. NES games that required a special chip to be present on Famicom and NES systems. Nintendo of America set up a special razor blades model to sell at near manufacturing process while profiting from the game sales of games. The Neo Geo was notably the first video game which is for memory cards. One of the first most sports video games were invented. Now let us see about Ralph Baer and Bill Hignebert. In the year of 1966, the game called Chess was invented by them. In the year of 1968, a game called Prototype of a TV console was developed by them. Games like tennis and target practice were also developed by them. Space War. Space War is invented in the year of 1961. This is invented by Steve Rizal. This is programmed by a group of students when the two opponents trying to shoot against one down. Now the Space War is said to one of the first popular game in 1978. This is also a first recognized video game. In 1970s, a game called Space Invaders were invented. In the year of 1978, Space Invaders became popular. This is a fixed prototype of shooting. That means it only focuses on shooting. Now let us see about the first coin-operated machines. The first coin-operated machines were invented in the year of 1970. This includes Galaxy Game and Computer Space. Games based on the space war was invented. Created started their own company. Such company is called Atari. This computer space is also called as memory game. Now let us see about two types of arcade games such as Kung Fu Master and Golden Axe. In late 70s, these game machines were invented. This is invented for golden age of video games. This is available at malls, stores and restaurants. Now let us see some new types of video games. Some new types of video game include Sonic, Dune, arcades, consoles, 3D games and new geo games. Now let us see about two types of arcades. This includes Dance Dance Revolution and Skating in Water. Now let us see about growth. Rapid growth in the technology, gaming industry followed developing in new ways and new platforms developed in new ways to play games. New shots available at every platform. Gaming became more popular in new shorter games available at every platform. Now let us see about PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2 consists of a game called Space Invaders. This is invented in Japan on March 2000. This is invented on 26th October 2000. This is invented in Europe on 24th November 2000. Now let us see about Xbox. Xbox introduced in November 2001. This is first offered by an American company. This consists of games called Nightcaster and Bloodwake. This reached over 24 million units. This was sold in May 2006. This is used in computers for playing games and downloading games. Now let us see about joystick. Joystick is also called as flight stick. This is invented by Ralbeer. This is invented in the year of 1926. This is an input device. This consists of two categories such as analog and digital. This is first incorporated by the company of Sega and Taito. Now this is gamepad. This is invented in the year of 1962. This is invented by Alan Kotlek and Bob Sanders. This is video game to be held on two hands was developed. This consists some games as first person shooter and role playing games and etc. This is Magnavox Odyssey. This is invented in the year of September 1972. This is invented by Ralbeer. This is the first home video game console. This is video game to be held on two hands was developed. This is dial-up bulletin boards. Dial-up bulletin boards were used in the year of 1978. This is invented by Randy Suses and Watt Christensen. This is an online gaming. This allows users to interact with one another. A Texmo network computer and its abilities to test the new IBM personal computers. Games dominated home software libraries, including a market flooded with poor quality of games and loss of publishing control. Arcade games, as I said before, Space Invaders, Frogger, also distributed throughout a variety of channels such as printing the game source code in books, basic computer games, creativity computing, while hobbyist programming in the United States was seen as a pastime, while more players flocked to the video game consoles. This dial-up bulletin boards only allow local network to play or connect with an internet. A Texmo network computer and its abilities to test the new IBM personal computers. This is an online gaming. Conclusion. Some types of video games are NESs, SNES, GBC, GBA, NDS, NBD, and PC. Some of the first video game was successfully is invented. Do you know who's Ralbia? Ralbia is a type of a game created who creates games. Super Mario increases our gray matter in the brain. The word of video games is essentially an endless and ever evolving. So take some time to enjoy a couple. So break some time to enjoy a couple. Reality is for losers who don't play video games. This video game has both benefits and disbenefits, but we should not addict to video games, but we should be a player of video games. I thank our school management for giving this wonderful opportunity to present the lecture on the stage. I once again thank who have listened my lecture. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all present here. Let me introduce myself. I am Samruddha Ramesh from grade 7. I am here to present a lecture on the topic, the history of famous explorers. When you hear the word explorers, what do you get in your mind? Explorers are individuals who travel to unknown or unfamiliar regions in order to discover, map, study territories, cultures, or resources. Throughout history, explorers have played a significant role in expanding human knowledge and understanding of the world and in shaping the course of the global history. Some famous explorers from the past include Christopher Columbus, who sailed from Europe to the Americas in the late 14th century, and Marco Polo, who traveled extensively throughout Asia in the past 13th century, and Ferdinand Magellan, who led the first circumnavigation of the world in the past 16th century. Modern explorers continue to push the boundaries of human knowledge and understanding of the world by exploring remote and difficult to access areas such as polar regions, deep sea trenches, and outer space. These individuals often use advanced technologies and specialized equipments to aid in their exploration or research. They may also work in collaboration with scientists, engineers, and other experts to aid in their exploration or research. Overall, explorers have played and continue to play an important role in expanding human knowledge and understanding of the world, helps us to pursue our own exploration or discovery. World explorations. Humans have been exploring this world since thousands of years. Mount Everest was first climbed in 1953 by Sir Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay. The Amazon rainforest. The Amazon rainforest is a vast rainforest in South America that covers 6 kilometers, and it is home to millions of species of birds, animals, and insects. This has been explored by many explorers throughout the centuries, including Charles Darwin. The North and South Poles. The North were discovered by Robert Peary. What is the age of exploration? The age of exploration is a historical period that occurred from the 15th century to the 17th century. During this time, European explorers explored and they have to find new trade routes. So the age of exploration was motivated by various factors including economic, political, or religious reasons. One of the main motivations was the desire to find new trade routes to Asia by passing the Ottoman Empire, which controlled the land routes. The age of exploration played a significant role in expanding human knowledge and in the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies among different regions. Why it is necessary to explore? The importance of exploration. Exploration gives us the sense that anything is possible. Exploration leads to knowledge and understanding and means that you make the world a better place as you explore. Humans have always tried to leave the world a better place for future generations. Exploration is the driving force behind humankind. We have been exploring because it is at the center of everything we do. From birth, we learn through experiences and we make better decisions tomorrow from the information we have unearthed today. Think a minute, if the leaders of tomorrow are inspired to explore, understand how the world fit within it, our global community will be all the richer for the decisions we make towards a better world. Types of exploration. There are totally 6 types of exploration. First one, scientific exploration. This type of exploration involves research and experiments to learn more about a particular subject or a phenomenon. This also refers to the process of investigation and studying various aspects of the natural world through systematic observations. Overall, it is a fundamental process that drives innovation and the understanding towards the natural world. Geographic exploration. This is also known as geographical exploration or the exploration of the earth, refers to the process of investigation and discovery of new geographical features, regions, or resources. This also includes traveling to new and unknown regions to discover new lands or resources. Examples include the discovery of Amazon rainforest. Space exploration. This type of exploration involves sending spacecrafts and astronauts to space to learn more about space and gather information about the universe. This also is the ongoing discovery and exploration of celestial bodies and phenomena. This has also been motivated by practical observations such as satellite communication, weather monitoring, and the Earth observation for scientific and commercial purposes. Examples include the discovery of Mars, the Moon, and beyond. Personal exploration. This type of exploration involves conducting introspection and self-discovery. This could also include experimenting with to learn more about emotions or etc. Cultural exploration. This type of exploration involves traveling to learning and experiencing different cultures, customs, or tradition. This could also include traveling to different countries, trying new foods, or attending cultural events. Artistic exploration. This type of exploration involves exploring creativity and self-expression through various forms of arts. This also includes the discovery of different forms of art such as paintings, writings, or music. This also includes discovery of new styles or techniques to discover new forms of expression. Italian explorers. Italy has a rich history of exploration and has produced several notable explorers throughout the centuries. Christopher Columbus. He was an Italian explorer and navigator from the Republic of Genoa. He was born in 1450 in Italy. In 1451 in the seaport of Genoa. At the young age, he went to sea and became a great sailor. At 15th and 16th century, Europeans wanted to find sea route to reach India and other countries like Japan and China because these countries were rich for the production of silk and spices. He wanted to bring back silk and spices places. When he set up a journey to discover these countries, but his ship docked towards the west instead and he discovered North America. John Cabot. John Cabot was originally named Giovanni Caboto, was an Italian explorer and navigator. He was born on 1450 Italy. Although born in Italy, Cabot was often associated with English exploration as he sailed under the commission of King Henry VII of England. In 1406, he embarked on his first expedition in search of a western route to Asia. He sailed from Bristol, which is located at England, and finally reached the coast of North America likely landing in what is now Newfoundland, Canada. This made him one of the first Europeans after the Norse explorers to set a foot on the North American mainland since the Vikings. Cabot's voyage demonstrated that a western route across the Atlantic was possible. He believed he has reached Asia. He embarked on next expedition in 1498, but the details of the journey are scarce. Unfortunately, neither Cabot nor his crew Portuguese explorers. Vasco da Gama. He was a Portuguese explorer who is best known for being the first European to reach India by sea. He was born in 1469 in Sines, Portugal. In 1497, da Gama was chosen by King Manuel I to lead an expedition to find a sea route to India. He sailed from Lisbon with a fleet of 4 ships, and after a difficult journey around the Cape of Good Hope, the eastern coast of Africa, he finally reached the port of Calicut in India in May 1498. Da Gama's voyage was a significant achievement as it opened up a direct sea route from Europe to Asia by passing the overland routes that has used for centuries. He died in 1524 in Cochin, India, and is remembered one of the greatest explorers and navigators in history. Marco Polo. Marco Polo was a Venetian merchant and traveler who is best known for his extensive travels throughout Asia. He was born in 1254 in the Republic of Venice. In 1271, at the age of 17, he embarked on an expedition with his father and uncle to China, which was then ruled by the Mongol Emperor Kublai Khan. Over the next 24 years, he traveled extensively throughout China and the surrounding regions, serving as a trusted advisor to Kublai Khan and exploring areas that had never before been seen by Europeans. He documented his travels in a book called 11 Million, also known as The Travels of Marco Polo or simply Marco Polo's Travels, which became one of the history. His book remains an valuable source of the information about the medieval world. He died in 1324. European explorers played a significant role in the age of exploration that occurred from the 15th century to the 17th century. Henry Hudson. He was born known for his attempts to find a northwest passage, a hypothetical sea route connecting Atlantic and Pacific Ocean through the Arctic region, during which he explored and mapped large areas of what is now Canada. In 1610, he was employed by the Dutch East Indian Company and was tasked to find a northwest passage to Asia. This time, he explored the regions around present-day New York and sailed up a river that would be later named Hudson River in his honor. But his journey to find the northwest again unsuccessful. In 1610, he embarked on his next expedition, again under the English flag, but this time he sailed into the Hudson Bay, where his ship became trapped in the ice during winter. The crew faced harsh conditions and tensions grew among them. So again his journey was unsuccessful. So in the 1611, mutinous set Hudson, his son, and several crew members adrift in a small boat never to be seen again. He died in 1611. Ferdinand Magellan. He was born on 4th February 1880, became a skilled sailor and naval officer in service of the Portuguese crown in Asia. He was made Commander Order of Santiago, one of the highest military ranks of the Spanish Empire. He also studied many charts and maps. He is best known for having planned Spanish expedition to East Indies across the Pacific to open a maritime trade route during which he explored a interoceanic passage bearing between Atlantic and Pacific. This was named the Strait of Magellan, and he achieved the first European, and it is also established commercial contacts between East and West. Huge areas of America and Asia were known and visited afterwards by Europeans. Thanks to the maps made during this voyage, exploration routes. Exploration routes throughout the history have been diverse and extensive, covering various lands, oceans, and resources. Silk Route, the ancient trade route that connected Asia, Europe, and Africa. It has been explored by explorers, uh, slaves, and diplomats, facilitating trade between different regions. Trans-Saharan trade routes crossing the Sahara Desert in Africa. It has been caravans carried goods like gold, salt, slaves, and explorers ventured across the oceans in search of trade connections with Western African kingdoms. Mediterranean sea routes. Phoenicians, Greeks, Romans, and other civilizations charted new routes in the Mediterranean region. Age of discovery routes. The age of discovery routes occurred during the 15th century to the 17th century. Christopher Columbus voyaged across the Atlantic, Vasco da Gama sea route to India, and Magellan's circumnavigation of the world, notable exploration routes during this era. Pacific Ocean routes. James Cook and other explorers charted new routes across the vast Pacific. Polynesian migration is a significant example of the exploration routes in the Pacific. Polar exploration routes. Polar exploration routes have been challenging and adventurous endeavors undertaken by brave explorers in their quest to reach the extreme regions. Norse explorers. The Norse explorers were seafaring people from Scandinavia who lived during the Viking Age, which lasted roughly from the 8th century to the 11th century. They were known for their expertise in sailing and navigation, and they ventured from their homelands to discover and set of the world. The Norse explorers were fearless seafarers who used their advanced shipbuilding techniques to navigate the open seas. They also built longships which were sleek, shallow draft vessels that allowed them to sail both in open waters and up rivers. They also established settlements in British Isles and other regions like Ireland and Scotland. They also played a significant role in the exploration and colonization of other areas. One of the most famous Norse explorers was Leif Erikson, son of the Erik the Red, who is believed to have led the first European expedition to North America around the year 1000, but nearly 500 years before Christopher Columbus. Phoenicians. The Phoenicians were a seafaring civilization from the eastern Mediterranean known for their maritime expertise and trade networks. While they were primarily known for cultures, they also engaged in exploration and colonization. The Phoenicians were skilled sailors using celestial navigation and landmarks to navigate the seas. They also built longships. They were also amongst the first to use the North Star as a reference point for navigation. The Phoenician exploration primarily focused on expanding trade routes and establishing colonies. Their ships, known as galleys, were well equipped for long distance voyages. They also established the exploration routes throughout the Mediterranean region, North Africa, and even as far as the British Isles. One of the famous Phoenician colonies was Carthage, located in present-day Tunisia, which became a major power and rivaled Rome for dominance. They also played a crucial role in facilitating trade between different civilizations such as Greeks, Romans, and Mesopotamians. They also played a significant role in the colonization of other regions. So one of the famous Phoenician sailor, Hanno the Navigator, embarked on a journey around 500 described in a document known as Periplus of Hanno. This account provides insight into West Africa and even as far as the British Isles, including present-day Senegal and Gambia. Do you think it is easy for an explorer to explore a land or resource? No, explorers have faced numerous difficulties and challenges in their quest for discovery and adventure. Some of the difficulties and challenges faced by explorers are limited resources. Explorers often faced scarcity of essential resources such as food, water, and shelter during their voyages. They had to depend on their survival skills such as fishing, hunting, and gathering to sustain themselves. Diseases and health risks. Explorers were exposed to unfamiliar environments and diseases to which they had no immunity. Limited technology. In the past, explorers did not have access to modern technologies such as GPS, satellite communication, advanced equipment. They had to depend on rudimentary tools, basic instruments to overcome obstacles and achieve their goals. Navigation. Navigating unknown territories without the aid of modern technology can be incredibly challenging. Lack of funding and support. Explorers often face difficulties in securing and shelter securing fund and shelter during their voyages. Mental and psychological challenges. Long periods of isolation, uncertainty, and the constant threat of danger could take a toll on the explorer's mental and emotional well being. Despite these challenges, explorers show courage and resilience in their pursuit of knowledge. In conclusion, throughout this lecture, I told about the explorers. The explorers were the individuals who discover new lands or resources, and the age of exploration, which was a historical period that occurred from the 15th century to the 17th century. It has also been motivated by practical observations and the types of 6 types of exploration and the importance of exploration, because it gives us the sense that anything is possible, and the history of Italian, European, and Portuguese explorers, and about the Norse explorer. Famous Norse explorer was Leif Erikson, and Phoenicians. Famous Phoenician colonies was Carthage, and the famous Phoenician sailor is Hanno the Navigator, and how the difficulties and challenges faced by explorers and how they face it. I would thank the school management, teachers, and my parents for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I would again thank the audience for listening to me.
Warm greetings to one and all. Let me introduce myself. I am Vihashni from grade 7. Today I am going to lecture on the topic the history of famous painting. Before starting into our topic, here we have a thought for you all. Art is not what you see, but what you make others see. Painting, the expression of ideas and emotions with the creation of certain aesthetic qualities in a two-dimensional visual language. The elements of this language, its shapes, lines, colors, tones, and textures are used in various ways to produce sensations of volume, space, movement, and light on a flat surface. The basic history of painting. Painting emerged in prehistory when nomadic people made use of paintings on rocky walls. They made drawings with charcoal, leaving marks in the caves where they passed. A recent discovery made in Spain found that the oldest paintings discovered to date made by humans were made more than 42,000 years ago. Discovery of the first painting. The oldest known paintings are approximately 40,000 years old, found in both the Franco-Cantabrian
region in the Western Europe and in the caves in the district of Maros. The first painting was made by primitive men believed to have been made by Homo neanderthalis in the prehistoric era. Archaeological excavations carried out in Europe, Africa, and Asia revealed that primitive men were the first painters and sculptors and demonstrated to these arts their daily lives. Portrait. A portrait is a painting, photograph, sculpture, or other artistic representation of a person in which the face and its expressions are predominant. The intent is to display the likeness, the personality, and even the mood of the person. The father of painting. For almost 7 centuries, Giotto has been revered as the father of European painting and the first of the great Italian masters. Painting in India. Raja Ravivarma was a pioneer of modern Indian painting. He drew on Western tradition and techniques including oil painting and easel painting, with the subjects being purely Indian, such as Hindu deities and episodes from the epics and Puranas. Mona Lisa, the best known, the most visited, the most written about, the most sung about, the most parodied work of the art. The painting's novel qualities include the subject's enigmatic expression, the monumentality of the composition, the subtle modeling of forms, and the atmospherical illusionism. Her beauty has captured and broken the hearts of many people around the world, and her enigmatic smile is still a hotly debated topic today. The Mona Lisa wasn't painted on a regular canvas. If you think that Mona Lisa was painted on a canvas, you are sorely mistaken. This masterpiece was actually painted on a popular plank. However, this wasn't uncommon for Renaissance artworks. Mona Lisa may be unfinished. You would be surprised to find out Mona Lisa may be an unfinished painting. It is said that Da Vinci's right hand became partially paralyzed in 1517 before he could finish the Mona Lisa. The lady's lack of eyebrows is the ample evidence for this theory, at least to some scholars. However, some historians say that the no eyebrow look was fashionable in the early 15th century. Mona Lisa special. Indeed, the Mona Lisa is a very realistic portrait. The subject's softly sculptured face shows Leonardo's of an artistic technique that uses subtle gradations of light and shadow to model form and shows his understanding of the skull beneath the skin. Mona Lisa meaning solitary, one female, ancient Italian contraction of the title Monana, my lady. Emotion in Mona Lisa. In 2005, Dutch researchers used emotion recognition to find that the Mona Lisa smile was precisely 83% happy, 9% disgust, 6% fearful, 2% angry and happy, less than 1% neutral. Mona Lisa Indian name. Antara Biswas was born to a Bengali Hindu family on 21 November 1982. She adopted the stage name of Mona Lisa at the behest of her uncle. Is Mona Lisa happy or sad? According to a recent study by the University of Freiburg, through the answer to whether she is sad or happy is simple. Her expression is unequally happy. Was Mona Lisa beautiful? Third on the list of the most beautiful women in art. The women in Leonardo da Vinci's masterpiece were found to be only 86.6% accurate to the golden ratio, the Greeks' interpretation of physical perfection. Once Mona Lisa, it was acquired by King Francis I of France and is now the property of the French Republic. It has been on permanent display at the Louvre in Paris since 1797. Mona Lisa worth. The Mona Lisa is priceless. Any speculative price, some say over $1 billion, could probably be so high that not one person could be able or willing to purchase and maintain the painting. Moreover, the Louvre Museum could probably never sell it. Mona Lisa painting is said to be the world's most famous, expensive and mysterious painting. Mona Lisa means my lady. It is not a only painting but also a mystery in itself. It is said that this painting was made by the famous painting artist Leonardo da Vinci. This painting was made between 1503 and 1519 and is still the most famous painting in the entire world. The painting is still kept in the Louvre Museum in Paris, which is one of the most famous tourist attractions in France. It is also said that the painting was kept behind a special kind of mirror. The Mona Lisa is one of the most valuable paintings in the world. It holds the Guinness World Record for the highest known painting insurance valuation in history at $100 million in 1962, equivalent to $1 billion as of 2023. No one is buying Mona Lisa? Truly priceless. The painting cannot be bought or sold according to French heritage law. As part of the Louvre collection, Mona Lisa belongs to the public, and by popular agreement, their hearts belong to her. The value of the Mona Lisa. The museum attracts millions of visitors each year, most of whom come for the Mona Lisa. So a steady stream of revenue may be more lucrative in a long run than a single payment. Indeed, the museum considers the Mona Lisa irreplaceable and spends its resources on preventive measures to maintain the portrait rather than on expensive insurance that only offers merry money as a replacement. Facts about Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci was born near Florence in Italy in 1452. He was huge animal lover. He was left-handed. Recap about Mona Lisa. The painting was once believed to be a self-portrait. The lady's name wasn't actually Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa wasn't painted on a regular canvas. The Mona Lisa may be unfinished. The painting has lived with several French monarchies. It may be smaller than you think. Actually, many people who see it for the first time without knowing its size are usually disappointed as they expected something very big. Girl with a pearl earring. Girl with a pearl earring is an oil painting on canvas and a beautiful masterpiece by Dutch artist Johannes Vermeer in 1665. It is considered one of the most famous works of art by Johannes Vermeer. This beautiful painting has attracted so many people throughout history. This painting has drawn unprecedented crowds to an art museum, Mauritius, The Hague in the Netherlands. This painting was chosen because the innocence on the face of the girl can be related to oneself, and moreover, the choice of colors that Vermeer has made is awesome. Another interesting and appealing feature of this painting is the depiction of light that is illuminating the girl's innocent face. The light is also highlighting the pearl earring and brings the pearl to prominence. This was done probably because of the title of the painting. Vermeer has also added gradient to the painting. The pose of the girl shows that she is looking over her shoulders at the onlookers. She also appears to be lost in her own world and thoughts. The headgear worn by the girl depicts the dressing culture of that era. It seems wearing a turban headgear was a trendy fashion during that period. By using blue and gold combination of the turban, Vermeer had further added grandeur to the painting. The light is all. Sometimes two people will regard each other over a gulf too wide to ever be bridged and know immediately what could have happened and that it never will. It is called Girl with a Pearl Earring. Going by various names over the centuries, it became known by its present title towards the end of the 20th century after the earring worn by the girl portrayed there. Girl with a Pearl Earring represents a young woman in a dark, shallow space, an intimate setting that draws the viewer's attention exclusively on her. She wears a blue and gold turban, a titular pearl earring, and a gold jacket with a visible white collar beneath. The Starry Night. The Starry Night is an oil on canvas painting by the Dutch post-impressionist painter Vincent van Gogh. Painted in June 1889, it depicts the view from the east-facing window of his asylum room at Saint-Remy-de-Provence just before sunrise, with the addition of an imaginary village. Vincent Willem van Gogh was born on 30 March 1853. He created about 2,100 artworks, including around 860 oil paints. Artist Vincent van Gogh. Location: the Museum of Modern Art. Periods: Post-Impressionism, Modern Art. Created June 1889. Education: Royal Academy of Fine Arts. Gen. Landscape painting. Medium: oil paint. Number of stars: 11 stars. Notable works: Sunflowers 1887, Bedroom in Arles 1888, The Starry Night 1809, The Sorrowing Old Man 1890, Wheat Field with Crows 1890. The meaning of starry sky. The starry sky or night is one which you can see a lot of stars. Images of starry night. The starry night symbolizes Vincent van Gogh deteriorating mental state. It also symbolizes his connection to nature and his interest in traveling to stars through death. Types of Indian paintings are there. Indian paintings can be broadly classified as murals, miniatures, and paintings on cloth. Murals are large works executed on the walls of solid structures as in the Ajanta caves and the Kailasnath temple. The four fundamentals of painting: values, edges, perception, and color are the four fundamentals that we need to develop to create art without limitations. Self-portrait by Rabindranath Tagore. Rabindranath Tagore initially started making illustrations for his poems and verses, but later in life he went on to make sketches as well. And self-portrait was one such sketch, simple, raw, bold, yet completely expressive. Tanjore painting in Tamil Nadu. Tanjore or Tanjavur paintings originated in 1600 AD and were vastly encouraged by the Nayaks of Tanjavur in Tamil Nadu. The themes of Tanjore paintings are mostly Hindu, gods, goddesses, and saints. It is easy to recognize a Tanjavur painting by its use of gold foil, which glitters and gives the painting a surreal look. Interestingly, the main subject is always painted in the center of the frame. Mughal painting, Mughal era. As the name suggested, the Mughal paintings involved during the Mughal era. This painting style reflects a synthesis of Indian, Persian, and Islamic art styles. The art form captured the vast themes around battles, receptions, court scenes, hunting scenes, legendary stories, portraits, and wildlife. Victoria and Albert Museums in London have a huge collections of Mughal paintings. Rajput painting is also known as Rajputana. Flourished in the 18th century in the royal courts of Rajputana, Rajput art forms captured the scenes from Ramayana and Mahabharata. The colors used for these paintings were extracted from gold, silver, precious stones, and plant sources. This wasn't an easy task. This was a lengthy process. Advantage of painting. Painting develops your creativity. Painting supports your emotional well-being, improves your memory and concentration. Painting can develop your communication skills. Spending time with painting relieves stress. Painting is the art of splashing colors with the help of brushes in a certain way to create art without limitations. Painting can be done on canvas, so you can do beautiful layering of colors with there are different kinds of painting materials like sand, paper, clay, and many. Oil painting. Oil painting can be a difficult task for beginners. Oil painting is suitable for almost all kinds of styles. You get to work with a smooth texture of paint and it has a wonderful scent to it. The most common drying oils used as a blender are walnut oil, linseed oil, poppy seed oil, and many more. Watercolor painting. Watercolor painting is usually done on paper. In this particular type of painting, one uses water-based solutions to mix the colors and hence name the watercolor painting. Compared to oil painting, watercolor painting is also similarly tough task. Nowadays, you have plenty of artists trying out realistic looking portraits using watercolors. The mixing of colors is very crucial in this, since too much of anything changes the shade of the colors. Pastel painting. Pastel sticks are normally used to create pastel paintings. If you are looking for pure and deep colors, then it's highly recommended to use pastel sticks. Pastel paintings can be done on canvas, so you can do beautiful layering of colors with pastels. Acrylic painting. If you are looking for faster drying painting, then acrylic painting is the best. These are water-soluble paints, yet once the painting is complete, it turns water-resistant. Interesting fact, isn't it? Most hobbyists love to work with acrylic paints. For sculptures, molding, and facial features, many artists use acrylic paints. It is easier to clean the brush after the use since acrylic paints need only water to wash them off. Sand painting. Painting on sand can be quite messy and it is a temporary art. We all love to see the conclusion. Preservation is about preventing damage to a work of art and preserving it for future generations. It is also about ensuring that we can continue to enjoy an artist's vision without the risk of losing it forever. When an artifact is conserved to retain its current condition, it preserves the truth of the historical story for generations to come. Learning about famous artists and their backgrounds makes art lessons intriguing and giving art students a deeper understanding of the art piece. Varnishes are used as a finishing layer to protect artwork from discoloration, dirt, moisture, and UV rays. Thank you for listening.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. My name is Anika of grade 7B. Today I am here to give a lecture on the topic The Secrets of Desert. What comes to you when you think of desert? A land is fully covered with sand, or a land with no humans, just thorny plants? No, but there are more interesting unknown facts about desert. First, what is a desert? A desert is a dry and hot region that receives little rainfall and that has sand dunes and sparse vegetation. Many desert plants and animals are getting adapted to these harsh conditions. Deserts are found all over the world. Now, let us see the interesting facts on deserts. Deserts take up a major chunk of the earth. Deserts occupies more than 1/5 of the earth. Deserts are found in every continent except Europe. Did you know that not all the deserts have sand? Yes, in fact, only four types of deserts that have sand. Only 20% of the deserts in the world have sand. In fact, there are 4 types of deserts. That is the hot desert, cold desert, ice desert, a coastal desert, and a hot desert. Now, let us see the hot desert. These deserts remain hot throughout the year and have scorching temperature during the cold deserts. These deserts remain freezing cold all year round. Coastal deserts, the winters are cold but the summers are warm. Ice deserts. These deserts are found in a mountainous region where the winters are cold and the summers are hot with a little or no rainfall. Did you know that the Antarctica is the world's largest cold desert? Yes, Antarctica is in fact a desert covering 5,339,000, which is a land size similar to China. It is known as the only continent where snow never evaporates. It is also the highest desert. Let's not all forget about Antarctica's cold temperature. It is minus 49 degrees. Does anyone have a guess which is the lowest temperature ever recorded? Yes, it is minus 92.9 and minus 94.7 degrees. Here's an interesting fact on Antarctica. Antarctica covers 90% of the Earth's fresh water. Although in Antarctica it rains less than 20 millimeter, it still has packed ice sheets which have trapped most of the Earth's fresh water. Deserts are scorching during day and cold at night. Deserts have a unique weather condition throughout the day. During daytime, there is a scorching sun and extremely high temperature, whereas at night the temperature is freezing cold. But why does this happen? It happens due to low humidity. The Arctic Desert. The Arctic Desert is also known as land of midnight suns. The Arctic Desert is the second largest cold desert found near the North Pole. The sun in the Arctic Desert does not set for 60 days, but the sun keeps covering the land. Hence, it is known as the land of midnight suns or the land that never sleeps. Deserts are not abandoned. Although the lifestyle in deserts can be challenging, people still live there. About 1 million people live in deserts with their livestock. Atacama Desert. The Atacama Desert is the driest desert found in Chile. It has not received rainfall for 40 million years. Can you believe that? But still, over 1 million people live in Atacama deserts, surviving on the water from aquifer or snow. Here's the significance of Atacama Desert. The Atacama Desert is the home for the largest ground telescope. There is ALMA. The deserts in US. There are 4 types of deserts in US. There is the Great Basin, Chihuahuan, Sonoran, and Mojave. The 1 square mile desert, Carcross, is the smallest desert found in Canada. It expands up to 2.54 square kilometer. Now let us see another desert. There is the Sahara. The Sahara is the world's hottest desert and it is the 3rd largest desert after Antarctica and the Arctic. It covers an area about 8.54 million square kilometer. It is located in North Africa. The desert touches about 11 countries. There is Algeria, Libya, Mali, Mauritania, Tunisia, Chad, Egypt, and the Western Sahara. The desert has gravel plains and elevated plateaus with a bare rocky surface. The climate in Sahara is parched dry and scorching hot. It does not receive rainfall since the sky is cloudless and clear. The rate of water evaporation is greater. At night, the temperature is freezing cold that it drops below 0 degrees Celsius. Flora and fauna. The vegetations found in Sahara are acacia, date palms. The animals found in Sahara are jackal, hyena, scorpion, camels, and many varieties of snakes. The people in Sahara, there are many different types of people living in Sahara. One of them is Bedouins. They are a nomadic tribe who travel with camel. The resources found in Sahara. Sahara is mostly endless for oil, natural gas, and metallic minerals. The most of the oils are found in Algeria, Libya, and Egypt. The natural gas resources are also found in these 3 countries. The metallic minerals found in Sahara are iron ore, copper ore, and uranium. Was Sahara always a desert? According to experts, Sahara was not always a desert. That is, now as little as 6,000 years ago, Sahara was once a big grassland which received bountiful rainfall. The prehistoric paintings and engravings indicated that Sahara was once a big grassland, a big home for a large variety of plants and animals like rhino, hippos, elephants, and giraffes. The experts found that the shifting climate was due to the periodic shifting or the wobbling of the Earth's orbit. The facts about Sahara. Sahara is mostly rocky but not sandy. Sahara dunes can reach up to 180 meters in height. Does anyone have a guess which is the highest temperature ever recorded? Yes, it is 136 degrees Fahrenheit. There are many dinosaur fossils that are able to be found. The Tunisian Sahara has been used as a set for Star Wars. There are about 20 lakes in Sahara, but all the lakes consist of salt water except for one lake, That is the Lake Chad. It is the only lake which consists of fresh water. The Eye of Sahara. The Eye of Sahara is also known as the Richard structure. It is a geologic dome containing full of rocks. The eye resembles a blue bull's eye. It is found in the Western Sahara. It attracts both tourists and geologists. It's mainly found in Mauritania. It is even visible from space that it has been used as a visual landmark by astronauts. Now let us see another interesting desert. That is the Arabian Desert. The Arabian Desert covers an area approximately 909,000 square miles, which is 4 times bigger than the total area of France. The Arabian Desert is the second largest hot desert. There are many mountains found in the Arabian Desert. The highest mountain being is Al-Nabi Shuhab, found in Yemen, and Mount Al-Sham, found in Oman, and Mount Al-Laus, found in Saudi Arabia. The desert touches about 8 countries, that is Jordan, Iran, Oman, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, Iraq, and mostly Saudi Arabia. The Rub al Khali Desert has the largest continuous stretch of sand. The climate in Arabian Desert is scorching hot and arid. Most of the places get around 100 millimeters of rain per a year. The dry, powdery nature of the sand means that the sandstorm occurs more frequently. Sometimes they form a frontal system with gale force wind, and other times due to seasonal winds, which is known as the shamals. It occurs from December to January and May to June. The plants in Arabian Desert, in such region, only few plants are able to survive, and in Rub al Khali Desert, there are only 37 types of plants. Most of the places are completely devoid of vegetation. The most of the plants survive around oases and less arid places. The desert roses are one of the most famous desert plants in the world. The date palms are more in number and a useful source of food. The other plants are acacia, gaff trees, juniper, caper, and alfalfa. The facts about Arabian Desert. The animals in Arabian Desert are there are many birds like vulture, eagle, falcon, swallows, and many more. The insects in the Arabian Desert are ants, bees, moths, wasps, beetles, and scorpions. There are many types of snakes like horned vipers, cobras, and monitor lizards. The most famous Arabian horses are hailed in this region. Kapahs, red foxes can also be found. The most recognizable desert animal, that is the Arabian camel, can be found. Now let us see the interesting facts on Arabian Desert. The Rub al Khali Desert has the largest continuous stretch of sand. It is also called as the empty quarter. There are no cacti species found in Arabian Desert. The Islam is the dominant religion of this area. A group of people are called as the Arabs, and they speak Arabic, which is known as the shamals, can persist through Arabian Desert. Whirlwinds which occurs for longer period, are known as the dust devils. The Arabian desert has many reserves of oil and natural gas. The Arabian desert receives more rainfall than the Sahara. Now, let us see another interesting desert, that is the Thar Desert. The Thar Desert is also known as the Great Indian Desert. It is an arid region of rolling sandhills found in the Indian subcontinent. It is partly located in Rajasthan and partly located in Punjab and Sindh. It is the world's 20th largest desert. It is one of the most smallest desert in the world. Although it is one of the smallest desert in the world, it still has packed ice. It still has many flora and fauna. It is the only place where Rajasthan's state bird, that is the Great Indian Bustard, can be found. It is also the only place where Rajasthan's state tree, that is the Khejri tree, can be found. The Rajasthan has the largest river called the Luni River. The desert is most widely populated. Now let us see the culture insights of Thar Desert. The Great Indian Desert, that is the Thar Desert, forms a natural boundary between Pakistan and India. The Rajasthani folk music is about the fables of their victorious kings and their queens. The locals of the Thar Desert have a great passion for music and poetry. The Rajasthani Desert Festival is one of the most famous festivals in India. It is held once a year during winter. The ship of the desert, that is the camel, is honored in this festival. Kathputli, a traditional puppet show, the Ghumar dance, desert night stay, camel safari are all one of Rajasthan's culture experience. Now let us see the interesting facts on Thar Desert. The Thar Desert is the 9th hottest desert in the world. India carried out its first nuclear weapon explosion test here. It has the largest salt lake called the Sambar Lake. There are more than 47 million years old marine fossils that are able to be found. The thorn scrub forest is also found around this region. Now let us see oasis. First, what is an oasis? An oasis is a green lush of area found in the middle of the desert, surrounded by natural spring and wells. Now, why are oases important? Oases are important because they provide water to the people who are crossing by and also provide water to the animals who are living there. Now, let us see the oasis in Sahara. The oasis in Sahara. There are about 90 oases found in Sahara. The Taflit oasis, that is the largest oasis in Sahara, is found in Morocco. Farafara, the smallest oasis found in Sahara, is found in the eastern part of Egypt. Now let us see the oasis in Arabian Desert. The Al-Hassa, an oasis found in Arabian Desert, is the world's largest oasis. It covers an area of 84.5 million square kilometer. It has 2.5 5 billion palm trees. Salalah, an oasis found in Oman. It is an oasis in a city. The city is hot during summer and foggy and cloudy in monsoon. Now let us see the oasis in Thar Desert. Are there any oases found in Thar? Yes, there's an oasis called the Oasis Yan, which is also known as the oasis of Thar Desert. It is famous from the ancient time for temples, rivers, and many towers. We can enjoy the camel safari and also enjoy watching the camel polo. I would like to conclude my lecture by saying that deserts are fascinating, unique, and challenging ecosystem. The desert covers 1/5 of the earth. The desert ecosystem plays a very important role in the globe. I would like to thank the school management for giving us such a golden opportunity, and I would also thank the audience who are lending their ears to my lecture. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one all present here. I am Dakshita of grade 7B. Today I am here to lecture the topic, the impact of technology on education. Before going briefly into the topic, through my lecture you are going to understand what is educational technology, history of education, education ancient time, modern time, difference between them, the impact of technology on education, how technology is transferring the education sector, the effects of technology on students and students' learning. The word technology comes from the Greek word technologia. Techno means arts, crafts, and skills, and logos means a word or a speech. What is educational technology? Educational technology is a combined use of computer, hardware, software, and educational theory and practice to facilitate learning. History of education. Initially, education was open to all and was seen as a method to achieve moksha in those days or enlightenment. The education was imparted on the basis of varna and related duties that one should do as a member of specific caste. Education in ancient time. Education in ancient time had a deep impact in the upliftment and advancement in the early society and overall development. During ancient education, students lived away from their parents. The education comprised of subjects like physics education, mental education, politics, economics, etc. The ancient education was imparted in gurukuls, houses, and temples. The main motto of that education is to pass on ethics like humanity, truthfulness, discipline, self-reliance, and respect to all creations to students. There were no technology in education during ancient time. Education modern time. Modern education is the latest and contemporary version of education that is taught in schools and learning institutions. Modern education does not only focus on academic discipline but also aims to foster critical thinking, life skill, analytic skill, value education, and decision making skills in students. Modern education also make use of the latest technology such as mobile applications like audio and video platforms like YouTube, podcasts, e-books, movies, etc. Modern education in India was introduced by Lord Thomas Babington Macaulay. Difference between modern education and ancient education. Ancient education is the study of culture, customs, tradition, while modern education teaches the skills that are needed to survive. Ancient education is also called as traditional education, conventional education, or customary education. Modern education is the education that is taught in schools today. Modern education is the education
of science and technology and the science of medical science and technology, etc. Modern education and ancient education are both related to each other and different from each other. In the early history of our country, there were times when there were no schools. Students acquired knowledge from their ancestors. That knowledge is that mainly focused on the skills that are needed to survive. Modern education also gave practice of social interaction which is necessary for the next generation. The impact of technology on education. Technology has changed the way we learn from zero to hero. Gone are those days when we used to memorize and regulate them on exam. The education sector had undergone a sea change and completely transferred with the introduction of new technology and gadgets. Technology has a significant impact in our life. In fact, it has refined the way we learn. There is no doubt about technology playing an important role on all spheres of life. It is due to technology that our daily difficult tasks can be automated easily and efficiently. The education sector had undergone a sea and completely transferred with the introduction of new gadgets and technology. With the advent of technological innovation across industries, the education sector had made the process of learning and knowledge sharing more interactive. The greatest impact of technology on education is the change of our outlook of our world. The remarkable shift in thinking from local to global can be attributed to technology. Thanks to the application of living has changed and changed for better. Today, schools are being pressured more and more to improve the technology that they use and teach in the classrooms. Parents are placing pressure on schools so their children have the knowledge that are needed to compete in the real world job market. Students are also placing pressure on schools so they have the education of current knowledge. Advantages of technology in education. There are a lot of benefit that comes after using technology had made life more colorful and made studies more interesting and engaging through gadgets like smartphones, laptops, iPads, etc. Technology is transferring the education sector by making it easier for students to teach, learn, and evaluate students with teachers more easily. Let's see some of the advantages of technology in education. Number 1, teachers' productivity and efficiency have increased. Teachers and trainers use technology to boost their productivity, incorporate valuable students' learning options, and boost student support and participation. Technology enables teachers to improve their teaching methods and tailor learning for their students. Schools profit from technology by lowering the cost of physical teaching materials and increasing the efficiency of educational programs and maximizing teachers' time. Access to an infinite number of current data and information from a number of sources. Number 2, automation. For teachers, automation is a big benefit of educational technology. You can upload lessons in learning management system LMS for students to access at their leisure. Grading is simplified using online tests, and parents can easily notify their children when children are getting a failing mark. Parents are always seeking for methods to make extra time in their days, for the technology may help them tremendously. Number 3, reduces the cost of schooling. Resources have become more available as a result of the introduction of technology in education. Lower tuition resulting the demand for books and their prices have decreased. The arrival of e-books has simplified things for low-income families and allows students approach equal footing without parental pressure for good performance resulting without a big investment. Number 4, it encourages to It encourages to exchange information between parents and teachers. Utilization of an educational app also help in the exchange of information between parents and teachers. Number 5, it encourages communication in classrooms. It encourages collaboration in classrooms by breaking down barriers that are prevalent in the real world. Instead of relying on face-to-face, online space allow for much higher interaction to occur more naturally. Number 6, distance learning. On the opposite side, technology allows for much higher interaction. Students can directly participate in navigation videos, browsers, web for research, and many more. For example, utilization of an educational app makes you click on each country while it simulates you with a name, provide more interaction than trying to memorize a list of countries from a book. Number 7, making teaching easier. The advantages of educational technology are not only confined to the learning experience of students but also the teaching experience of educators. The different use of technology such as audio-visual presentations, white projectors, digital planners help teachers improve the instruction. This consequently enhances the understanding and comprehension level of students. Number 8, increases the scope for distance learning. Online classes have become reality with the power of technology. Students can learn in the same effective way through a virtual screen or chat room. You can share documents, important resources file, media links during an online session. Schools and educators are complementing virtual learning sessions with traditional textbooks, which is enhancing the learning capabilities and skills of students. They take online classes outside the school to provide more interaction, especially the weaker ones. Number 9, keep students updated with the latest technology. One of the most positive effects of technology in students is that it keeps students updated with the latest technology. You can quickly adapt them and enhance your learning across academically. New tools like digital task planners are gaining proficiency in the market. If you are aware of the latest trend of these, you can use these to your advantages and make progress academically. Disadvantages of technology in education. As more and more technology has been introduced in the classroom, there are still many concerns about the consequences that are rapidly integrating technology. As many concerns are valid because most teachers are not equipped with technology properly. Let's see some of the disadvantages of technology on education. Number 1, higher management and training. Due to the rise of technology being effective in the classroom, now necessities of teachers' ability to be effective in a technology platform. Teachers have become more available as a result of the interaction of technology. Research has shown that 3/4 of teachers feel internet and other digital tools have increased the range of topics that the students must be educated. This is where IT specialists are needed to help set up and manage students and teachers. Number 2, expensive. Technology includes internet services, browsers, computer hardware services, printers, etc. A lot of money to be invested in these apps. So your school invest a lot of money in these apps. Number 3, distraction. Social media sites like YouTube, podcasts, ebooks are becoming very popular among the youth. They are spending their most of the time in these apps, which is having bad effects in their study. Cell phones has also become a great distraction. Students use cell phones in schools too, especially in breaks. Number 4, make students cheat. While phones could not be used to access the internet during tests, students take advantages of technology to cheat in the class to cheat in the test and continuous assessment test. As a significant propagation of students earn their degrees and get away with it, they go on to become true professionals in their field while not being academically qualified for them. Number 5. Students acquiring wrong information. Many websites post deceptive material online in order to increase traffic. Many websites put deceptive material that users require. Many students may come across these sites that contain inaccurate information and inaccurate detail. How technology is transferring the education sector. Technology controls every aspect of the social order, is now the blood and life of the modern society, and will be a long time to come. It redoubled again and again to satisfy the new needs of the changing society. With the advent of technological innovations, the education sector turns out to be the most influenced. In fact, it has refined the way we learn from living came into being. From living, the effects of technology on students. Not long ago, education was pretended of reading of books and listening to teachers, which are boring to students and tiresome to teachers. Some educational institutions also try to introduce activity-based education, which of course motivated the students' interest level. But the effect was to an extent. The effect was not as expected. Let's see some of the positive effects of technology on education. Number 1, broadens the mind of students. The main weapon of students is their brains. The more they use, the more innovations, ideas they come up with. Number 2, equips students with teachers more easily. In today's world, the use of computer has become common and necessary. With so much information and help online, no students in further search for their respective job in their respective field. Number 3, enhances learning and facilitates students. Technology enhances learning and facilitates students. Each and every detail of all subjects are available online on various sites where students can go if they are stuck. Negative effects of technology on students. Number 1, decreases social skills and increases listening. Because a lot of information are available so easily online, students can get lazy with the grasp of second. The will to actually research and search may seem a boring task. It has also become a distance thought. When you know you can do your essay at the last minute by just looking it up online, you do not want to use your creativity to make difference from others. Number 2, can be easily attracted. While many students use technology for benefit, it is also very easy to get attracted. There are many unfitting and inappropriate things online that students can get attracted. Number 3, technology affects health. When you get too much familiar, technology affects health. It does not only affect physical health but also the mental health. The screens of smartphones, laptops has made the poor eyesight problem common and neck and spine problem common. The impact of technology in students' learning. Most students enjoy using technology because it helps in the overall classroom development, like studying, personal development, communication with parents, teachers. There is also unlimited number of sources that students can get help to understand even the most complex topics or concepts. It is a general fact that students learn more when they put into practical. Apart from the idea that students can access live streaming, they no longer meet physically when they have online sessions. students can find out which helps them more easily. Conclusion. Technology has refined us in many ways. We can't deny that technology has affected us in too many ways. Without technology, so much our daily task will be drastically different. One side will encourage us to study, while in the other side it will encourage us to study by providing more educational apps. It also encourages us to promote our creativity and ideas. We need technology in every classroom and student's hand because it is the pen and paper of our time and the lens through which we access our environment. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Neha of grade 7 and I am here to convey a lecture on the topic evolution of transportation. What do you mean by transportation? The movement of people or goods from one place to another is known as transportation. This transportation is divided into 3 different types. These different types are land transport, air transport and water transport. But I am here to convey you a history of transportation and the newer inventions in transportation with the help of technology. Let me give an introduction for my topic. Transportation has showcased in how individuals, businesses and governments rely on its access resources. A society cannot function optimally if it does not have a place to facilitate transport. Well-known and coordinated transportation plays an important role in the sustained economic growth of a country. Transportation is a system in which passengers and goods are carried from one place to another. Exchange of products or sending products from one place to another is known as transportation. Without proper means of transport, the raw materials cannot be transported to industries. Agricultural harvest cannot reach city godowns and harvested crops can't be deposited in markets. People also can't commute to their place of work or study. We can call transportation the lifeline of a nation. When different regions of a country start specializing in certain selected products, the need of exchange automatically arises. Exchange of products or sending products from one place to another involves transportation. The ancient transportation. The first form of transportation was obviously the human food. Later, people began to adopt animals for transportation. In the late 2000 BC, wheels were made with spokes, and before that, wheels were made of lashed wood together to form a circle. And in the late 2700 BC, the Egyptians used wooden ships for trade by sea. The ancient transportation was the only means for human transportation. The Romans were famous for the roads they built across the empire, and in the late 3100 BC, the Egyptians invented the sailing boat, and wheels were first defined to be made of solid pieces of wood and of wood lashed together to form a circle for the help of transportation. The movement of people from one place to another was first used with the help of human food. Transportation through water by human beings or Romans. The Romans built lighthouses to aid shipping, and they built a large merchant ships called Crotia for transportation of the Romans through water from one place to another. In the earlier times, they built a single main mast with a rectangular sail. They built small sails at the bow and stern. And Roman ships did not have rudders. Instead, they were steered by oars.
The Romans built lighthouses to aid shipping and transport them from one place to another. And they built large merchant ships called Crotia to transport them from one place to another, which could carry up to thousands of cargo and even people. The main mast they built had a rectangular sail and they had a bow at the stern. Wheels and roads. The wheels is estimated to have been invented in the late 3500 BC. The invention of the wheel and axle wheelbarrows came into use. The invention of the wheel is one of the most important inventions in the world. The invention of the wheel led to many other inventions to be invented. The invention of the wagon is one of the most and first of many inventions that came with the help of the invention of wheel. The Sumerians defined the wheel as the devices that spins clay and shapes it into the desired object. After the invention of the wheel, the iron horseshoes has become a very popular in transportation. The wheel is estimated to have invented in 3500 BC, as it is the one of the most invention and the most useful invention in the world. The invention of the wheel has made for transportation for people very efficient, and it helped the transportation through land. Roads. The first roads was made by animals and later they were adopted by the human beings. And the roads are estimated to have been invented in 2800 BC. And the road development in Indian subcontinent was made by Mohenjo-daro and in the Harappa valleys. In the earliest records, the roads were found around springs near Jericho and date from about 6000 BCE. The Harappas were famous for the roads they built across the empire. The ruling of empires and monarchs constructed roads to connect the cities. These roads helped the wheel for transportation. The earliest record of the Indian subcontinent in roads were made by Harappa and Mohenjo-daro in the 2800 BC. Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution defines as before the Industrial Revolution, travel was slow and very difficult, and it was very difficult for the people to travel across the United States. In the 18th century, it took months, but later in the 1807, Robert Fulton built the first commercial steamboat. Machines in factories, things were made more cheaply in large quantities. The Industrial Revolution has made transportation for people from one place to another very efficient. In the 18th century, it took months for transportation for people from one place to another. Later, the Industrial Revolution, it has become a very useful and efficient way for transportation. And travel across the United States may be in air transportation, land transportation, and even water transportation. The story of transport. Long ago, people did not have any means of transport. They used to move only on their foot and carry goods on their back. Later, people began to use animals for transportation. For transport through water routes, boats were used from ancient times. To begin with, boats were simple of wood in which a hollow cavity could be made. Boats were simple, and later people began to give shapes to the boats. These shapes imitated the shapes of the animals living in water. The design of the wheel was improved over thousands of years. The invention of the wheel has improved to other many inventions.
Until the beginning of the 19th century, people still depended on animals, boats, and ships to transport them from one place to another. Motorized boats and ships were used as the means of transport on water. The invention of the steam engines led to the development of many new means of transportation. Railroads were made for steam engines driving carriages and wagons. Later came automobiles such as motor cars, trucks, and buses. Electric trains, monorails, and supersonic aeroplanes are some of the contributions of the 20th century. The early years of the 19th century saw the development of aeroplanes. The history of transportation has taken a very drastic change in the society with the help of the invention of wheel. The invention of the wheel led to many other inventions, and after that the use of iron horseshoes has become a common practice. People living in snowy areas adapted to the situations which were there. The first improvement that was made to this kind of transportation was adapting. For example, we can say that the people who lived in areas with snow and ice wore spike-like attachments which were there so that they did not slip on the ground. The early years of the 19th century saw the development of aeroplanes. In the 1903, the Wright brothers the first manned aeroplane with an engine, and after this in the 1906 was the first motorcycle was invented, and in the 1867 the first motor wagon was invented, and after this finally it was the first liquid rocket propellant launched successfully. When different regions of a country start specializing in certain selected products, the need of exchange automatically arises. Products or sending products from one place to another involves transportation. The history of transportation has taken a very drastic change with the invention of wheel. This is because of the wheel in other smaller devices such as the wheels and axles in other smaller devices. The invention of the wheelbarrows has made transportation for people very efficient. Automobiles. An automobile is a land vehicle which is made up of only four wheels. An automobile is a land vehicle which could carry up to hundred and thousand kilograms of people and weight. People say that Carl Benz invented the modern automobile, and he invented this automobile for his four-stroke Benz patent motor wagon in 1888. And these automobiles were made in many quantities, and people began to sell them in Germany in 1888. Automobile could carry up to 1,000 tons of kilograms, and it is used for land transportation. An automobile, for example, we can say that cars, trucks, buses, and many other vehicles which is made up of only a four-stroke type Benz patent motor wagon in 1888. Air transport. Wind is an active agent of transportation. It was invented in the beginning of transportation in 1911 with a high score of 10 kilometer air mail service. As I told, the Wright brothers designed plane in the 1903, and the steam engines were attached to the wagons in the late 18th century. Wind could carry up to 1,000 tons of fine materials. These fine materials include sand and dust. Wind transportation is mainly dependent on wind velocity. Transportation of dust from Sahara, like the fine materials, sand and dust of transportation from Sahara, is the main reason for air transportation. The air transportation has helped in the trade winds, and it has a high score of distance of 2000 to 2500 Atlantic Ocean. The air transportation is mainly dependent on wind velocity. The first wind transportation or air transportation was attached with the steam engine. The first air transportation was defined in the 1903. The first air transportation happened at the distance between Allahabad and Naini. The air transportation has made an efficient way for people for transportation for longer ways. The Vande Bharat. The Vande Bharat is a newer invention for the people, and it is India's first indigenously built train. It is a semi-high-speed, engine-less train. It offers an aircraft-like traveling experiences. It travels from Delhi to Varanasi at a maximum high speed of 160 kilometers per hour. Earlier, it was known by the name Train 2018. Hence, it was invented in the year of 2018, and later it was changed to the name Train 18. Because of the pandemic, 5 trains were flagged off in 2020, and later 3 were shown green flag until the February 2023. It is equipped with advanced state-of-the-art safety features, and it is fully defined to be the air-conditioned train. It is passengers firstly preferred train for transportation. It is a very efficient way of transportation for people from one place to another. It is India's first indigenously built engineless train which could carry many passengers. Flying car. The flying car is the latest invention which could carry people from one place to another with the help of air transportation. It defines as the sole technology to improve travel. The Skyways has told us traffic jams will be no longer occur, and traffic jams will be a thing of past. With the new technologies, there are always risks, and we have to deal with. It may take no longer to you to see up at the skies and see the flying cars flying in the sky. It plans to start delivery. It plans to start delivery the vehicles to customers by the late 2025. One firm in Florida already has a flying car in the markets, and it may not take longer for us to have the flying car. Hyperloop. Hyperloop is a train which could carry us at a maximum speed. Hyperloop is an ultra-high-speed train. It is a ground transportation system, and it is proposed a concept of Elon Musk. The credit of developing the Hyperloop goes to the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX. It consists of partially evacuated tubes. It has a high speed of twice as fast as an aeroplane. It is cheaper than a bullet train. It is completely self-powered, and it is a very safely transportation system, and it has a glass under the railways for safety features. Smart ship. Smart ship is a range of smart concepts and technologies. Autonomous vessels are considered to be the smart ships, but not all smart ships are autonomous. It leverages ship digitalization to optimize on-board and onshore operational processes. It enables vessels to sail more efficiently. The invention of the smart ship goes to the credit of developing the smart ship goes to the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX Motors. And it is not
It is not yet invented, and it is a newer invention for us for transportation. Transportation Management System. Transportation Management System is considered to call as TMS. It is a logistics platform for people to transport them in an efficient manner. It uses technology to help businesses plan, execute, and optimize the physical movement of goods. Its shipment is compliant and it has a proper document is available. Automation of business operations, it improvements in visibility and security. Transportation management system has taken a very efficient safety features in the transportation. Mobility as a service. Mobility as a service is a mobile service which we use as a service that enables users to plan, book, and pay for multiple types of mobility services. A shift from personally owned modes of transportation towards mobility provided as a service. Mobility as a service is an efficient way for transportation of goods for people from one place to another. The key concept behind MAAS offers travel mobility solutions based on their travel needs. It is enabled by combining transportation systems from public and private transportation. Mobility as a service has an efficient manner of transportation of goods from one place to another. Autonomous vehicles. An autonomous vehicle is a driverless or a self-driving vehicle. It operates itself through the ability to sense its surroundings. The benefits of it are greater road safety, more productivity, reduced congestion, greater independence, better land use, international competitiveness, and many other. It operates itself through the ability to sense its surroundings. The autonomous vehicles are a very efficient way of transportation for people to transport them from one place to another. This is a very useful vehicle for a driver. Conclusion. The evolution of transportation has showcased in how individuals, businesses, and governments rely on its access resources. A society cannot function optimally if it does not have the measure of place to facilitate transport. Well-known and coordinated transportation plays a very important role in the sustained economic growth of a country. The evolution of transportation has played a major role in a person's life. The transportation is a system in which passengers and goods are carried from one place to another. Without proper means of transportation, a human cannot survive, and you cannot understand a city without using its public transportation system. I thank the management for giving me this grateful opportunity. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Dhananya of grade 7B and I am here to lecture a topic about the fascinating world of birds. Birds are a group of warm-blooded vertebrates constituting the class Aves, characterized by feathers, toothless beaked jaws, the laying of hard-shelled eggs, a high metabolic rate, a four-charmed head, and a strong yet lightweight skeleton. How do birds fly? The muscles in the chest help push air down from the which creates an upward flow around the bird's body. Birds have feathers that help them fly. The long flight feathers on their wings and tail help them to balance while flying. In addition, birds have a system of air sacs that hook up with the lungs. The air sacs enable birds to extract far more oxygen from each breath of air than other animals can. Birds have streamlined bodies that can move through the air.
Importance of birds. Biodiversity. Some birds contribute significantly to the overall biodiversity of our planet. They exist in a wide range of species with diverse characteristics, behaviors, and adaptations. The presence of birds indicates a healthy and balanced ecosystem. Pollination. Some bird species, such as hummingbirds and sunbirds, are effective pollinators. They transfer pollen from one flower to another while foraging for nectar, facilitating the reproduction of numerous plant species. Pest control. Many bird species are natural predators of insects and other small animals. They control population of pests, including agriculture pests, and by feeding on them, the they pe- they pe- the natural form of pest control reduces the need for chemical pesticides, benefiting both ecosystem and agriculture practices. Seed dispersal. Birds play a crucial role in seed dispersal. They consume fruits and seeds and deposit them in different locations through their droppings. Nutrient cycling. Birds contribute to nutrient cycling by feeding on them dead animals. They play a vital role in decomposing organic matter and returning essential nutrients to the ecosystem. There are numerous varieties of birds, each with unique traits. For instance, some penguins have the incapable of flying. Facts about birds. A bird's eye takes up about 50% of its head. Our eyes takes up about 5% of our head. To be comparable to a bird's eyes, our eyes world has to be the size of baseballs. To be comparable to, the penguin is the only bird that have wings that can swim but not fly. It is also the only bird that walks upright. Birds are those species of animals on the planet who can fly with the help of their wings. In line with the survival of the fittest theory, birds have evolved over the years to gain 4 limbs. Due to massive air pollution and land pollution, many species of birds are getting extinct at an alarming rate. Birds migrate from one part of the planet to other parts of the planet in search of food and shelter, and these birds are known as migratory birds. Similarly, all birds lay eggs and are warm-blooded. They exist in different breeds. Most people know that birds can sing or chirp. Unless evolutionary determined to be sneaky like a blue goose, birds are very conspicuous animals. While many aves species have distinct vocalizations, one group of birds has developed a surprising strategy to make a sound. By vibrating feathers on their wings and clacking wings together, mannequins create the buzzing and humming sound reminiscent of violins. Combined with clicks, chips, and stellar dance moves, a single bird provides the entertainment of both symphony orchestra and ballet. From the hummingbird to the perching bird, we have over 18,000 species of birds all over the planet. Body language or voice modulation, birds like Parrots and crows can easily communicate with human beings and even speak with them. Typically, many scientists estimate the number of bird species about over 10,000. The most intelligent bird on the planet is ravens that are found to mimic human sounds and speeches. Birds are social. Most communication happens through sounds that they make or singing that they do. Birds incubate the eggs they lay and take longer care of the hatched birds as parents. Birds have the freedom to move anywhere they want and care for no boundaries of political or cultural divide except the suitability of the environment. Evolution of birds. The birds have a fascinating history that goes back millions of years. Their evolution began in Jurassic period, which evolved from a group of dinosaurs called theropods. The earliest known bird was Archaeopteryx lithographica, which lived long time ago and had both features of birds and dinosaurs. As time passed, the birds became changed and they developed feathers for flight and evolved unique beaks and wings. Around 66 million years ago, a big event called the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction wiped out many species of birds all over the planet. However, a few lineages of birds have survivors of a catastrophic event. Thus, these survivors gave rise to different groups of birds we know today, such as ostriches, ducks, and modern birds. Scientists have learned more about dinosaurs, Archaeopteryx, and modern birds. Classification of birds. The classification of birds involves the grouping of birds into categories according to physiological similarities, and more recently by consideration of their genetic makeup. The classification is also known as taxonomy. The system of classification is divided into the phylum. The birds are in the phylum Chordata, which animals with a backbone. Next in classification is the class. The class for birds is aves. From this stage, we will be purely dealing with the classification of birds, which is how the class aves is divided up. In bird classification, the class aves is built up into 23 orders. The orders are further divided into families. There are 142 families in the class aves. Threats of birds. There are many dangers that birds face in the wild. One of the most common dangers is from the predators. Birds are often hunted by other animals such as snakes, cats, and dogs. Another danger is from the weather. Extreme weather conditions such as storms and floods can kill the bird or damage their habitats. Additionally, birds are harmed by pollution and human activities. For example, they may be killed by power lines and by pesticides or other chemicals. How long do birds live? They live for year or two, but this varies from other species. Some live for 4 to 100 years. The oldest bird on the record is cockatoo, who lived more than 82 years. Characteristics of birds. Wings. Wings are what differentiate birds from other animals, but not all birds have wings. Some penguins have flippers that help them to swim. Beak or bill. All birds have a beak or bill that are the bony projection of their faces. They are the entry of their mouths. For example, predatory birds like hawks and eagles have sharp hooked beaks that help them to tear and rip the meat. Aquatic birds like ducks and geese have sharp bills that help them to strain the food from the water. Skeleton. This is what helps the birds to lift off from the ground, but this varies from flightless birds. Penguins have large marrow-filled muscles and fats that help them to protect themselves from the cold and frozen habitat. Eggs. Eggs are the distinctive features of the bird that give the birth to their young ones. How do birds take care of their young ones? They don't carry their young ones. They keep either on nests or holes of trees or in the nests in the ground. What do birds eat? It depends on the bird and the time of the year. Some birds eat fruits, berries, and seeds. Other eats small mammals, fish, bud, larvae, and corns, aquatic invertebrates, and other eats aquatic vegetation, garbage, and much more. During the summer and spring months, songbirds eat insects and spiders. During fall and winter, birds that don't migrate, but they need to eat fruits and seeds to survive. How do birds communicate? They communicate with feather development, silent movements, gestures, songs, calls, and the physical communication is also known as display. Impact of pesticides on birds. Birds can be exposed to pesticides of birds directly through ingestion of seeds that have been treated with pesticides, or indirectly through consumption of seeds or other animals, leading to secondary poisoning of the bird. Can birds get poison? Birds can pick up poison accidentally through dressed seeds or insects, or sprayed crops, or they can be the victims of intentional poisoning. Birds' intelligence. Birds have large brains. They give they show empathy, solve puzzles, use tools, recognize faces, outsmart other animals, plan for the future, recognize abstract concepts. Conclusion. Birds are interesting creatures that come in stunning shapes, sizes, and colors. They've been wonder that they are the subject of poems, stories throughout the history. I thank our school management to give this wonderful opportunity on the stage. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Vishnu Dhanika of grade 7B. I am here to present the lecture on the topic, the world's most famous landmarks. There are many landmarks in the world, but here I have presented only some of the landmarks. First, what are called landmarks? Landmarks are buildings that can be seen from a great distance and will help you to recognize where you are. There are three types of landmarks: cultural landmarks, natural landmarks, and man-made landmarks. There are only some cultural landmarks and natural landmarks, but there are many man-made landmarks. First one is Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal is an ivory marble building on the right side of the river Yamuna in Agra, Uttar Pradesh, India. It was built by Shah Jahan for his favorite wife Mumtaz. It is 73 meters high and 240 feet. The construction of the Taj Mahal started at 1632 and ended at 1648. It took 16 years to build. More than 22,000 of laborers and thousands of hands were working to construct the building. The elephants carried out the heavy materials such as stone, brick, rock, cement, etc. The Taj Mahal appears in varying shades throughout the day. It is pink in the morning, milky in the evening, and golden at the night. It is 73 meters high. It covers a very big area, that is 17 hectares, 42 acres. Next, it has 22 sealed rooms. Next one is Eiffel Tower. The Eiffel Tower is located in France. It is the symbol of Paris. It is the tallest man-made structure until 1930. It is 330 meters high and it covers 820 square feet. It took just 2 years to build. The construction of the Eiffel Tower started at 1887 and ended at 1889. It was built for the 100th anniversary for the French language. The tower once became yellow, and then every 7 years once they started painting the Eiffel Tower. It can be painted only by hand. There is a secret room on the top. Next one is Leaning Tower of Pisa. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is located in Italy. It is leaning towards south for 40 degrees. While construction, it was leaning towards south for just 20 degrees. After construction only, it leaned towards south for 20 degrees. That is 15 feet, 4.5 meter perpendicular. It consists of 296 stairs, but they allowed only 250 stairs to climb up. There is a beautiful view from the top. It is 57 meters high. It was built during the period of 1173 and ended in 1372. It took 200 years to build. It is built by marble rock. It is built of 800 years ago. Next one is the Great Wall of China. The Great Wall of China is located in China. It grows across China. It is 21,196.18 kilometers long. It was built by ancient people. It is built with various materials such as brick, rock, cement, etc. It was built by China's emperors to protect their territory. It was built 2000 years ago. The construction ended in 1878. It was the construction of the Great Wall of China was continuously built from 3rd century to the 17th century. It covers thousands of miles. Next one is Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty is located in New York in United States. It is a term holds torch in her right hand and tablet in her left. The torch is covered with gold. The torch glows 600 times every year. It is 93 meters high. It was built during the period of 1876 and 1884. The model of the Statue of Liberty was sold before the statue was done. The statue was stood tall for nearly 145 years. Next one is Sydney Opera House. The Sydney Opera House is located in Australia. The biggest house which is located in Australia. It is famous for the roof tiles, which is made up of 1 million roof tiles. That is seals and ceilings. Every week they conduct more than 40 shows. It was built during the period of 1956 and 1953. The Statue of Liberty consists of restaurant, cafes, recording studio, games, and many activities for children to play also. Next one is the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid of Giza is located in Egypt. The original height of the pyramid is 146.6 meters. The current height of the pyramid is 138.5 meters. It is made up of limestone, mortar, and granite. It consists of 3 large pyramids, that is Khufu, Kafir, and Menkaure. Khufu was built over 2600 BC. It is 138 meters high. Kafir was built over 2570 BC. It is 136 meters high. Menkaure was built over 2510 BC. It is just 62 meters high. It cannot be made by machines. It was owned by a king for nearly 1,200 years. Next one is Easter Island Moai. Easter Island Moai refers to the word statues. There are nearly 900 more statues in Easter Island. A minimum height of the statue is 13 feet and maximum height of the statue is 15 feet. A small statue weighs minimum of 80 tons and maximum of 90 tons. And a big stone weighs minimum of 120 tons and maximum of 180 tons. People are not allowed to touch the Moai statues. If we touch one, even comes with a fine of $17,000. Next one is the Golden Gate Bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge is located in United States. It is 1 mile long. It joins the strait between the San Francisco and the Marion Country. It was built during the period of 1933 and 1937. It is 227.4 meters high. It is not golden. It is red and orange. When the Golden Gate Bridge opened, the drivers has to pay 50 cents. And then in the year of 2008, September, if we need to go north side, they no need to pay. Coming from 2014 April, if we want to cross in either directions, the drivers has to pay $6 or $5. If we fast pass, we can go 3 times freely. They conduct farewell programs also. Next one is Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu is located in Peru. It is 7,000 feet above sea level. It consists of 2,000 different buildings. It was built in 15th century. The construction of the Machu Picchu started at 1480 and ended at 1590. It took 90 years to build. It refers to the lost city of Incas. It covers 395.9 kilometers. The buildings are not longer in existence. Next one is Big Ben. Big Ben is located in London. It is 96 meters high. It was built during the period of 1843 and 1859. It is famous for the clock, which is made up of hundreds of glass pieces. There are 5 chiming bells inside the Big Ben. It consists of 11 floors and 400 stairs. Unfortunately, they kept a lift which can carry only 2 people at a time. Next one is Red Fort. The Red Fort is also known as Shah Mahal. It is located in Delhi. It was built during the period of 1636 and 1648. The original shape of the Red Fort is octagonal. The Red Fort is wide, but the wall, which is surrounded for 25 kilometers, is made up of red sandstones, so it is named as Red Fort. It can be visited in all days except Mondays. Next one is Kremlin. The Kremlin is located in Russia. It covers 42 acres, that is 42 hectares, that is 70 acres. It is 125 meters long. It was built during the period of 1482 and 1495. It is the place where the Russian state was formed. In ancient times, it was the place where church and councils were held. Next one is Stonehenge. The Stonehenge is located in England. It is topped by connecting horizontal lintel stones. A minimum of stone weighs for nearly 25 tons and maximum of 50 tons. It was discovered in the period of 1620s by the Duke Buckingham. The stone is 13 feet high and 7 feet wide. It was owned by a king for nearly 1,500 years, named the King James. Next one is Mysore Palace. The Mysore Palace is also known as Amba Vilas Palace. It is located in Mysore, Karnataka. It was built during the period of 1897 and 1912. It covers a very big area, more than Taj Mahal, that is 72 acres. It looks much prettier in the night when compared to the day. It is golden in the night. Next one is Brandenburg Gate. The Brandenburg Gate is located in Berlin, Germany. There are 2 Brandenburg Gates. It was built during the period of 1788 and 1791. It was built by Persian king named Frederick William II. It is the national symbol for peace, unity, and university. Only by East Berliners, not by West people. Next one is Mount Fuji. The Mount Fuji is also known as Fujiyama or Fujinoyama. More than 200,000 people climb every year. It is 3,776 feet long. It is one of the 3 holy mountains, which consists of Mount Tate, Mount Hound and Mount Fuji. It is conclusion. Monuments and Landmarks Day is also known as Heritage Day, which is also known as Observance Day, held on 18 April from 1992. I thank the school management for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
I'm not present here. I am Ashmika of grade 8. Today, I am here to present a lecture on the topic art of storytelling and to enhance the significance among the crowd. What is storytelling, what is animation, and what is film. But before entering into the topic, today I'll tell you about what is storytelling, history of storytelling, types of storytelling, animation, history of animation, films, history of films, similarities and differences in between them, and few pros and cons of them. And I will also make sure that you will be clear which is the optimal way of understanding a story, whether animation or films. Before entering into the topic, let us see a short note on what is storytelling. It is an ancient and a valuable art form of human communication. It is also an exclusive interactive art which uses words and actions to reveal the elements of the story. And it also side by side encourages the listener's imagination. But it has the power to captivate us. As the way we consume them has changed, it has become the fundamental part of human communication. It also evokes powerful emotions and insights in us. It also encourages fundamental part of human communication. Have you ever found yourself engrossed in a story, unable to put your book down or look away from the screen? Might be yes. And this is because of the great story and the tight connection made by the author with listeners. And now I'll tell you the answers for this. And now let us enter into the history of storytelling. It dates back to thousands of years of old. First, humans told stories as a mean of entertainment, and it is in our nature to tell stories or consume stories. As Jonathan Goodstill said, we are as species addicted to stories. Even when our mind goes to rest, even when our body goes to rest, our mind stays up all night telling itself stories, which we see as nightmare. It is defined as even when we are in a deep sleep or having a great rest, our mind stays up all night and telling itself stories, which we see in our dreams. It is also the way in which we tell them or consume them has changed because of the advanced technology. There are two main parts in history of films: visual storytelling and oral storytelling. First, let us start with visual storytelling. From drawings in caves to hieroglyphs and petroglyphics. Our great ancestors used stones, clays, woods, and other natural materials to convey or to communicate. But when television was invented, the way it tells totally changed, and it is also an effective way of communication. And now oral storytelling, from songs, chants, poetries, and myths, and everything to a word of mouth. The invention of radio in 1895 dramatically changed how stories were told. But it wasn't as easy as it is now. The storyteller was not able to address the entire audience, or to share the thoughts what he or she is coming to tell. And now let us enter into our main topics, animations and films. First, let us start with animation. Animation is an incredible powerful tool which is used to create fantastical words and elements that is not able to get through our real life.
It also allows storytellers to create or discover something that is not exist in our real life and which is not easy to get through real life examples. It is also used to convey emotions. It is also another unique way of telling stories, as it appeals to all ages, no matter what is your age, to watch animated documentaries. It is also defined as photographing successive models, puppets, or drawings. It also, in the other side, it also creates an illusion of movement in a sequence which are in the frame size of 1 by 10, which our mind blends them into a single moving image. And there are 5 main types of animation: traditional animation, 2D animation, 3D animation, motion graphics, and stop motion. And now let us see a brief note on it. In traditional animation, each frame is drawn by hands and then later generated in computer, whereas in 2D animation, it is the same way in which hand-drawns are changed into computer-generated images. In 3D animation, it is defined as creating three-dimensional models using computer graphics. It has its hinges, bones, joints as it is in our real life. It is another form of consuming animated documentaries. As we have learned in our Max, 2D shapes and 3D shapes, animation also has components like 2D animation and 3D animation. It is shortly defined as CGI and briefly defined as computer-generated imagery. And then motion graphics. Motion graphics is also defined as monograph, in which pieces of animation or digital footage that creates an illusion of motion or rotation. And the next, stop motion. Stop motion is used in animation to bring static objects to life on screen. In this type of animation, the same 3D animation is brought to vision by life in screens. And now let us see a short note on the history of animation. It was found by Emil Cohen in the way of shadow puppetry in 200 AD and later in Lantern in 1650s. In 1832, Fenekistikov and Joseph Plateau invented the first widespread animation device, which was used to create animated documentaries. As it didn't get hit in the past, but later the way they depicted animation started to change. So it got to get hit. And now let us enter into our legendary topic, film. Film is an entertaining media which transports people to different worlds and evokes powerful emotions and insights in us. It also makes us understand complex ideas which is not easy to get through animated documentaries. Even though if it uses vivid visuals, sounds, and special effects, it doesn't create a unique way which is got through animated documentaries. So animation plays a major role in society. And now let us see the history of film. It dates back to 19th century and it was first invented by motion picture camera, and it has 7 key milestones: the Lumiere brothers, silent era, sound era, golden age of Hollywood, new Hollywood, digital revolution, and 21st century. And now let us see a brief note on them. The Lumiere brothers in 1895 started filming for the first time in 1895. They used motion picture camera, which was used to create animated documentaries for the first time to create films. Then later in silent era in 1890s, they started to change the way in which it is depicted. So the way in which we get animated documentaries and films totally changed. And then in sound era in 1927, they started to depict films with clear sound clarity, but it didn't have the best picture quality. So people started to hate it. They just saw they just saw films as a mean of entertainment. But now, as films has best picture quality and sound effects, we are all addicted to films. And then in golden age of Hollywood in 1930, this was the first period when films started to play a major role in between the society, and when people started to get attracted to films. And then later, after 5 to 7 years, it again went down. The filming process and the directors, producers saw a great loss in it. But again, in later in New Hollywood in 1960s, they again started to change the way, totally change the way in which they depict films. And then in digital revolution, this film started to get more popular in between the society. And in 21st century, which we are moving on with it, films are playing a major role in our society and in our lives. The directors and producers also ensure that not only now, they will also play a major role in society even in future. And now let us see the differences and similarities between animations and films. The first one is medium. In medium, animation uses 2D computer animation, 3D computer animation, stop motion and clay motion, whereas in films it uses live actions to create films. And the next one is target of audience. Animation has a wide spread of younger audience, whereas films has a wider target of elder audience. As it is as elders see animated documentary as a primarily one, so they started to hate animated documentaries. Then later, when it started to attract kids, it started to get lot of younger audience. And the next one is visual style. Animation uses distinct visual style, ranges from whimsical and cartoonish to hyper realistic. As in 2D animation, it uses whimsical and cartoonish effects. In 3D animation, it uses hyper realistic effects to attract kids. And the fourth one is production process. Animation has a longer production process. Each frame must be depicted carefully and individually created or animated. So then only they can assure that this animated film will be more hit in society. And the next one is films. It uses streamlined process, and the majority of footage is captured during films. Later, when films get approval from government, when again government tells few changes, it has to change the way in which it has to be told. And now the next one is storytelling. Animation. First one. In animation, it uses visual storytelling and uses more exaggerated or fantastical elements, whereas in films, it uses subtle storytelling techniques and focuses more on character development and dialogue. Then, in this part, this storytelling is the most important part. As we saw first, even though if both animation and films uses special sound effects, camera, and unique effects, it should have the best story to captivate people. And now let us see the similarities in them. For the first one is storytelling. In similarities, both storytelling and animation it is used to tell stories and aimed to engage the audience and evoke powerful emotions and insights in them. Both films and animation, if we are addicted to it, it connects to our mind and brain and changes our routine. Then later we will also start to act according to it. And the next one is production process. Both should have the pre-prepared production process and it should have the streamlined post-production process. It both the elements require of creative professionals and collaboration and bring the vision to life. Both the elements are used to bring stories to vision through visual style. Visual storytelling. It relies on visual storytelling. It uses images, colors, and composition to communicate emotions or moods and themes. In this, both animation and films are used to as we saw first. It is used to convey emotions. Convey emotions. Not only every films and animated documentaries are targeted only at entertainment. Both are changed into a mode of education, relaxation, and motivation. They all serve as this. They both serve as a mean of entertainment, but not everywhere. And the next one is sound. It uses sound to create a unique atmosphere in between the society, because the both films and animated documentaries should have the best sound effect to attract people, because we are all addicted to sounds. Sounds and musics. If it has the best BGM musics or other sound effects, it can play a major role. And the next one is target of audience. Even though if animated documentaries have younger audience, it has a large amount of younger audience. And now let us see the pros and cons of animations and films. First, starting with pros of animation. In pros of animation, there are 4 main elements: creativity, flexibility, control, and longevity. The first one is creativity. In creativity, it allows animators to bring vision to life and create whatever they imagine. And the next one, flexibility. In flexibility, both animated documentaries and animated films are more flexible for animators to create. And the third, control. Animators have the full control in depicting animated documentaries and animated films. As they have full control on it, they could create whatever they need. And the fourth, longevity. In longevity, even if animators can create whatever they need, they could not create animated documentaries exceeding its time limit. It has control of 5 to 6 hours. The animated films and documentaries should be below 5 to 6 hours. And the next one, cons of animation. In cons of animation, it also has 4 elements: time consuming, cost, limited audience, and technical skills. And this first is time consuming. As we saw in longevity, it has the control over time, and it cannot exceed the limit, the time limit which is given. And the second, cost. In cost, animators invest lot of amount in depicting animated films or documentaries. The cost used to buy or to sell things needed to buy things for depicting animated documentaries costs a lot. And the next, limited audience. As saw first, it tells that it has the limited audience, but it as elders see animated documentaries as so primarily one, they are not attracted to it. So it has a very younger audience. And the fourth, technical skill. The animator should have full focus on it, and full focus, dedication, skill, and relaxed mind to depict animated documentaries. If they have the full control and skills on depicting films, they can create even more than hundreds of animated documentaries if they have the mindset. And now let us see the pros and cons of film. First, starting with pros of film. In pros of film, it has immersive experiences with powerful storytelling, visual artistry, and cultural influence. First, starting with immersive experiences. The actors, actresses, producers, and directors should have lots of experience in depicting films. films, so that only they can create a best animated films. The second one is powerful storytelling. As softest, even though if it has effects and more lights surrounded to it, it should have the best story to depict films. The third visual artistry. As we saw in immersive experiences, the artists should have the technical skills how to act in films, because the movies like Avatar in films like this, they should act both they show themselves as an animated creature in films, but real life humans act as it. So they should have the artistic style to create to create films. And the fourth, cultural influence. It should not when they depict films, it should not damage our culture, because our culture dates back to thousands of years. The directors and producers should depict film which will not damage our culture. And the next, cons of films. In cons of films, it has 5 elements: cost, risk, creative limitations, impact on society, and oversaturation. First, starting with cost. The cost and money invested in depicting films and producing films are rarely crores and crores. Directors and producers invest lots of money in producing a single film. And the next, risk. Risk is the most important part of this, because actor like Paul Walker sacrificed their life in depicting films. It is said in between the society that he has sacrificed his life, but unfortunately, because of his carelessness, he left the society. And then Jackie Chan. We are all clear who is Jackie Chan. He is the best example of it, because he is expert in doing many stunts and steps. This point underlines the main key point of risk. And the third, creative limitations. In creative limitations, the producers and directors should have a control in depicting films. They cannot create whatever they imagine, because they are, as the next step, they'll produce it to the society. So if it damages the society, it can bring a great loss to them. Impact on society and oversaturations describes the same, because as sophist in creative limitations, they have to have a limit on depicting films. So, as in conclusion, I would like to convey that both animation and films are the best way to consume or to tell stories. I think that this lecture was most useful for you, and I would like to thank our Frontline Management and World Records team for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
A pleasant morning to one and all present here. I'm Ananya M. of grade 8B. I'm here to give you a lecture on the topic, the science of earthquake and volcanoes. So, I would like to share a quote with you. There is a lot that happens around the world. We cannot control. We cannot stop earthquakes. We cannot stop conflict. We cannot prevent droughts. We cannot all know that we are the hunger, where the homeless and the sick exist. Then we can help. So, now let us see a small intro of earthquake and volcano. Earthquake and volcano are the two best examples of sudden movements. Any sudden shaking of the ground generated by the seismic waves are referred as earthquake. Volcano is a crack on the Earth's crust which allows volcanic ashes and gases to escape. There are 3 layers of Earth: crust, mantle, and core. Crust is the topmost layer, mantle is the middle layer, and core is the last hottest layer. Earthquake and volcano acts in these 3 layers of Earth. Now let us see the forces acting on the Earth. There are 2 types of forces acting on the Earth: endogenic forces and exogenic forces. Endogenic forces are the forces which act on the interior of the Earth's surface, and exogenic forces are the forces which act on the surface of the Earth. Endo is defined as inside, exo is defined as outside. Genic means its origin. Earthquake. Earthquake is the vibration of the Earth's surface caused by the elasticity adjustment of the rocks beneath the Earth's surface. And an earthquake can occur at any time of the year, any hour of day or night. It is a jolting effect. Focus is the place where the seismic waves are initiated, and the area of the surface directly above the focus is the epicenter. Earthquake waves propagate outwards from the epicenter. Volcano. Deep within the earth, there are small rocks which melts due to the hotness of the earth. The main cause of volcanic eruption is deforestation. When deforestation takes place in our earth, it leads to increase in carbon dioxide level, which makes the earth warm. When the rocks melt and becomes lighter than the other solid rocks near it, it comes up and stores in the magma chamber, where it is placed on the third layer, core. And finally, it comes out of the vents and fissures on the earth's crust. The structure of the earth. Seismic waves pass throughout large earthquakes, and these waves contain vital information about the internal structure of the earth. Seismic waves depends on density, so we can change the travel time of seismic waves to show that the earth is composed of several layers. Plate tectonics. The earth's outermost layer is fragmented into about 15 major slabs called tectonic plates. These tectonic plates are comprised of the crust and upper part of the mantle. The most of the observations say that the main cause of earthquake is plate tectonics, and it can be simplified and explained for the global distribution of earthquakes. Now, let us see the types of plate boundaries. There are three types of plated boundaries: divergent boundary, convergent boundary, and transform boundary. Between each tectonic plates, two tectonic plates are made up of faults, three basic faults. They are called normal fault, reverse fault, and strike-slip fault. Divergent boundary. Divergent boundary is a linear feature that exists between two tectonic plates that are moving away from each other. And in divergent boundary, within continents initially produce rifts, which eventually become rift valleys. Convergent boundary. In convergent boundary, when two or more lithospheric plates collide, and the process called as subduction. The subduction process can be defined by a plane where many earthquakes occur, called the Wadati-Bennu zone. Transform boundary. In transform boundary, two tectonic plates move past one another. Shear stress operates in transform boundary. In transform boundary, no lithosphere is created or destroyed, and mountain chains are not built. Now let us see the types of volcanoes. There are three types of volcanoes: active volcano, dormant volcano, and extinct volcano. Now let us see their definitions and examples. Active volcano. Active volcano is a volcano which is erupting or is likely to erupt in the future. Example of active volcano is Mount Kilauea in Hawaii, Mount Etna and Stromboli in Italy. Dormant volcano. Dormant volcano is the volcano which is not currently erupting, is called dormant volcano. An example of is Mount Tanzania in Africa and Mount Fuji in Japan. Extinct volcano. Extinct volcano is the volcano which have not erupted in the history and not gonna erupt in the future. Example of extinct volcano is Mount Yeltsin in Crater Lake in Oregon. The machine used to measure earthquake. Seismograph is the machine which is used to measure the earthquake, and Richter scale is the scale which is used to measure the magnitude of the earthquake. The scale used to measure the volcanic eruption. The volcanic explosivity index VEI is the scale that is used to measure the size of volcanic eruption, and this scale is based on magnitude and intensity. The numerical scale is a logarithmic scale and generally analogized to the Richter and other magnitude scales. Do you all know when was the first earthquake detector found? The first earthquake detector was found in 132 AD by a Chinese astronomer and mathematician Chang Heng. And the first volcanic eruption, the first volcanic eruption was recorded and written by the Pliny, Eldo-Roman author, in 79 AD when Mount Vesuvius was erupted. And archaeologists have found cave drawings in Ketahok, Turkey, about 6,900 drawings. The first recorded earthquake. The first earthquake was recorded in 1831 BC in Chadwang province of China, but it was there is a fairly complete record that in 780 BC during the Quang dynasty of China. So usually there are photographers who take photo after a volcanic eruption, and Robert Emerson Landsberg is one of American photographer who takes photo after a volcanic eruption, and he died while photographing the eruption of Mount St. Helens, and he was the only victim to see the eruption of Mount St. Helens. Now let us see the causes of earthquakes. The causes of earthquakes are related to the natural cause of earthquakes are related to the Earth's crustal plates, movement of the Earth's crustal plates, which move very slowly, in one, and the other cause of earthquake is human-induced cause. Human-induced cause of earthquake is oil drill, which includes activities like oil drilling, fracking, and constructions of large dams can result in earthquake. Now let us see the effects of earthquakes. The primary effect of earthquake is the shaking of the ground, which can damage the road, buildings, bridges, and other structures. If the earthquake is severe, it can lead to damage of buildings and loss of life and injury. And the other effect of earthquake is stop in distribution of essential services like water, gas, electricity, and so on. It leads to extended periods without the basic utilities. Now let us see the causes of a volcanic eruption. The cause of volcanic eruption is the movement of magma or molten rock deep within the earth. When the magma builds up a pressure in the volcanic system and finally erupts through the earth's crust. The factors which include volcanic eruptions, which includes are tectonic plate shifts, volcanic hotspots, and the growth of new tectonic plates. The effects of volcanic eruption. Now let us discuss the most common effect of volcanic eruption. The common effect of volcanic eruption is ashes and gases. Ashes and gases are very harmful to the humans and both environment. It is catastrophic for both human and environment, and these ashes and gases which emits from the volcano consist of sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide, which is very harmful and toxic to the humans and animals when it is inhaled. and it can also damage buildings and other infrastructures. Key earthquake. A 7.8 magnitude of earthquake that shattered the homes of thousands of peoples in Turkey and Syria a few days back, and a recent 6.6 magnitude of earthquake that struck in Afghanistan's Hindu Kush region, and in these both events, there was a common factor that exists. It was forecast in advance by the Dutch researcher Frank Hoogerbeets. Dutch seismologist Frank Hoogerbeets, who works in Netherlands in Solar System Geometry Survey (SSGS), has predicted the earthquake in February 3, 2023, and continued to predict the Earth's seismic activity by the planetary alignment. This is the past 15-year survey of earthquakes. Now let me tell you the earthquake with the highest magnitude. First, in Indonesia on December 26, 2004, with a magnitude of 9.1 to 9.3. Next, in Japan on March 11, 2011, with a magnitude of 9.0 to 9.1. Next, in Indonesia on March 28, 2005, with a magnitude of 8.6. So, do you know which part of the earth have the most seismic activity? So now let me tell you. Japan is the whole country which has the largest seismic activity and which has the densest seismic network in the world. Japan has able to record many earthquakes. So now let me tell you the precautions taken by the Japanese government to prevent from earthquake. It includes building codes, seismic monitorings, evacuation plans, and public educations. Building codes. Japan has the most strictest and strict codes and regulations in the world. The buildings are constructed to withstand the seismic activity, which dictates the steel frames and other things that can withstand the force of earthquakes. Next, seismic monitoring. Japan has the extensive earthquake monitoring system in the world, which includes seismometers, accelerometers, and GPS sensors, which can help in earlier evacuation plans. Next, coming to evacuation plans. The local government of Japan has set hospitals, schools, and other public places to the sites of evacuation sites, which have the shelter in the event of earthquake, which includes food and the necessary essential things which is needed in our daily life. Next, public education. Japan government has regular drills, workplaces, in schools, workplaces, and communities, which says a public awareness on how to respond during a seismic event, and which includes drop, hold on plans. Steps to prevent earthquake. Steps to prevent from earthquake. As a citizen, beyond the human control, natural disasters occurs. So there are due to the movement of tectonic plates beneath the Earth's surface, can measure. Now let us see the measures to minimize the impact of earthquake and increase overall preparedness. The common preparedness is public education programs, which create awareness about the earthquake and how to act during the earthquake and after an earthquake. Encourage your local authorities and institutions to conduct drills, workshops in the public places, and useful sessions which can be helpful to the citizens and to cooperate with the government. So, implementing these measures can help loss of life and injuries. And it can also reduce in damage of infrastructures and other structures. And it can also enhance overall community reliance. In conclusion, we have seen the fascinating topic earthquake and volcanoes, which includes multiple disciplines like physics, geology, and engineering, which can help us to have an idea about this. We can put our hands to prevent the loss of life and damages of natural disasters. I would like to end my lecture with a quote. Sometimes it takes a natural disaster to reveal a social disaster. Thank you.
Warm greetings, one all present here. I am Ananya Muthushree of grade 8B, and today I am here to convey a lecture on the topic cultural impact on advertising. In this lecture, I will mainly focusing on what is culture, advertising, and influence of culture. Subtopics of my lecture are what is advertising, what is culture, developing a brand identity, stereotypes in advertising, impact on society, diversity and inclusion that benefit brands, language and translation, cultural appropriation, cross-cultural advertising research, cultural trends and shifts, and finally, cultural values and norms. I would like to start my lecture by telling a quote told by Walter Lippmann. The beauty of the world lies in the diversity of its people. World Diversity Day. World Diversity Day is celebrated on June 23rd. It is an initiative taken by SSI Media, India. David Ogilvy, known as the father of world advertising and whose birthday falls on June 23rd. What is advertising? Advertising is the practice of promoting a product, service, or idea to potential customers by paying to various media outlets such as TV, radio, and outdoor advertising. Advertisements are designed to grab the attention of people and persuade customers to take an action such as purchasing the product or supporting a particular idea. Advertising aims to build brand awareness and increase sales. Advertisements may have various forms and platforms such as TV commercials, print ads, and social media. The primary objective of advertising is to create awareness and generate interest among the people who share similar beliefs and values. Advertisements may also have various forms such as traditional advertising mediums. Digital advertising allows advertisers to target specific demographics and interests, which enabling them to reach more target audience. As we all know, advertising is a powerful tool that companies use to promote their product, service, or idea in order to increase their sales and profits. Advertising is one of the most important form of communication in our society, and its main purpose is to persuade customers to take an action such as purchasing the product. Culture shapes our lives, beliefs, and values, which in turn affect our behavior. This is particularly relevant in the field of advertising. World Diversity Day. World Diversity Day is celebrated on May 21. The World Cultural Diversity of Dialogue and Development is celebrated not only for the world's cultural richness but also for the peace and sustainable development. So, what do I do on a Diversity Day? The best way to participate in World Diversity Day is to learning about other cultures and regions. Now let's see what is culture. Culture is the beliefs, values, and customs of a particular society or country. Culture can be transmitted
through social interaction and communication. Culture is an important aspect of human society as it provides a common framework among the people who share similar beliefs and values. Culture can also vary widely from one part of the world to another. Culture refers as the shared pattern of beliefs, values that determine the way of life of a group or society. Some important aspects of cultural impact on advertising. One important aspect of cultural impact on advertising is use of language. Another example of cultural impact on advertising is understanding the concept of cultural diversity. One important aspect of cultural impact on advertising is religion. Advertisers and their advertising. Advertisers must be respectful of the religious beliefs of the culture they are targeting and make sure that they are not appropriating any culture. Advertisers must also be aware of the cultural significant elements that they will be using in the ads and make sure that they are not mispresenting any culture. Advertisers must understand the norms and values of the culture and tailor their campaigns accordingly. Effective advertising involves considering the ethical implications of their intended audience. Through effective advertising, brands can establish a connection with their intended audience. Culture plays a significant role in advertising as it influences the way consumers respond to advertising messages. Advertisers must take account of the culture they are targeting and make sure that their message is properly communicated and resonate with their audience. How does music influence consumers? The relationship between music and advertisements and how music enhances commercials. Music in advertisements. So, how do advertisements attract attention of the consumer? So, you all have been seen different types of advertisements. So, each advertisement may have different music and sound. So, why do they use sound and music in advertisements? It is all strategies and techniques that advertisers and brands use to have the maximum attention from the consumer. Why is sound important in advertising? Sound can be used to market your brand, drive your sales and helps to have a connection with the audience. It takes only 0.146 seconds for a human being to hear and interpret a sound. This helps advertisers to have maximum attention from audience. Music impact on advertisements. Music brings a certain flavor to the advertisements, and without music or sound, the advertisement would seem bleak. Music can create emotion and motivate people. When it is paired with the right ad music, it can associate a person to enabling them to purchase a certain product, service or idea. I would like to share a quote told by Mahatma Gandhi. Our nation's culture resides in the hearts and souls of its people. One world, many culture. Culture roles. Culture is a complex and dynamic concept that encompasses a wide range of shared beliefs and values. Culture informs the values and beliefs of a particular society or country, which advertisers can either conform to, challenge or influence. Cultural elements are often transmitted from one generation to next and can also vary widely from one part of the world to another. This includes rituals, traditions, festivals and social norms. For example, removing one's shoes before entering one's house may be customary, but in some other culture or religion, it may be considered impolite to do so. Cultural artifacts such as music, literature, religion, art, rituals helps advertisers to define cultural identity and provide insight into the history and traditions of a particular group. Culture. Culture is essential for effective communication and interaction with their intended audience. Cultural differences can lead to conflicts and misunderstanding with their campaigns. Culture and advertising are connected because it influences the way consumers respond to advertising messages and perceive their goals. Different cultures have different values and norms. For example, a marketing strategy. A marketing strategy may be successful in one country or religion, but it may not be as effective in another culture or religion. In today's globalized world, companies are operating in a diverse environment, and therefore it is crucial for them to have a deep understanding. Developing a brand identity. Developing a brand identity that resonates with their intended audience is essential for a successful advertising campaign. For example, Nike's marketing strategy of Just Do It has aligned with the Americans' cultural value of individualism and pushing oneself to achieve greatness. As a result, Nike has established itself as the leading athletic brand in United States. Impacts of stereotypes in advertising. Reinforcing negative stereotypes. Stereotypes in advertisements can reinforce negative stereotypes which can have a negative brand reputation. Creating cultural tension. Negative stereotypes in advertisements can create mentally cultural tension, aligning consumers. If any of the consumer feeling that their particular culture or identity is being misrepresented. Damage to brand reputation. When advertisements negative stereotypes, this can have a damage to brand reputation. Positive impact on society. Advertisements may have either positive or negative cultural impact depending on how their message is communicated and interacted with their audience. The cultural impact on advertising cannot be overstated, and it is vital for advertisers to have a wide knowledge about the culture they are targeting. Gender stereotypes. Gender stereotypes can be considered offensive in certain countries, such as in Middle East, where advertisements featuring women are closely monitored and may need to be censored. I would like to share a quote. Culture does not make people, people make culture. Brand benefits of diversity and inclusion. Enhanced brand perception. When advertisers are targeting for diverse cultures and regions, it is essential for them to have a wide knowledge about the culture they are targeting, and consumers are increasingly looking for the advertisers who are targeting for diverse cultures. Increased consumer. When they are targeting for diverse cultures, it helps them to have increased consumers, and which enables them to reach more target audience. Positive or negative impact. When advertisements may have either positive or negative impact if depending on how the message is communicated and interacted with their audience, and when their advertisement is containing any negative stereotypes, it may have a negative brand reputation. Improved sales. For improved sales, advertisers must understand the culture they are targeting and tailor their campaigns accordingly. Brands should consider the following. Representation. Advertisements should be in a way that it properly resonates with their audience, and should be in a way that consumers can understand and resonate with. Avoid stereotypes. Advertisers must avoid using stereotypes in their advertisements, which may have a negative impact. Impact on society. As I said before, advertisements may have either positive or negative impact depending on how the message is received, and advertisers must avoid using stereotypes such as gender stereotypes. Social responsibility. Advertisers must be aware of the social responsibility, and when advertisers are aware of social responsibility, it makes consumers increasingly looking for advertisers who have social look for various cultures. Challenges in creating campaigns for diverse cultures. Language and communication. Language and communication is an important aspect of advertising as it influences the way consumers respond to advertising messages. Cultural norms and values. Advertisers must be aware of the cultural norms and values of the culture they are targeting and tailor their campaigns accordingly. Local laws and regulations. Advertisers must be aware of the local laws and regulations and make sure that they are following all the laws, and when they're targeting for local audience, they should make sure that their message is effectively communicated with local audience. Steps to overcome challenges. While advertisers are targeting for diverse cultures and religions, they face some challenges, and these are some steps that they can take to overcome the challenges. Research. When advertisers are targeting for more diverse cultures, they have to have a respectful of each religious and beliefs, deep understanding and research on local religious practices. Collaboration. Advertisers must collab with local expert and partner so that they can make sure that their advertising message is properly communicated and resonate with their local audience. Testing and feedback. So when advertisers are looking for local audience, they can also gather feedback from their local audience and make sure that their message is effectively communicated, and this can have a positive impact on brand. Language and translation. The impact of language and translation in advertising and how it can affect consumer perceptions of a brand. Language and translation play a critical role in advertising for ensuring campaigns are culturally and linguistically appropriate. Impact of language and translation on consumer perceptions of a brand. Understanding. Advertisers must understand all the local values, norms and values, and consumers should, advertisements also should be in a way that consumers can understand and resonate with. Tone and style. Advertisements may have different types of tone and style when they are targeting for various diverse cultures and regions. Localization. When advertisers must be aware of the localization when they are targeting for diverse cultures, it is an important aspect in advertising. Brand perception. For having positive brand perception, advertisers must have a good communication and interaction with the audience and build brand loyalty. For positive impact of language and translation perception. Translation quality. Translation quality is necessary in advertisements, and one translation quality may be effective in one country or region, but it may not be as effective in another. Localization. As I said, when advertisers are targeting for diverse cultures, they should be aware of the localization and should be aware of their local audience. Cultural sensitivity. When any of the consumer feeling that their particular culture or identity is being misrepresented. Feedback and testing. Advertisers should target for a local audience so that they can understand how the message is communicated with the audience and gather feedback from their consumers to make sure that their message is communicated and interacted with them properly. Cultural appropriation. It refers to the use of cultural elements such as symbols, images, and language. It is essential for them to be aware of its potential negative consequences that their advertising messages may have on society's cultural beliefs and values, and advertisers must take steps to avoid it. Cross-cultural advertising research. Methods used to conduct cross-cultural advertising research and the study of how different cultures respond and perceive to advertising messages. Cross-cultural advertising research is an important aspect of advertising, and it is necessary because it helps advertisers to understand cultural differences and similarities. Cultural trends and shifts. This includes the need of brands to adapt to changing cultural norms and values. Cultural values and norms. Stereotype and cultural sensitivity. Advertisers must avoid using stereotypes in their advertisements, and when any of the consumer feeling that their particular culture or identity is being misrepresented, so advertisers should not use any gender stereotypes in their advertisements. Diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion helps advertisers to reach more target audience and have better communication with their audience. Language and translation. Language and translation is an important aspect of culture as it influences the way consumers respond to advertising messages. Cultural appropriation. Advertisers must be aware of the cultural appropriation, and their advertising messages may have either positive or negative cultural impact depending on how their message is communicated and resonate with their audience. Cross-cultural advertising research. Cross-cultural advertising research is important because it helps advertisers to understand the cultural similarities, consumer behavior and interest. Each consumer may have different interests and behavior. So when advertisers are targeting for diverse cultures, and consumers are increasingly looking for advertisers who are targeting for diverse cultures. Social media and cultural impact. Social media is an important aspect of advertising as it helps advertisers to reach more target audience, and it influences the way consumers prioritize their goals and take their decisions. In conclusion, culture plays a significant role in advertising as it influences the way consumers respond to advertising messages. Advertisements must be culturally relevant to the target of audience. Advertisements are created to appeal a specific culture or region. Advertisers must understand the cultural context of their audience and the impact of their advertising messages. Moreover, advertisements must be culturally relevant to the target of audience. I would like to end my lecture by telling a quote told by Mark Crispin Miller. Once a culture becomes entirely friendly, it ceases to be a culture at all. I would like to thank FMS for giving excellent opportunity, and I thank you all for listening my lecture patiently. Thank you.
Happy morning, everyone. I'm of grade 8. Everybody enjoys and loves dancing, right? So let's connect dance with culture. And my lecture topic is the cultural significance of dance. The overall outline of my lecture are as follows. First, culture, introduction to dance, health benefits of dancing, evolution, which is history of dance, how dance, importance of dance in a culture, and classical and folk dances of India. Culture can be easily defined by telling its definition, characteristics, importance, and its types. First, definition of culture. Culture is something that an individual has to follow in the community. It leads to the following of certain aspects which are implemented in the society. Culture is transferred from one generation to another following the same customs and traditions. A person is identified by their culture and the place they belong to. Next, characteristics of culture. We have to understand the fact us to be isolated from others. It brings people together. Culture is something that we all share. It does not belong to a specific individual. Culture is capable of transferring from one generation to another. It is a continuous process that keeps moving forward. Additionally, it adapts to new changes made according to time and circumstances. Next, importance of culture. Although we all live in the modern world, there are some customs which we follow from the ancient times. We hold certain values which are morally rich. And culture changes dynamically according to the environment. But the essence of the traditions are still maintained. Have you heard of cultural diversity? It means respecting and living with people who come from different background, language, religion, and caste. Next, types of culture. Some of the types of culture are art, literature, and spirituality. Only these types form a culture. So this lecture is all about dance style. Okay, in that type art, there is many other subtopics like dance, paintings, music, and photography, and so on. And this lecture is all about dance styles practiced in India and how it plays an important role in a culture. Introduction to dance. Dancing is an art that refers to the movement of all body parts with music accompaniment. And do you know, dance and music are considered as twin arts, and they both give poetry a visual form. Dance is taken as a form of non-verbal communication through which we express our emotions, ideas, or to tell a story. It is a powerful means of communication. Dance is to express an experience with utmost intensity. It is the relationship of a person with nature, with society, and future, and with gods. Dance is a unique activity that gives an opportunity to the dancer to express themselves through the movement instead of words. Moreover, a simple definition for the word dance. D stands for discipline, A stands for attitude, N stands for new, C stands for confidence, and E stands for expression. Health benefits of dancing. Why should each and everything have benefits? Right from the food we eat, everything have a small benefit. So while we dance, we put some effort. So the dance also gives back something to us. Dancing develops agility. Agility is an important motor skill in a dance performance. Agility is the ability to change the body's position efficiently. Dancing also improves flexibility, increases energy, and also helps in weight loss. Next, mental health benefits of dancing. Showing yourself that you can perform new steps and skills through dance can improve your self-esteem and confidence. It also minimizes stress and reduces depression. Have you ever wondered how these dance forms came into existence? Again, this evolution are categorized into two types. One is mythology and social evolution. Mythology says that God created this art form, whereas social evolution mentions that it originated from people. People who don't believe in gods and spirituality can understand how dance came into existence through social evolution. Let's start with mythology. We all know that Lord Shiva is known as Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. And this mythology is only about how dance reached people. Let's see what made Lord Shiva to bring out his dance to the mortal world. Towards the end of the Treta Yuga, there was a lot of misery and suffrage as people started disobeying the laws of nature. People became selfish, greedy, and power crazy. So the Devas went to Lord Brahma and requested him to create something. Okay, why should the Devas go to Lord Brahma? Why shouldn't they even solve the problem? Because if Devas go directly and tell people about their fault, people don't understand. So they thought that they need some entertainment out of which they can learn something. So the Devas went to Lord Brahma. Why should they go to Lord Brahma? Because he is the creator of everything. He is the one who creates everything. So the Devas went to Lord Brahma and requested him to create an art form which would remind people about Dharma, which means righteousness. So Lord Brahma went into a deep meditation, recollecting all the four Vedas, Rig Veda, Sama Veda, Yajur Veda, and Atharva Veda, and and created the fifth Veda known as Natya Veda. So Natya in simple terms known as drama. So Lord Brahma taught Natya Veda to Bharat Muni, and he in turn taught it to his 100 disciples. During the festival of Indradvaja, Bharat Muni staged a drama called Amritamantanam in front of Amritamantanam. The Asuras, seeing their defeat depicted in the program, and started disturbing the actors. So the gods warded off the evil and built an auditorium to perform drama. Next, Bharat Muni staged his second drama known as in front of Lord Shiva. Seeing that drama, Lord Shiva got very impressed and he recollected his own dance. Then Lord Shiva requested his attendant to teach his dance to the 100 disciples of Bharat Muni. So Lord Brahma created Natya, which means drama, and taught people. Seeing the wonderful drama presented by the people, Lord Shiva decided that his dance should also reach people. Next, social evolution. History shows that dance was always a part of human desire to express our deepest feelings. Even before language evolved, hunters are believed to have come back to their settlements and enacted their hunting episodes to their tribes through the movement of their body parts. And this can be considered the origin of dance. Next, how dance reflects culture. Dance takes an important place, or rather is seen as an important factor in social structures of all human cultures throughout history. Dance tells us something about the way the people think, what they feel, and who they are. Dance is commonly defined as the form of human expressions through body movements. But dance cannot be just reduced to just merely movements. There are many other theoretical definitions that states the theoretical definitions that states a rhythmic movement, that states the conscious way of the rhythmic movements in a defined bounded space. And usually these theoretical definitions overlook symbolic aspects of a culture. So dance is an essential part of a culture. Importance of dance in a culture. Dancing has been a part of human civilization since time immemorial. Dancing is an ancient means of communication. People from every country have their own national music and dance. In most of the cultures, there are many dance forms performed on different occasions like marriages, births, and even deaths. So dance plays an important role in a culture. Moreover, the dance reflects its traditions, customs, and history. First of all, the dance of that culture has its origin from the myths and stories of that culture. So to keep that culture alive, to pass it on to the future generations, it is highly necessary to have those dance forms alive. In such dances, many art forms are put together. People need music, singers, costumes, and of course dancers. Each art form is unique and singular for every country. Next, secondly, dancing was one of the ancient mode of communication for societies. People differently expressed their success in war, success in hunting, through the movement of their body parts. So to forget a dance form is to forget a form of communication which had a high historical value. Next, moving on to the examples. Classical dances of India. The word classical is most familiar. Okay, what does the word classical mean? It means having a value that lasts. It is traditional and not modern. India has a rich cultural heritage. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, every region has its own language, traditions, rituals, customs, and art forms. Every region also has its own heritage of dance and music. Of these, the Sangeet Natak of India has categorized 8 dance forms as classical. And they are Bharatanatyam of Tamil Nadu, Kuchipudi of Andhra Pradesh, Kathakali and Mohiniyattam of Kerala, Odissi of Odisha, Kathak of Uttar Pradesh, Manipuri of Manipur, and Chatriya of Assam. Each style has been shaped by the beliefs and art forms of their individual region. Stylish body language, distinctive hand gestures from the other. Now let's see about all these 8 dances in detail. Let's start with the mother of all of the classical dances, Bharatanatyam. Something which is in existence should have reference or evidence to it. So the reference to Bharatanatyam in Tamil text goes back 2000 years ago to the period of Sangam literature. And the next valuable reference epic called Silappadigaram, which dates back to 2nd century CE. In Silappadigaram, the author, Ilango Adigal, writes extensively about Bharatanatyam through the character Madhavi. And references to Bharatanatyam are also seen in sculptures and inscriptions of ancient temple in Tamil Nadu. However, which was written by Nandikeshwara. Bharatanatyam is both graceful and vibrant. The Natvanas, or the dance masters, were the real composers and choreographers of this rich art form. They taught it to the dancing community, and they both preserved and propagated the art form. The style of music used in Bharatanatyam is Carnatic music, and the costume which is used by the dancers of Bharatanatyam is stitched using a silk sari with generally a gold zari work. Bharatanatyam, as it is called today, was addressed by Skooth, Adal, Chinnamelam and Sadar till the 19th century. Though the dance is a precious art form, only the dancers give shape and life to the dance. So it is necessary for us to remember and honor the dancers. The pioneering exponents of Bharatanatyam include Meenakshi Sundaram Pillai, K.P. Kittappa Pillai, Mylapore Gauri Ammal, Mrinalini Sarabhai and M.K. Saroja. Next, Kuchipudi. Kuchipudi is a classical dance style of Andhra Pradesh. It originated as a dance drama form and eventually became a solo art form. Originally, those dance dramas were performed only by men who also played the female roles. However, now it is performed by the both. Kuchipudi gets its name from Kuchelapuram, Krishna district of Andhra Pradesh. Siddhendra Yogi is said to have taught young Brahmins these devotional dance dramas based upon religious themes. The text which is used by Kuchipudi dancers are Bharatarnava and Sangeeta Ratnakara. The costume used by Kuchipudi dancers are also similar to Bharatanatyam costume, which is stitched using a silk sari. The noteworthy stalwarts of the field are Vedanta Lakshminarayana Sastri, Chinta Krishnamurti, Tadepalli Peraya, Vempati Chinnasatyam, C.R. Acharyulu, and Dr. Nadaraja Ramakrishna. Next, Kathakali. Kathakali is one of the 2 classical dance styles of Kerala. Kathakali means story dance. Katha means story and Kali means play. More than a dance form, Kathakali is theatre. Today's Kathakali performance have grown out into 2 known as Ramanatam and Krishnanatam. Mythological stories from Ramayana and Mahabharata are the major themes of today's Kathakali performance. The text which is used by the practitioners of Kathakali are Hastalakshana Deepika and Balarama Bharatam. Kathakali is known for its elaborate makeup. And do you know, Kathakali makeup takes several hours and requires a professional makeup artist who applies the makeup when the artist lies down and rests. Another important feature of Kathakali is the use of the headdresses. The headgear, such as a crown, increases in size according to the character being portrayed. And the style of music used in Kathakali is Sopanam style of music. The well-known exponents of Kathakali are M. Thamburan, Chandu Panikir, Kalamandalam Krishnan Nair, Kalamandalam Krishnan Kutti Nair, Kottakkal Krishnan Nair and Kuru Gunjukuru. Next, Mohiniyattam. Mohiniyattam is another classical dance style of Kerala. Roughly translated, the name implies the dance of the enchantress. It is mostly performed by women, and the entire movement in Mohiniyattam is soft and graceful. The text used by the practitioners of Mohiniyattam is Hastalakshana Deepika, which has an elaborate description of mudras. The costume used in Mohiniyattam is shade of white with gold zari work. And the style of music used in Mohiniyattam is both Carnatic music and Soppanam style of music. The well-known exponents of Mohiniyattam include Kanak Rele, Bharati Shivaji, Deepthi Omchari Balla, Suganti, and Neena Prasad. Next, Odissi. Odissi is a classical dance style of Odisha. Odissi is admired for its lyrical quality. Like many other classical dance styles, Odissi was nurtured by the support of temples and has a strong base in temple rituals. The texts used by Odissi dancers are Abhinaya Chandrika, which was written by Maheshwara Mahapatra. The costume used by Odissi dancers are generally in the shades of purple, red, green, or orange. Orange with intricate designs. The exponents of Odissi include Guru Kelucharan Mohapatra, Kumkum Das Mohanty, Sonal Mansingh, Prothima Bedi, and Sanjukta Panigrahi. Kathak of Uttar Pradesh, it originates and traces its origin to the nomadic bards. These bards performed in temples and village squares, and they were specialized in recounting mythological and moral tales. They embellished their recitals with facial expressions and hand gestures. Kathak is a unique blend of Hindu and Muslim culture. To emphasize the elaborate rhythm work, as many as 150 ankle bells are worn on each leg. Learning and reciting the bowls is a part of the training. The costume used by the male dancers of Kathak is a dhoti, and a kurta churidar is also frequently used. The well-known exponents of Kathak include the late Achan Maharaj, Shambhu Maharaj, Birju Maharaj, Shashwati Sen, Sitara Devi, and Rohini Bhatte. Next, Manipuri. Manipuri takes its name from the region to which it belongs. Yes, it's Manipur. The development of dance and music in this region have come through religious festivals. The texts used by the practitioners of Manipuri are Bhagya Chandra's Govinda Sangeet Leela Bilas and the text Laithok Laika Jogoi. And the style of music used in Manipuri is Hindustani music, and the songs used in Manipuri are generally from the great poets such as Jayadeva, Vidyapati, Chandidas, Govindadas, and Jnanadas. Rabindranath Tagore, the poet, was a great patron of Manipuri dance and culture. Some well-known gurus and practitioners of Manipuri are Guru Ambi Singh, Guru Athomba Singh, Guru Bipin Singh, and Javheri sisters. Kshatriya. Kshatriya is the latest addition to the category of classical dances of India. It was added in the year 2000. Kshatriya gets its name from the word Chhatra, which means religious learning centers or monasteries. The Vaishnava saint and art form in the 15th century. The method of training in Kshatriya starts from ground exercises. The well-known exponents of Kshatriya include Maniram Thatha Mokhtiyar Barbuyun, Baburam Bayantal, Indra B.P. Bora, and Jatin Goswami. Next, folk dances of India. Folk dances are performed throughout the year to celebrate a new season, childbirth, weddings, and many other social occasions. Folk dances are performed by dancers with little or no professional training. Folk dances are generally not designed for the public or the stage performance. New dancers informally learn by getting help from others, by observing others or getting help from others. Some of the examples of folk dances are Kummi, Kurati, Bhangra, Mailatam, Garba, and so on. Kummi. Kummi is derived from the word kommai, which means to clap one's hand to a rhythm accompanied by popular folk songs. Women form a circle, dance during ear piercing ceremony and cradle ceremony. It is also performed in Pongal festivals and Pongal and harvest festivals. And the movements performed in Kummi are derived from different movements performed in the field such as reaping, husking, harvesting, and so on. Although Kummi is one of the traditional dance of Tamil Nadu, every region of the country has its own variation of dance. For example, the similar harvest dance, Kummi, is known as Kaikottikali in Kerala, Ghumar in Rajasthan, Kopi in Andhra Pradesh, and Bihu in Assam. Kuriti, often addressed as a Gypsy woman, is an interesting character in literature and visual arts. Among the 5 landscapes of Tamil literature, Kurinji is mountains and adjoining areas. People who live in Kurinji are addressed by names such as Kuravan and Kuriti. They mostly pray to their deity Murugan, and their occupations include collecting honey and picking edible roots. Kuriti talks about the natural wealth of her land and dances with folk movements. A flowering skirt is typical for a Kuriti costume. She wears strands of beads on her neck, many bangles on her hair, and many feathers on her hair that is tied to a bun on one side. Bhangra is a folk dance of Punjab, and it is performed on the occasion of Baisakhi when the harvest is over. Nowadays, this dance have gained popularity and being danced in other occasions as well. In Bhangra, the dancers wear shirts of loose sleeves, a lungi, a bright waistcoat, and a turban, and they carry colorful sashes. This dance form starts in a slow tempo, and as the dance proceeds, it gains in tempo. The drummer stands at the center, and the dancers move around him and start to clap in a rhythmic manner. Clap and sing in a rhythmic manner. They include many acrobatic movements within the dance form. Next, Mailatam. Mailatam is inspired by a beautiful peacock. And Mailatam includes the peacock, its pecking movements, and dancing with its open feathers. In this folk dance, the dancer wears a costume resembling the peacock where the hands or face is fully covered. Only the feet of the dancer with ankle bells are visible. And the sides of the dancer resembles the wings of the peacock, and it is flapped with the help of the hands. More than pecking and hopping movements of the peacock, the dancers also performs different various tricks such as picking up a piece of paper from the ground, garlanding the chief guest, and performing aarti to Lord Muruga. And the songs used in Mailatam is very simple and are often in praise of Muruga or the peacock. Next, Garba. Garba is the ceremonial dance of Gujarat. It is performed on the occasion of Navaratra before Diwali. It is also performed on all 9 nights of Navaratri, which is observed with great solemnity. In this folk dance, a lamp is placed inside an earthen picture with holes all around it. Charged with creative energy, the lamp stands for the seed of creation, and the earthen picture resembles the womb of the mother goddess. The goddess, and the earthen picture is placed inside a wooden structure called a mandavadi, and that wooden structure is placed on the head of the dancer, and the dancer begins to move in a circular manner. And this folk dance is begin to clap and sing in a rhythmic manner. And the dancers wear embroidered skirts with cholis, and the head is fully covered with dupatta, and they wear thick, colorful, silver chunky jewelry. And in my lecture, I was able to cover only a small every other dance forms performed in all over the world. So let's not forget a dance form, and it is not necessary to dance those dance forms. It is necessary to remember and give respect to the dancers and the art and the beautiful art form. Thank you.
I welcome you all to my presentation. I would like to introduce myself first. I am Shriya S. Nair of grade 8B, and I am here to convey my lecture on the topic, the power of body language in communication. So I would like to start my lecture with a quote. I speak 2 languages, body and English. A quote by Mae West may put a light on body language in communication. Since body language isn't any spoken language, but her words emphasize on how it impacts in our daily lives.
While the key to success in both personal and professional relationships lies in our ability to communicate well. It's not the words that we use, it's your nonverbal cues or body language that speaks the loudest. Body language is a use of physical behavior, expressions, and mannerisms used to communicate nonverbally, which is often done instinctively rather than consciously. Whether you're aware of it or not, interact with others, you are continuously giving and receiving wordless signals. All of your nonverbal behaviors, the gestures you make, your posture, the tone of your voice, and how much eye contact you make, send strong messages. They can put people at ease, build trust, and draw others towards you, or they can confuse or even undermine what you're trying to convey. These messages don't stop even when you stop talking. Even if you're silent, you're still communicating non-verbally. In some instances, what comes out of your mouth and what you communicate through your body language may be two totally different things. If you say one thing and your body language says something else, your listener will likely feel that you are being dishonest. Telling yes while shaking your head no, for example. When faced with such mixed signals, your listener has to choose whether to believe your verbal or non-verbal message. Since body language is a natural and unconscious language that broadcasts your true feelings and intentions, they likely choose the non-verbal message. However, by improving how you understand and use non-verbal communication, you can express what you really mean, connect better with others, and build new relationships. Benefits of body language. Benefits of body language. Positive body language changes your attitude. It decreases cortisol. It creates a more powerful combination. It makes you more likable. It conveys competence, and it improves your emotional intelligence. Body language is one of the primary ways we communicate with each other. The way you present yourself, act, carries meaning. This meaning can be positive or negative. Positive body language. Positive body language is a type of nonverbal communication that puts us in a position of comfort, likability, and dignity. Also known as the open body language, it helps us to be open and approachable to others, helping them feel at ease during interactions and exchanges. When you pay close attention to your body language, you have the potential to navigate conflicts and build new relationships. Negative body language. Negative or closed body language is a type of nonverbal communication that affects your credibility and influence. The way you respond through your gestures and facial expressions may offend or even hurt others. Your closed body language may drastically reduce your ability of being effective, and you may not even be aware of it. Additional signs of negative body language includes nail biting, locked ankles, rapid blinking, tapping or drumming of fingers, and fidgeting. Nail biting, it suggests insecurity or stress. Locked ankles are associated with anxious thoughts. Rapid blinking can indicate uncertainty or concern. Tapping or drumming of fingers shows impatience or boredom. Fidgeting shows that the person is disinterested or distracted. Keeping your body language in check is crucial for workplace settings, as it has the power to affect your professional relationships. You wouldn't want people to leave with a bad impression about you, which is why you need to learn how to keep your silent signals in check. Communication through body language has been going on for over 1 million years, but has been scientifically studied to any extent only in the past 50 years or so. It has become popular during the 1970s. Alan Pease predicts that the impact and meaning in human communication will be a part of formal education in the future. Ultimately, our society will be the best research and testing ground for this. Conscious observations of our own actions as well as the others' actions can lead to the better understanding of the various methods of communication that happens in the world's most complex and interesting beast, the man himself. The father of body language is Albert Mehrabian. He was born in 1939 to an Armenian family living in Iran. Even though he was a well-trained engineer, he was best known for his findings of the importance of verbal and nonverbal messages. He has also constructed a number of psychological measures, including the arousal-seeking tendency scale. Now, just as the bird watcher gets delighted in watching the bird and its behavior, the nonverbalist gets delighted in watching the nonverbal cues and signals in human beings. It seems almost incredible that even after a million years of humans' evolution, the aspects of nonverbal communication has been actively studied on any scale only since 1960s, and the public has become aware about their existence by an author, Julius Fast, who published a book about body language in the 1970s. The book was a summary of the work done by the behavioral scientists up until that time. Charlie Chaplin and many other silent movie actors were pioneers of nonverbal communication skills, as they were the only mode of communication that was available on the screen in those days. Each actor was classed as good or bad according to the extent through which he can use gestures and other body signals to communicate effectively. Since 1972, researchers have noted down and recorded over 1 million nonverbal cues and signals in human beings. Professor Birdwhistell made some similar estimates on the amount of nonverbal communication in human beings. He estimated that an average person speaks about 10 to 11 minutes a day, and an average sentence takes about 2.5 seconds. He also estimated that the verbal component of a face-to-face conversation is only 35%, whereas the other 65% is done non-verbally. Most of the basic communication gestures are the same all over the world. When people are happy, they smile. When they are sad or angry, they frown or scowl. Nodding the head is universally known to indicate yes or affirmation, and shaking the head for no or uncertainty. So nonverbal communication can play 5 roles: repetition, contradiction, substitution, complementing, and accenting. Repetition. It often repeats and strengthens the message that you're trying to convey verbally. Contradiction. It can contradict for a verbal message, thus indicating that your listener may feel that you are being dishonest. Substitution. It can substitute for a verbal message. For example, facial expressions can convey a far more vivid message than words ever can. Complementing. It can add to or complement your verbal message. As a boss, if you pat an employee on the back in addition to giving a praise, it can improve the importance of your message. Accenting. It can accent or underline the message that you're trying to convey. Pounding the table, for example, can improve the importance of your message. So nonverbal communication can be of various types: facial expressions, body movement and posture, gestures, eye contact, touch, space, and voice. Starting with facial expressions. There are 6 universal facial expressions that includes surprise, happiness, anger, fear, sadness, and disgust. Facial expressions plays a prominent role in conversations. Since the human face is extremely expressive, able to convey emotions without saying a single word, it's important how to read it. But unlike other nonverbal gestures, facial expressions can be universal. The next is body movement and posture. Body movement and posture include aspects such as sitting, standing, walking, wearing, stance, or even subtle movements. Gestures. Gestures can include aspects such as waving, pointing, or even using hands when speaking. Psychology proves that using hands when speaking helps us to get our thoughts through our mind and convey it in an effective manner. But unlike facial expressions, gestures can vary so much across cultures. For example, an OK sign made with the hand is considered positive in English-speaking countries, but it is considered offensive in countries such as Germany, Russia, and Brazil. So, it is important to know how and where to use gestures to avoid misinterpretation. The next is eye contact. The visual sense is an imperative type of nonverbal communication. Since we are able to see a lot through one's eyes, including honesty, hostility, attraction, and affection. Eye contact plays a prominent role in conversations as they show concern or even how engaged they are in the conversation. Since the visual sense is dominant for most people, it is important to use it. The next is touch. We communicate a great deal through touch. Now, think about very different messages conveyed by a weak handshake, a warm bear hug, a patronizing pat on the head, or a controlling grip on the arm. The next is space. Have you ever felt uncomfortable because the other person was standing too close to you and invading your personal space? We all have a need for physical space, although it differs across culture, the closeness of the relationship, the place where we are, or the situation. Physical space can be used to indicate affection or aggression, dominance. Voice. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. People read your voice in addition to listening to your words. They also pay attention to sounds such as and which can indicate their affection towards them. The next is how to improve nonverbal communication. When you want to improve your nonverbal communication, you have to have full focus on what you are going to say, and checking your phone, thinking about something else, you are certain to miss your nonverbal cues. So, for improving your nonverbal communication, you have to have a full focus on the moment experience. You have to learn to manage your stress in the moment and develop your emotional awareness. So now let us know how to manage stress in the moment. So stress comprises your ability to communicate well. When you're stressed out, you are more likely to misread other people, send confusing or off-putting nonverbal signals, and lapse into unhealthy knee-jerk patterns. When you feel overwhelmed by stress, take a time out and calm yourself down before you jump back into the conversation. Once you have regained your emotional equilibrium, you feel better equipped to deal with the situation in a more positive way. So, some of the most surest and fastest way to calm yourself down is to employ your senses, such as about what you hear, smell, touch, or taste. For example, viewing a photo of your child or pet, smelling your favorite scent, listening to a favorite piece of music, or squeezing a stress ball, you can quickly calm yourself down and refocus. Since everyone responds differently, you might have to experiment all these things to know what works the best for you. So the next is develop your emotional awareness. So you have to show people that you care about their feelings. We are all taught to shut down our strong emotions such as anger, sadness, and fear. Don't shut down your emotions. Even though you try to shut down or numb them, you can't eliminate them. They're still there affecting your behavior. So, if you develop your emotional awareness, you can gain better control of yourself. The next is how to find if a person is lying or not. The speed of some gestures and how obvious they seem to others is also related to the age of the individual. So, if a 5-year-old child tells a lie to his or her parent, the mouth is deliberately covered with both the hands immediately afterwards. When a teenager tells a lie, the hand is brought to the mouth just like a 5-year-old, but instead of obvious gestures, their fingers rub lightly around it. The same mouth covering gesture becomes more refined during the adulthood. The adult's brain instructs his hand to cover his mouth in an attempt to cover the deceitful words, but at the last moment, the hand is brought down and touches the face. So now let me tell you some lesser known facts on body language and communication. Those are micro expressions, the power of feet, the power of mirroring, the truth behind blushing, and the tell of touching the face. So let's start with micro expressions. Micro expressions are involuntary facial expressions that last for a fraction of a second. Micro expressions can reveal a person's true emotions even if they're trying to hide or mask them. These micro expressions can be subtle, but they can provide significant insights into someone's thoughts or feelings. The next is the feet. While we often focus on gestures and facial expressions, the feet can be highly revealing. Our feet tend to point towards the direction where we feel comfortable or where we want to go.
So, during a conversation, if the other person's feet is not facing you and facing somewhere else, it might indicate a desire to leave or disinterest. The next is the power of mirroring. Mirroring refers to the unconscious imitation of someone else's body language, speech patterns, and gestures. Mirroring is a natural way humans build rapport and establish bonds. So, people who mirror each other's body language often feel a sense of familiarity and a connection between them. The next is the tell of touching the face. When people cover or touch certain areas of their face, it can indicate discomfort or deception. For example, when a person's hand covers the mouth, it can indicate dishonesty, while rubbing the nose can show uncertainty or a concealed opinion. So the next is the truth behind blushing. So blushing is also an involuntary reaction caused due to the embarrassment, anxiousness, or even when we feel happy. Blushing is a biological response caused due to the increased blood flow on the face. Blushing can also be an indicator of honesty, as it is very difficult to consciously control. So the next is gestures can be divided as two types, boredom and genuine interest. When the hand is on the face used as a head support, it indicates that the person is feeling disinterested and the hand is a supporting aid to prevent his head from falling asleep. Genuine interest is shown when the hand is on the cheek, not used as a head support. So there are three basic head positions that includes head up, head tilt, and head down. When the head is up, it shows that the attitude about what he is hearing is neutral. When the head is tilted, it shows that the interest has developed. Charles Darwin was one of the first to notice that humans as well as animals tilt their head when they are interested in something. The next is head down. When the head is down, it shows that the attitude is negative or even judgmental. Now we are going to know how to read body language. When you want to read others' body language, you have to pay attention to inconsistencies, take nonverbal signals as a group, and trust your instincts. Pay attention to inconsistencies. Are the person telling one thing and their body language telling something else? We can take the same example that I have given before. Telling yes while shaking your head no. Are their nonverbal signals consistent or inconsistent? Look nonverbal signals as a group. So don't take too much things into a single gesture or nonverbal cue. Consider all of their nonverbal behaviors as a group, and are their nonverbal cues matching with the words that they say? And trust your instincts. Don't dismiss your gut feelings. When you feel something isn't adding up or someone isn't being honest, you might have picked up a mismatch between the verbal and nonverbal messages. So now let's get a brief summary on what we have discussed in today's lecture. So today we have known about the benefits of body language, positive and negative body language, the 5 roles on nonverbal communication, the types of nonverbal communication, how to find if a person is lying or not, lesser known facts on nonverbal communication, the 3 basic head positions, and how to read body language. So I would finally like to conclude my lecture by stating that body language plays an essential role in all forms of communications, verbally as well as non-verbally. It helps us to break the barriers and form a better connection with other individuals. I would like to thank my school management, my parents, and my teachers for giving me their extreme and fullest support for showcasing my talent in this stage. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I welcome you all to my presentation, and it's my pleasure to introduce myself. I am Bhivainavi of grade 8B. Today, I am here to give a lecture on the topic, the cultural significance of international festivals. My topic is particularly relevant to those who loves and enjoys the festivals celebrated all around the world. Now, let me explain you my presentation structure. In my presentation, I will focus on the importance of celebrating these festivals worldwide. These are going to be divided as follows. First, the general introduction. Second, the significant reason behind these celebrations. Third, impact on celebrating these festivals. for the need or purpose of celebrating these festivals. Finally, examples and their details. Before getting into the topic, let us discuss what is culture. Culture means relating to a particular society and its arts, customs, ideas, and a deep sense of its personal honor that takes part in cultural heritage. And culture is a learning pathway through which we are able to understand our ancestor worship and the way they celebrate each and every festivals. Culture is broadly classified into two different types. First, immaterial culture, and second, material culture. Going on with material culture. A culture which follows its tradition by use of a material that is very historical, used by their ancestors, is material culture. Immaterial culture is totally opposite to material culture, where a culture follows its tradition without use of any materials used by their ancestors very historically. Now, let us see what are festivals. Festivals are meant by joy and happiness. These are not only the celebration on a particular day. Beyond that, there are more to celebrate in terms of arts, belief, customs, and ideas. Festivals are celebrated by people to show their love, respect, and kindness towards the God. Festival differs from state to state and country to country. Festivals are classified into four major different types. First one is religious festival, international festival, art festival, and seasonal or harvest festival. Going on with detail about each and every type of festivals. First, with religious festival. As according to its name, this is a festival which follows its traditions in reference to a god, where this festival takes place in a bank of a particular temple. An international festival is our topic that we are going to discuss later. Art festival. In USA, what happens is the government of USA arranges a very huge building where all the art musicians will place their arts and drawings and even crafts that are classified into many different types. And at the evening of this festival's day, people visit here as if as like an exhibition and look on to all the drawings and craft works that are placed by the art musicians. And the end of the festival is celebrated by cutting cake by the government who arranged this festival, that is art festival. Going on with the last type of festival, that is seasonal or harvest festival. You all might have a doubt that how all festivals have a single name and how does it has two different names, that is seasonal or harvest. Because everything cannot be said that it is permanent, because seasonal festival is that if say for example we'll take a crop that is wheat. So if you're not able to yield the crop for more than 10 years and yielding it again after some years, the farmers feel very proud about the yielding they get from particular crop. That is why they think that is not permanent, and that they name it as seasonal festival. And going on with the next topic is evolution of festival. So we should know how does festivals have came into existence. Actually, in ancient times, people were not as if like us being together. People were divided into many different societies where according to their caste, religion, race and gender, and also according to the position they have in the kingdom. So people were divided into many societies which are headed by a priest, and each and every priest in a particular society will give some norms and etiquettes that are given by the society members to the priest. So each and every society has a same rule according to the festival. They say that the people of particular society should not visit to the other societies' festivals. So each and every societies will have a day-to-day or period of time some festivals in their regulations. So the remaining society members are not allowed to visit the festival or celebrate the festival on a particular week. Even however they are hungry, people of a particular society should not eat or borrow food from the remaining other societies. That is not only this according to festival, even the dress code they want to wear, the language they communicate, even the food differs from each and every societies that the priest taught. So people thought everyone are human beings and everyone should be united. Why should there be some differences between humans? So they broken down all the rules and norms given by their priest and thought that we all are united, we have the rights to communicate with each other. Then they started to celebrate even a single festival together and ended it with very good happiness. And the root word of festival is feast. That is why we never ever end up even a single festival without sharing food with our neighbors and relatives. Going on, like, how does this festival contribute to culture? Festival and culture both go hand to hand. They both are inseparable. And culture is celebrated as a festival event, and festival is a form of culture. And festivals is a cultural event because culture is the one which evoluted first and retained it into festivals. So it is also a perfect way through which we can remark people about the benefits of culture, heritage and tradition, and also entertain through music, arts, dance and films. And even a child can feel very proud about his or her own culture as it has very good tradition within them. So in olden days there were law of festival that, but nowadays we don't have any law for celebrating a festival, that there is no rule or law that only a citizen of a country or a particular member who belongs to a particular caste should celebrate a festival of that particular country or caste. It is meant for everyone to celebrate a festival from any part of the world. Now, going on with what are international festivals. In Tamil, international festival is known as Sarvadesa Tiruvila, which is celebrated to determine unity among the people. Setting aside a day-to-day or period of time and feasting irrespective of their race, religion, caste and gender is said to be international festivals. So there is another reason how does this international festival have came into existence. In approximately in the year of 1985, people of CUSO society were in need of international students. Once after they attained the number of students they were in need of, the international students thought that they should be very unique as compared to the normal people. So they named each and every celebrations or festivals they had with the first word international. So how does there is a reason that goes like as a story about a small girl who found the word festival and named it as international festival. So they had a Lord Puja. So the girl named it as International Lord Puja. But she felt something very odd when she repeats it to 2 to 3 times. So she thought that it's very odd. We should name something else to make it in a simpler way that everyone can understand about it. Then she found a word that is international festival and named it with international festival. People were not mostly aware about what are international festivals and why do people give these many importance to celebrate it. But once after they know about the need or purpose of celebrating this international festival and the enjoyment they have, they started to celebrate these festivals in public. Going on, how does everything will have a reason, why do we think we should celebrate it? The same way, each and every festivals observed by us have some significant reasons behind its celebrations, right? The same way, festivals have some reasons that people love to celebrate it. In general, festivals give distraction from our day-to-day life. You think in your own life, you compare a normal day where you go with all your works from morning to night and compare a day where you only look on to festivals. Both have major differences in them, right? If it is a normal day from morning to night, we only think about our work that we do onto our timing. But when it is a festival, we never ever mind up our work. We only think about who are the relations we are going to meet on a particular day. What is the delicious food we are going to eat? New dress we are going to wear. That is the only thing that we think in our mind, right? So that is why people think that festivals are very good stress busters, which makes us very relaxed in our day-to-day life. So, and it also makes us to experience culture with music, dance and food, and also cherish some important moments in our life. and it also brings diverse communities where people are from different part of the world and makes us more knowledge about the culture and tradition and festivals that are celebrated onto a particular country, and gives us some experiences on various cultures and traditions according to the part of festivals. And now, the need or purpose of celebrating these festivals. So here, people nowadays are not being together. They engage themselves in many different jobs in different countries. They also adapt to the place they live or run on that they're onto their environment. So here, I would like to say a quote that is said by a very famous Indian poet. You might have found him in the author of Purananuru. He said that Yadu Mure Yavarum Kelir. By hearing onto the quote, you might all found him. Yes, he's absolutely Kanyan Pungundanar. So, in the meaning of the quote Yadu Mure Yavarum Kelir is that respect everyone in the world as your brothers and sisters. To say in simple words, every country are my country and every people are my relation. And that is how people have some impact onto them to observe onto the what are festivals and to know about the celebrations and traditions of it, right? So even everything plays a very impacted role onto people where they are able to understand more about culture and tradition. Once after we got the quote in Tamil, that is Yadu Mure Yavarum Kelir, within 10 to 15 years, we got an English quote that give respect and take respect. So now going on with the impact that celebrations on each and every festivals create onto particular person's perspective. So now let me tell you it with some examples which make you more clear about the impact that creates even on yourself but not known still now. So we'll take a family who are being in abroad. They are very poor family who lived in village, and for job work they are visiting abroad. So they know they'll have some new experiences they find in abroad. So once after they want a sole purpose and meeting to a village, they share all their experiences to the village members, their relatives, and share the new things they had there. Even the village family wants to meet the abroad family. They'll have many new experiences than hearing it from others and experiencing it lively. They'll have a different way of education given to the students, timing of the schools, and even culture, traditions, appliances used in each and every houses. It might give them some knowledge about a particular place. When the family who visited to abroad return back to the same village, they say to their neighbors, and the neighbors will have chain of members where they say to each and every family, and the whole village knows more about a particular family and their experiences they had in abroad. This gives them some knowledge about the culture and tradition of abroad to the whole village. So even media plays a very important role which makes people to know more about culture and tradition of a particular festivals. You take it is say for example we'll take this a festival of Pongal where we all love to celebrate it, right? So we'll have some reality shows which gives many more importance to a particular festival, Pongal. So we know more about the tradition and culture and even dress codes, food they use that are very historical, that ancestors used to cook and eat. This gives us some knowledge about what is a festival, how does it is more important to us. So the media is also playing many importance on making us more knowledge and educated about what are festivals and cultures and its tradition. So now it makes us some personal perspective on thinking that festivals are important to celebrate within us, and they start to celebrate it when it occurs. Now let me see some examples of international festivals. Going on with the first festival, that is Kumbh Mela. This is the largest peaceful gathering ever seen in the world and takes gap of 12 years in each and every year. And this is a festival where large gatherings occurs in front of a river bank and also through the pilgrim sites. And the people here, what they think to celebrate this festival is, if people have done something wrong by their knowledge, they pray to the God, give me a very good mind where I can do everything in a right way. So they'll have a very big holy dip into the water that is considered to be a holy water by the people, which is in a river bank of a particular temple, which gives a reference to Lord Shiva. And even this is a festival which mostly takes place in a particular rivers as like Haridwar Nagar river and rivers Sipra, Ganges, Yamuna and Nile, where people will have a very good holy dip by praying towards the God. Going on with the second festival, that is Songkran festival. This is a very important Catholic festival celebrated in the world, and it is celebrated in Thailand. Thailand is known for this festival, and Thailand is also known as the land of smiles. Songkran festival is also known as water splashing festival. So let me see the process how people celebrate this Songkran festival. So each and every house in Thailand will have a historical bowl, which this festival comes under the culture of material culture, as said before. Each and every family will have a historical bowl that is used by their ancestors from many years ago for celebrating this particular festival. Each and every family also has a holy water where is the main ingredient that they use to celebrate this festival. They pour the holy water, whatever they have, into the bowl and only uses jasmine flowers and rose petals to celebrate this festival. With the help of jasmine flowers and rose petals, they take some few drops of the holy water and splash onto the elder thighs, which is splashed by the younger thighs of each and every family. And what is they pray onto the elder thighs is that whatever the things I have done wrong to you, please rectify those mistakes and give me a last warning, which makes me more which makes me more correct in each and everything I do in my life. That is the thing that younger thighs prays to the elder thighs. And this also shows respects to monks and elders of each and every family. Now let me see about the next festival, Samana Santa. This is celebrated as a holy week throughout the Latin America, and it is most important Catholic festival that is also celebrated in the world. And it is a Spanish celebration where people of each and every family will play processions onto their streets. So how does the process takes place and the evolution of this festival comes is, so if in those days what there happens is, in a particular place, if a person will be more familiar among the people, right? Once if they die, people will think that he is God to us. So they built a statue in reference to a particular person. They think he is very important in our life. So they pray processions in reference to a particular person that people love more in a particular place. And the dress code used in this festival is a very good long frock that are used by both men and women. A hoodie is attached with the dress where they wear the hoodie onto their head, and we are only able to view only their eyes and also only the stick they have in each and every hand while praying this procession. And it also gives reference to Lord Easter, and it also brings many brotherhoods into our life. So going on with the next festival, that is Obon festival. This festival is celebrated in Japan from 13th to 15th of every 7th lunar month in each and every year. And this is a festival, it is celebrated to show the memory and to come back of all the memories they had with their ancestors they loved most. So Cochin lanterns are hung in front of the houses. The structure of Cochin lanterns is as if like a mother worm, and there will be a light which is placed as like a candle inside the worm. And the name of the ancestor who the family love most is written onto the Cochin lanterns and hung in front of each and every houses. People give food that their ancestor love, and the dress code they like to wear, and the jewelries they like to use. And the end of this festival is celebrated as another festival that we are going to see later. And this is also known as Floating Lanterns in Water Bodies Festival. And so the next festival comes behind it will be the end of the Buddhist New Year. And this is the start of Buddhist New Year in each and every year. Going on, the next festival, the Carnival Festival, it is celebrated first in the place of Rio de Janeiro, and this is considered to be the great show in the earth. And the Carnival Festival is named as Rio de Janeiro because first the evolution of festival only take place in the place Rio de Janeiro. People love this is a very good festival, and this is the most important festival that each and every one of them in the place Rio de Janeiro waits for its arrival. So this is the biggest festival in world, and it also gives the cultures and religious things that people know more about knowledge of Brazilians. And grand feasts are arranged by the government, whoever takes care of this festival, to the green wine gods. And also this is a 6-day festival where each and every day has their uniqueness. And first 3 days are very awaited by people to celebrate it. The first day is Dress Day Festival. Second is a most important day where people love to celebrate ahead of this particular 3 days. Second is Food Day Festival, where they'll have varieties of food which are in variety colors. And this festival also have grand parades, sabha musics, dance and food festivals. Going on with the next festival, that is Toro Nagashi. By hearing on to the name, you might have all found this is a Japanese festival. So as said before, the end of the Abon festival is celebrated as this festival, Toro Nagashi. This also means floating of Cochin lanterns into the water bodies. And Abon festival is the start of Buddhist New Year, as said before, and this is the end of Buddhist New Year that takes place in each and every month. And this also have a major event in Japan because people love to visit their ancestor, whoever they love most. So the headman, whoever hung the Cochin lanterns in front of the house, that is in a worm-like structure, should be expected to remove the Cochin lanterns back from the house and make it float into the water body. And while the process of floating of Cochin lanterns, they think that spirits, whoever came as their ancestors from the spiritual worlds to meet them, is going back in a pathway into their spiritual world. And going on with the next festival, the Carnival Venice. This festival began in the year of 1162, and this is celebrated by Venice Republic's victory over of the place Arexia of Aquileia. And why do people celebrate it? There is a very historic reason behind why people celebrated this. The place in Venice, there was a small girl she's the only child for her parents, and she was affected by cancer and died in her years of 5, and people were not able to accept her demise, but they thought whatever the things they was not able to get in the particular time period where she lived and the time period she died, they gained once after she died only. So they think that she's a god to them who give them a new life to begin. So this is celebrated in the streets of Venice in Italy, and there is a very big house that is built by the society members of Venice in reference to a small girl, Venice, and they think that she's a god who comes to meet them on her birthday and see all to the raisings that the place gained once after she died. Going on to the next festival, Exit Festival. So this is a multi-genre music festival which is celebrated in Novi Sad in Siberia. People are very awaited onto the arrival of this festival because this is a 30 days festival that takes place in each and every year, the December month. And it may take in 2 different places, only a complete month of December, or from December 25 to January 25, this festival may take place. According to the situation where people feels comfortable, this festival takes place. And 30 days will have all the uniqueness where people love to celebrate this festival, and it is partialized into 3 different parts where each and every 10 days has their uniqueness to celebrate it. And first 10 days will have hip hop and music dances, and second day is music, and third day is pop and rock, which combines people into a very big world. They feel only about the happiness and love that is given by their family and the people who they love. And is a festival which makes people, whoever they think is an enemy to their family, they think that they communicate with each other. And also the name of this festival is Relationship Festival, where people love to celebrate this festival and to visit there, even if it is their enemies, they feel very much excited to visit them and know more about them, and to share their experiences onto their life. Going on with the next festival, that is Snow Star Festival. This is a festival where thousands of pilgrims crowd in the Sinkara Aden Valley, which takes place in the Kizo region, and dancers and multi-genre music skits plays skits onto this festival. And it also gives reference to star cluster, which presides in the southern hemisphere, and this is a festival of 16 days where each and every day is most loved to celebrate by people. And most important day is that the 15th day, which is last before day of the ending of this festival, where people is split into many different societies, and each and every societies will have a color theme, where a particular color of food is completely cooked, and a particular color is weared by the society members, that they are split by the head, who takes care of this festival in each and every year. And it also signals the abundance of harvest season, where all the farmers feel happy to celebrate this festival. Going on with the last festival, that is Mevlana Festival. So this is a festival which gives reference to Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi. We'll see in detail about his preachings onto this festival and how do people love to celebrate this festival. So Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi is people there will think that he's a God-gifted child, because their parents was not able to get a child for 25 years. So once after they got the child Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi, people thought that he's a God-gifted child who gives them enlightenment onto their life. So as people thought, he became a very good priest who preaches more about tolerance and religious equity to his followers. And once after he died in the year of 1273 in Turkey, people were not able to accept his demise. So they thought that each and every year, where the date where he died is a very important day in their life, where Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi returned back to meet each and every one of them in a particular place, and give them some preaches about their lives, which they improve in their life, in a day-to-day life. So this is a 10-day festival where people there celebrated by wearing the costume of Mevlana Rumi. And I would like to conclude my lecture that each and every thing has a significant reason behind its importance that people love to celebrate it. Same way, international festival have some reasons that people love to celebrate it, and we all should observe onto the reasons and histories that makes us more impacted on to celebrate these festivals. I thank my school management for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Pugal M of grade 8B. Now I am going to take lecture on the topic History of Greek Gods and Goddesses. Greece was a country full of commerce and culture. Unlike religious gods today, the Greek gods resembled human beings in their form and their emotions, and suffered from the same dilemmas humans throughout time have faced. And today's lecture concepts of mine are just the general introduction of the Greek mythology, and all about the Greek gods and goddesses and weapons used by the Greek gods and goddesses. And next, as the blessings of Greek gods and goddesses, Greek gods' names in planets, honor for Greek gods and goddesses, and things we learn from the Greek gods and goddesses. And also the last final topic, influence of Greek mythology on the modern day society. As I said, it was full of commerce and culture. The gods would fight, play on each other, get angry or jealous, and steal from each other. The Greek mythology Greek myth takes many forms from religious myths of origin to folk tales and legends of heroes. And Greek mythology is a group of epic stories told about gods, goddesses, heroes, creatures, and rituals of the ancient Greece. The major gods and goddesses lived at the top of Mount Olympus, the highest mountain in Greece, and in which they watched the mortals down on the earth, which they are responsible for the success or failure of the human life. It all begins with Zeus, the king of all gods, killing his father and bringing his siblings to Mount Olympia, and ends with Rome conquering Greece. Ancient Greek religion was based on the belief that there were 12 gods and goddesses of the Greek who ruled the universe from the top of Mount Olympus. The 12 deities were Zeus, Poseidon, Hermes, Hera, Hades, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Athena, Demeter, Dionysus, and Aphrodite. The first god in Greek mythology was Chaos. Gaia, the personification of the earth, emerged shortly afterwards along with Tartarus Eros and along with her consort Uranus, the god of heaven and sky. Together, Gaia and Uranus birth to many key deities, such as the creatures of the ancient Greece. Now, let's get and clear of some popular and interesting gods and goddesses of the Greek. Cronus. Cronus was known as the Titan. The Titans are rarely represented in art and are not found in many myths. He was considered as the youngest son of Uranus and Gaia, and he dethroned Uranus to become the world's first king to rule over his siblings and the fellow Titans. And he married Rhea and was eventually overthrown by his son Zeus. Cronus played a crucial part in the creation of the known universe, first as a rebel against Uranus and as the tyrant against whom Zeus led his rebellion. And second, as the most important god, Zeus. Zeus was considered as the king of Mount Olympus, the home of Greek gods, where he ruled the world and imposes his will onto gods and the mortals alike. And he was, as the ancient Greek god, he was considered as the god of sky and thunder, and as the chief Greek deity, his symbol was lightning bolt and eagle. Cronus is the son of Titans Cronus and Rhea, and he is most famous for his infidelity to his both sister and wife Hera. He had 6 siblings: Hestia, Hades, Hera, Poseidon, Charon, and Demeter, and he had 26 children. And second comes the Poseidon. Poseidon was considered as the brother of Zeus, and he is one among of the 12 Olympians and Mount Olympus. He was presiding over the sea storms, earthquakes, and horses, and considered as the god of sea storms, earthquakes, and horses. His symbol was horse, trident, bull, and fishes, and Poseidon could create storms on the seas and could create clear weather to help them along the day. He could also create earthquakes on the land, which earned him the perfect title, the Earth Shaker. Then third comes the Hermes. Hermes was a son of Zeus and Maia, and he was a Zeus messenger. He possesses the typical power of an Olympian god: superhuman strength, durability, agility, stamina, and reflexes. And he can run and fly at speed of exceeding those any other Olympian gods and goddesses. And that is his terrestrial disease. And next comes the Hera. Hera was considered as the queen of 12 Olympians, sister and wife of Zeus, and one among of the Mount Olympus and 12 Olympians. She was considered as the Greek goddess of marriage, women, childbirth, and protector of the women during the childbirth. She may be physically attractive, but a vindictive personality makes her less so. And next comes the Aphrodite. Aphrodite was considered as the goddess of love and beauty, and the Greeks believed that she was created from the foam of the sea on the shores of Paphos and Cyprus. She was considered as the most beautiful of all gods and goddesses, and later married to Hephaestus. He is known as the god of metalwork and fire. And next comes the Athena. Athena was considered as the Greek goddess of wisdom, skill, and war, and would protect heroes during the war. And she taught humans various skills such as crafts such as weaving, and she was considered as Zeus' favorite daughter, so much so that he could allow to use his weapons, even his thunderbolt. And next comes Hades. Hades is also called Pluto or Pluton in the ancient Greek religion, was the Greek god of the dead and king of the underworld. He was considered as the brother of deities Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, and son of Cronus and Rhea. And he controls the underworld and besides all its subjects, and he had a superpower. He was the helmet called Helm of Darkness that allowed him to become invisible. The special power was called invisibility. And next comes Apollo. Apollo was a son of Zeus and Leto, and twin brother of Artemis. He was called as the god of healing, music, medicine, archery, poetry, and the sun. And he was considered as the most handsome of gods and goddesses. And he was the only major god to remain as same as throughout the ancient Greek and the Roman literature. And next comes his twin brother, Artemis. Artemis was the twin brother of Apollo. Apollo was a sun god, whereas Artemis was the moon goddess. Artemis was the Olympian goddess of the wisdom, skill, and war. And she was known as the most popularly worshipped deities of all gods and goddesses. She was also associated with the childbirth and nature, and this attribute, along with her protective nature, made her the perfect image of the mother goddess. And here is the last before goddess, Demeter. Demeter was considered as the important goddess of the ancient Greek people who formed a lot of their food. And as such, she was called as the Greek goddess of harvest and fertility. She controls the fertility of the earth, such as she was known as the goddess of agriculture. She was kind but instructive to the Greek people, helping humans with their farming tasks. And next comes Hercules. Hercules was known as the god of strength and heroes, and he had superhuman strength, so much so that he could carry 2 buildings in columns. He was known for fighting ferocious animals and monsters in the Greek mythology, and he was often shown wearing or carrying the great lion's skin he killed. And now comes the weapons used by the Greek gods and goddesses. First comes the most powerful weapon of Zeus. His weapon is thunderbolt. It was given to him by the typhoon to kill his father. And second most powerful weapon was Poseidon. Poseidon's weapon was trident, which was 3-shaped pitchfork shaped, and it was given to him by the god of metalwork and fire, Hephaestus. And third comes Hades' bident. He used this bident to control the underworld and all its subjects, and this was shaped in a perfect pitchfork. And next comes Athena's Aegis. This Aegis was a spear-like protective object through which she protects the heroes during the war, and that shield she uses also a shield. This is in which she throws a single strike. It could kill more than 40 members. And next comes Hermes Caduceus. Caduceus is nothing but it is an interwoven interwoven weapon with two snakes and had two wings around it. And this is used by him to run and fly most faster than we think. And next comes the Apollo's bow and arrow. This was used by him to the royal richness, and as his bow was made by gold and his arrow was made by the quiver of silvers. And next comes the Cronus scythe. This scythe was used by him to kill his children and most of the time to rule the world. And next comes the Hercules bow and arrow. As I said before, he could kill many ferocious animals and monsters using this bow and arrow, and he is the second user of the bow and arrow. And next comes Artemis. She also uses the weapon bow and arrow. As such, she was called as the twin brother of Apollo. And next comes the Hera. Hera's sword. As such, she was physically attractive and had a vindictive personality. The vindictive personality denotes her sword. And next comes Demeter's sword or sickle. This sword was used to help the Greek people at the farming time, and this sickle was also used by her to harvest the food for them. And next comes the dresses worn by the Greek gods, goddesses, and the people. The Greek people just wore the loose-fitting clothes like cloak, and both gods and goddesses wear the royal rich-looked dresses like with golden boundaries and borders. And there is also a funny thing that you should hear. That is, there is also a god of cloths. His name is Clotho. And next comes the Greek gods' names in planets. As the scientists developed the skills to look out into the solar system, they saw the planets that orbited around the sun as beautiful celestial godlike objects. The first comes Sun. The Greek god of the sun was originally Helios, but not the Apollo. He took on the name Sol during the Roman age, which turned into the word that we use now. And next comes the Mercury. As the planet Mercury passed by so quickly in its orbit, it was perfect for the Greek god's name Hermes. As such, he can run and fly. And next comes the Venus. As the smallest planet of the earth, it was named after the Greek goddess Aphrodite, and Aphrodite was called as the beautiful goddess, and the Venus planet was also like a beautiful planet. And next comes the Earth. Our planet is the only one that does not have any Greek god's name. It was just associated with the Greek god Gaia. Earth comes from the Old English word eartha. And next comes the Mars. Mars is seen as the red planet, was easy to associate with the Greek god Ares, known to the Romans as Mars. And next comes the Saturn. The Romans gave much more interest to this Titan, who is called as the god of time, Cronus. Cronus, as such, his horrific name was the home of the Greek god Cronus, the planet Saturn. Next comes the Jupiter. As the only largest planet in the solar system, it was thought that this planet would take on the name of the king of all gods, and king of the Mount Olympus, Zeus, also known as the Jupiter. And next comes the Uranus. As the coldest planet orbiting far out into the solar system, it was first kept the name Uranus, and next changed into the word Uranus. He is called as the father of gods. And next comes the Neptune. As the blue planet sailing far into the sky, it was easy to associate with the Greek god Poseidon. Neptune was also in blue, and Poseidon's and Poseidon was also in blue. Poseidon was also in blue. And next comes Pluto. As the only rocky planet in the solar system, it was given a perfect horrific name, H to it, not to the Romans as Pluto or Pluton. And next comes the honor for Greek gods and goddesses. The ancient Greeks built great temples and sanctuaries to their gods, and they held festivals in their honor with processions, sports, sacrifices, and competitions. The stories of the gods' exploits were told to the children by their mothers and to the large audiences by the professional bards and the storytellers. People today still worship the Greek gods and love the stories of the Greek gods. As the Greeks practiced rituals to please them and to guarantee that the gods brought good fortune. Many of them would go to the Greece for asking the future, and many would also ask for the aspects to what to do with it in the society. And next comes things we learn from the Greek gods and goddesses. First, do everything with unconditional love. Embrace and learn from your challenges. Believe in yourself, listen to yourself, and not to take too seriously what others say. And dream about what you want and not what you do not want. And never give up and never lose faith. Always strive to think and feel positive. Search within for answers and direction. And find courage from within during challenging times. Follow your flow and let your challenges be positive. The influences of Greek mythology on modern day society. Many ancient Greek literature many authors have drawn inspiration from the Greek mythology. First, as William Shakespeare, plays often drew elements of the Greek mythology, and not only William Shakespeare and other authors like J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series to Rick Riordan's Percy Jackson books. And Greek mythology have also influenced some of our pop culture and arts, which penetrated into far corners of the Asia. And also Greek mythology has also influenced our modern day famous game Olympics, which was held in the honor of Zeus, the king of all gods. This game was held 4 years once, and the winner of this games was given the fame and glory, and even the winners' faces were put in the corners for coins for their honor. And next comes the Greek architecture. As I said, Greek mythology has also influenced our Greek architecture. For example, Parthenon. Parthenon was built in Athens, which is dedicated to the Greek goddess of wisdom, skill, and war, Athena. And next comes the famous brand like Nike have also Greek mythology. Like, for example, Nike, which is a famous athletic footwear and clothwear brand, which is derived from the Greek goddess of victory. And next comes the sculpture. This is the famous sculpture in our India, and this is also famous throughout the world. This is the main example for the Greek mythology's example that penetrated into the far corners of the Asia and influenced ourselves to make many sculptures. Gandhara sculpture, which is the most famous. And our Greek mythology have also influenced many car brands and car manufacturers like Mercedes-Benz, which denotes the Greek gods for their luxuriousness, power, and protection. And in conclusion, I would conclude my lecture by saying that Greek mythology takes the inspiration for creative writing and artistry, and And this lecture could inspire us to create fictional stories about the Greek gods and goddesses, and the Greek architecture and the sculptures could also make you to create the beautiful artworks. So I would thank the school management and the in-charge teachers and parents to helping me with cooperating this Frontline World Record Festival to 2023. So thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Sasrik of grade 8A. I am here to give a lecture on the topic, the conflicts between the southern dynasties. In my lecture, I am going to speak about the history of South India, peninsular India, the Cheras, Cholas, Pandyas, Pallavas, and what these four dynasties are special and famous for. The Chola military campaigns, Pandyas and their paintings, Pallavas rocket sculpture, and Cheras and their history. And every dynasty fought and famous war, the Pandyan Civil War, Chola Chalukya War, Battle of Vatapi, and the famous temple built by these dynasties, Madurai Meenakshi Temple, Pragadishwara Temple, Mahadeva Temple, and other special ones like contact between Cholas and British, tax collection by Pandyas, and Pandyan Kingdom is the richest province in the world. And finally, the conclusion. First, we can see about the history of South India. South India, also known as Peninsular India, consists of the peninsular southern parts of India. It includes the Indian states of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Karnataka, and Telangana. And it as well as includes the union territories of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Puducherry, and Lakshadweep. It also comprises the 19.31% of India's area and 20% of India's population. South India, the geography of regions is diverse with two mountain ranges, the Eastern and Western Ghats, which is bordering the Plateau Heartland. South India is bounded by Bay of Bengal in the east, Arabian Sea in the west, and Indian Ocean in the south. There are important perennial rivers of South India are Tamarabarani, Palar, Vaigai rivers are the very important perennial rivers of South India. Majority of the people in South India speak at least one of the four major Dravidian languages. They are Tamil in Tamil Nadu, Malayalam in Kerala, Telugu in Telangana and in Andhra Pradesh, and Kannada in Karnataka. Some states and union territories also recognize a minority languages, such as Deccani Urdu in Telangana and Tamil and French in Puducherry. Besides these languages, English is used by both the central and state government for official communications and is used in all public signboards. During its history, a number of dynastic kingdoms ruled over the parts of South India. Dynasties such as Cheras, Cholas, Pandyas, Pallavas, Rashtrakutas, Chalukyas, Deccan Sultanates, Europeans, etc., who entered South India through the southwestern Malabar coast of Kerala. South India was first ruled by the Mauryan Empire. Each dynasty had its own territory and exerted significant influence over South India. Mohenjo period, which spanned around approximately 300 BCE, three prominent dynasties ruled during this time: the Cheras, Cholas, and Pandyas respective regions. The Cheras held sway over modern-day Kerala. The Cholas ruled the central and eastern Tamil Nadu. The Pandyas governed the southernmost part of Tamil Nadu. The history of southern India covers a span of over 4,000 years in which the region saw the rise and fall of a number of dynasties and empires. There are three important ruling houses in Tamil Nadu: the Cheras, Cholas, and Pandyas, who fought for the supremacy of southern India and Sri Lanka. These dynasties promoted yearly literature on the Indian subcontinent and built very important Hindu temples. The three are together called as Mohenjos. Mohenjos are crucial in advancing South Indian art, architecture, and literature. Now we had seen about the history of South India. Now we can mainly concentrate on history of each dynasties. First, the Pandya dynasty. The Pandyas are the earliest mention of the Tamil ruling chieftains. They first appeared in the Greek writings in the 4th century and were said to have sent ambassadors to Roman emperors. The Pandya rulers governed the southernmost part of the Indian subcontinent. The Pandyas initially practiced Jainism and they later became Hindus, specifically Shaivas. The emblem of Pandya dynasty is the fish. Every dynasty had their own emblem and also a reason. The reason behind Pandya dynasty's emblem is they are special for their pearl fishing, which is located a seaport known as Korkai. They are very special at pearl fishing. So they kept their emblem as fish. So the Pandyas ruled their country called Pandya Nadu. Pandya Nadu covers Madurai, Tirunelveli, Theni, Sivaganga, Ramanathapuram, Tenkasi, Thoothukudi, and parts of Pudukkottai. And other parts of Pudukkottai was ruled by the Chola dynasty. The Pandyas played a significant role in preserving and promoting the Tamil language and literature. During the 15th century, the Islamic invaders killed the Pandyas and finally the Pandyas died. This was a very sad news to the people who lived in Pandya Nadu. So the second dynasty, Chola dynasty. The Cholas were one of the longest ruling dynasties in world history. This dynasty originated in the rich Kaveri river valley. Urayur was its oldest capital and now called Tiruchirappalli. The founder of Chola dynasty was Vijayala Chola I, and the famous ruler of Chola dynasty was Rajaraja Chola I and also the son of Parantaka Chola II. He defeated Cheras at Thiruvananthapuram to control the trades with Arabs. And the last ruler of Chola dynasty was Rajendra Chola III. The Cholas also ruled their country called Chola Nadu. Chola Nadu covers Tiruchirappalli, Tiruvarur, Nagapattinam, Ariyalur, Perambalur, Pudukkottai and Tanjavur, where half part was ruled by the Chola dynasty in Pudukkottai and the other half for Pandyas. The emblem of Chola dynasty is tiger and their flag is also known as jumping tiger flag. So the third dynasty, the Pallava dynasty. The Pallavas are emperors of the Dravidian country and rapidly adopted Tamil ways. Their rule was marked by commercial enterprise and a limited amount of colonization in Southeast Asia. But they inherited rather than initiated Tamil interference, which was held in Ceylon and is now called Sri Lanka. The Pallavas supported Buddhism, Jainism, and Brahminical faith with patrons of music, paintings, art, and architecture. Their greatest monuments are architectural, particularly the Shore Temple, which is located at Mamallapuram. The various other temple, which is carved from granite monolith, is the Varaha Cave, which is also located at Mamallapuram, once a flourishing port. The Pallava dynasty existed from 275 CE to 897 CE, ruling a significant portion of the Deccan, also known as Tondai Mandalam. The Pallavas ruled their country called Pallavanadu. The Pallavanadu covers Mysore, Karnataka, and other southern India. The famous ruler of Pallava dynasty was Mahendravarman I, reigning from 600 to 630 AD. Also, the famous ruler and king of Chola dynasty, Aditya, killed the Pallavas, and in the ending, Pallavas died. So, we can see about the last dynasty, the Chera dynasty. The Cheras are credited as the creators of the land of Kerala. They worked very hard to become the early Chera kingdom. This dynasty detached around 8th and 9th centuries and formed Kongu Chera kingdom and Chera Perumal kingdom. They were religious people and worshippers of Lord Shiva. The people who belonging to Chera dynasty built many temples of Lord Shiva, and their god was Mahadeva, who was Lord Shiva. The Cheras ruled their country called Cheranadu. Cheranadu covers Coimbatore, Nilgiris, Karur, Kanyakumari, and as well as some parts of present-day Kerala. In the ending, the Pandyas ended Cheras and finally the Cheras died. So Chera dynasty is the only dynasty who ruled Kerala among Moovendars and including Pallavas. So we had seen about the history of the Moovendar and Pallavas. Now we can see what these four dynasties are special and famous for. The first dynasty, Chola dynasty, who are very special for the military campaigns. They had a very strong military. The Chola military was the combined army forces of the Chola Empire, which is organized during two separate Tamil golden ages, the Sangam period and the medieval era. the Chola military fought dozens of wars, and it also underwent numerous changes in equipment, construction, and in tactics, while conserving a core of Tamil lasting traditions. The Chola dynasty was faded into darkness after 300 CE. During this period, the Cholas lost their sovereignty in Tamil Nadu and held on to their old capital city of Urayur by serving as a vassal state under Kalabra and Pallava dynasties. Sovereignty means nothing the power that a country has to control its own government. Making use of the opportunity during a war between Pandyas and Pallavas, Vijayala Chola rose out obscurity and defeated them and re-established the Chola dynasty. In 852 CE, Vijayala Chola declared war on Pandyas and defeated them. The Cholas became so powerful that the Pallavas were also wiped out from the Tanjavur region. And the medieval Chola Empire, who is medieval Chola ancient Tamil king Karigala, making him the dynasty's ancestral father. So the second dynasty, the Pandya dynasty, who are special for their paintings. The rule of both the Pandyas and Cholas is between the golden period of art and culture, which is divided into two periods, the Sangam period and the medieval era. And these paintings are shown in the ancient cities of Tamil Nadu. Common motifs seen in Pandya paintings include royal figures, floral patterns, and lotus leaves. There is a temple known as Sittanavasal Jain temple, which is originating under Pandya rule, which is home to some of the only Pandya paintings which is left in the world. The Sittanavasal painting color schemes contain color schemes such as black from soot, green from territory, red and yellow from ochre, and blue from ultramarine. However, these paintings shown in Sittanavasal Jain temple have been vandalized and are poorly visible in the modern day. Other cave paintings dating to the 8th and 9th centuries include fish, ducks, and people dancing. So the third dynasty was the Pallava dynasty, who was special for their rocket sculpture. Pallava's rocket sculpture is a tradition of carving a living rock that was patronized by the Pallava dynasty between the 7th and 9th centuries. A significant portion of the sculptural art was produced under Pallava patronage. This technique was introduced by the second Pallava king, Mahendravarman I, into the revival of thousand-year tradition. This has a big history where Mahendravarman and his father was walking down the shore of Mamallapuram. There they saw a granite monolith rock. Granite monolith rock was here and there. So, as Mahendravarman's father was very special at rocket sculpture, he started teaching this rocket technique to Mahendravarman. So, many people started joining to learn from Mahendravarman's father. This is one of the famous classes in Tamil Nadu in ancient days. So today it is standing as a shore temple which Mahendravarman, the famous ruler of Pallava dynasty, had carved. And early Pallava caves and sculptures were shallower and simpler than those at Ajanta and Ellora, and also on hard surfaces like quartzos and igneous. So the last dynasty, the Chera dynasty. Chera dynasty is the only dynasty who ruled very less number of days, so they are not special for anything, but they have a big history. Cheras are also known as Kerala Putras. The Chera dynasty was one of the principal lineages to have ruled southern India in early history. The Cheras controlled the central and northern parts of Kerala and the Kongu region of Tamil Nadu. Example of the places in Kongu regions of Tamil Nadu is Tirupur, Coimbatore, and etc. So we had seen about what these four dynasties are special for. Now we can see every dynasty had fought a famous war. So we can see about the famous war fought by these dynasties. First, the Pandya dynasty. The famous war fought by this dynasty is known as Pandyan Civil War. During the Pandyan Civil War, the Pandyan Empire had a great development in architecture, literature, and in art. The Pandyas ruled the southernmost part of India, and the main capital was Pandyas was Korkai, which is later moved to Madurai. This war was between Pandyas and the other Movendra dynasties, who are Cholas and Cheras. So this Pandyas played a main role in this Pandyan civil war, and the ending of this war, Pandyas won. This war gradually spread to the rest of southern India, where the famous ruler of Chola dynasty, Rajaraja Chola I, was the king during this time, during this war. So, in ending of this war, the Pandyas won, and they became one of the powerful dynasties among Mohenjo and Pallavas. This war was between 1166 CE to 1182 CE. So, the second dynasty, Chola dynasty, whose famous war was Chola Chalukya War. Chola Chalukya War was a series of battles fought from 992 CE to 1120 CE. During the consequences of the war, more than 10 lakh people were killed. This war was between the Cholas and the Western Chalukyas. The Western Chalukyas entered Chola Nadu to cover the main city of Cholas, Tanjavur, where they had a big temple and their main temple known as Pragadishwara temple. The battles raged on two fronts, where the eastern front was centered around Vengi, where the strategic for both sides for Cholas and Pandyas. And the western front, where the capture of Manyaketa and Kalyani were the objectives of Cholas. And in ending of this war, the Cholas won and also became the second powerful dynasty among Mohenjo and Pallavas. So the third dynasty, the Pallava dynasty, the famous war fought by this dynasty is Battle of Vatapi. There was a decisive engagement between the Pallavas and Chalukyas, where Chalukyas entered Pallava Nadu, where Pallava Nadu, first Pallava Nadu was there in Telangana. So the Western Chalukyas entered into Telangana to cover Pallava Nadu. But where Pallavas were very strong in military campaigns, but they are not equal to the Chola military campaigns, but also had a strong military among Mohenjo and Pallavas. The battle resulted in the defeat of the Chalukya king Pulakesh in 642 CE. Even though Pallavas and Chalukyas championed Brahmanism and performed Vedic sacrifices and made grants to Brahmanas, they both quarreled over plunder, prestige, and territorial resources. And in ending of this war, Pallavas won, where the Western Chalukyas were defeated by the Pallavas and became weak among the Western dynasties. So we had seen about the famous war fought by these dynasties. Now we can see the famous temples built by these dynasties. The first temple, Madurai Meenakshi temple, which is built by Pandya dynasty and also a famous temple located in Madurai. This is a famous and beautiful temple. This temple contains tall towers and many halls and shrines. Madurai Meenakshi temple is the only big temple which is located in Madurai. The main ideal of this temple is the Lord Meenakshi. People come from all over world to pray her and Sundareshwar. It is an old temple and has a long history. This temple was built by the first Pandya king, Maravarma Pandyan. This temple is not only a place to worship but also a popular tourist spot. It is a place to connect with faith and see all beautiful art. This temple is one among the famous temple in Tamil Nadu. So many people come to Madurai Meenakshi temple and pray Meenakshi and her husband Sundareshwar. The famous festival celebrated in this temple was the marriage between Meenakshi and Sundareshwar. On this day, there was a great festival celebrated in Madurai. So the second temple, which is Pragadishwara temple, which was built by the Cholas. This is the famous temple which is located in Tamil Nadu, Tanjavur. Visiting this temple is a unique experience. People can feel a sense of peace and spirituality when they enter into this temple. This temple is also considered in the UNESCO World Heritage Site because of its cultural and historical and cultural importance. So the last temple, which is Mahadeva temple, built by the Chera dynasty, and this temple is located in Kerala. This temple is dedicated to Lord Shiva, where in this temple, Lord Shiva is called as Mahadeva. There is a famous festival which is celebrated in Mahadeva temple known as Arattu. This festival is celebrated on Lord Shiva's birthday and also a famous festival in Kerala and also in Cheranadu. It holds immense religious and cultural importance. So we had seen about the famous temples built by these dynasties. Now we can see the other special ones where Cholas had a contact between the British. The Cholas supported the British that in the ancient days, British were the only were richest one who entered India to kill other people and kill blacks and made other people to see whites. So they made more money by trading with British, where the Cholas were one of the richest dynasty in Tamil Nadu. And Chola dynasty, the second richest dynasty in Tamil Nadu, and first was Pandyas. So the Cholas thought it was good to be friendly with them, but there was a war between British and Pandyas, where Pandyas was not supported British, so the Cholas was very silent during the war between Pandyas and British. So the British also supported the Cholas. This made a big bond. So the second one, the special one for Pandyas, who collected many taxes among the Movendar. The Pandyas collected taxes to govern their territories. They maintained law by imposing taxes. In ancient days, collecting taxes were very difficult because there was no rich people in every place of Tamil Nadu. So the rich people gave taxes to Pandyas, and other people started working the work which was given by the Pandya dynasty. The taxes helped them to generate revenue from the goods. So at last we can see also about the Pandya kingdom, who was very richest one, where the famous explorer Marco Polo, who had told that Pandya kingdom is the richest and most luxurious province in the world. Marco Polo was impressed by its immense wealth and grandeur by the Pandya dynasty. The Pandyas ruled the southern part of India from the 6th to the 14th century, where Pandyas are special for their pearl fishing and also for paintings. They got more money from pearl fishing, and they're considered as one of the richest one among the Movendar. In the conclusion, the Movendar, the three crowned kings, left an enduring legacy in ancient South India. They contributed to literature, architecture, and governance, and these dynasties inspire generations even today. So I would like to conclude my lecture that every part of the world is ruled by a dynasty under a powerful king, and these dynasties promoted yearly literature on the Indian subcontinent. And these dynasties promoted yearly literature in every part of the world. Despite the conflicts, they were united as Indians. Thank you.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I am SV Sanjay Karthik from grade 8th B. Today I am here to give a lecture on the topic of the science of flight. Before entering into this lecture, let me explain you what are the four forces by the act of throwing a frisbee and what is flying and gravity. First, the four forces are lift, drag, and thrust. While you throw a frisbee, you give thrust to it, and it will take the frisbee high into the air with the second force, lift. The drag, which is the resist excreted by the air flow surrounded by the frisbee, will slow it down, and the gravity will bring the frisbee back again to the earth. Now, today's outline of my lecture will be what is gravity, birds, science of flight in birds, upstroke and downstroke, science of flight in aeroplanes, the four forces, engine and their advantages, science in an airfoil, which is a wing, primary control systems, winglet, air turbulence, science of flight in helicopters, and the science behind gliders and their types. What is flying? Flying is the process of moving from one place to another through space without any planetary surface is called as flying. Gravity is the force excreted by an earth or other body which draws objects to its center or core is called as gravity. Now let's see what are birds. Birds are natural flying organisms that can fly with the help of their wings and tail. There are many different types and species of birds in our earth. Example, eagle, falcon, owl, woodpecker, vulture, and etc. Even our national bird is a peacock. While a bird is the science behind bird is they use their legs to push them off the ground. This is called as the first force, thrust. It flaps its wing, which looks like an upside down spoon structure. While the bird is flying, the air above the bird is high and the air below the bird is low. This creates a pressure differential and gives an upward movement to the bird. This upward movement is called as the lift to the bird. The fundamental of bird is similar to those of aircraft. The aerodynamic force that sustains the flight are lift, drag, and thrust. Lift is a movement of air in an airfoil, which is a wing, where the air is deflected downwards and also to the rear. Additional lift may come from the tail of a bird, especially in intermittent flight where the wings are folded or semi-folded. Most of the birds are light in weight as their bones are light, thin, and hollow. So, as they are light in weight, there will be less gravity acting on them so that they can fly easily across the globe against gravity. Birds have large lungs so that they can efficiently breathe and have strong muscles over their wing bone. Because flying is similar to running, as essential oxygen and strong muscles are needed. Every bird use two types of strokes. They are upstroke and downstroke. Bird produces lift and thrust on downstroke and deflects the air downwards and also to the rear. It reduces its wing on upstroke so that it can slice through the air as it moves across. Everyone says that birds are born for flying because boat-like body structure and adjustable wings and tails helps them to fly a lot easier and more accurate in many atmospheric conditions like rainy or windy. The flying of a bird is called as a bird flight. Now let's see the science behind aeroplane. What are aeroplane? Aeroplane are man-made aircraft that has similar wings of like a bird and can also fly against gravity across birds. Now, there are many different types of aircraft. Example, cargo airplane, passenger airplane, supersonic jets, hypersonic jet, fighter jet, and etc. There are four forces acting on them. We need to familiarize as it slices through the air. There are four of these forces. Two natural ones to overcome two artificial ones. The two natural ones are the weight or the gravity of the plane, and the second natural one is drag, which is the resist formed by the air molecules around the aeroplane. Surmounting these effects need two artificial ones, which is delivered by a unique piece of technology found on any aeroplane. First, they are the loudest, heaviest, and most familiar part in any flight experience. Yes, the engine. An engine is an engineering marvel of its own. The famous engine that drove the 1903 Flyer, designed by Wright brothers, which is a custom-built 12 horsepower gasoline engine, which was essentially powered by a bike chain that drove twin propellers. Today's turbojet engines are a far cry from their predecessors, weighing up to 3,630 kgs and can produce more than 30,000 horsepower. Both, however, accomplish the same job, giving a thrust to force the airplane forward and once they are takeoffing and once they are in the air. Now, let's see the advantages of the engines. A normal engine is way larger than their counterparts. They have a great power to weight ratio. That is, the power we get compared to the weight is very good. Gas turbine engines are way smaller than their counterparts comparing to a normal engine, but gives the same power as a normal engine. Maneuvering in the air is vastly more complicated, but it is simply a matter of fact forcing air in two different ways. Now, let's see a look into the cross sections, which is an airfoil. Here is where the science of flight gets little tricky only because of widely but a slightly misconception of aerodynamic. We learned that the wing of an airfoil has a curved shape that gives the uncanny ability to float upward in the air. Now this is a pic of a cross section. First, the air will separate at the starting of an airfoil. Rest of it rolling over the edge and more of it along the straight edge, because in this case the front and back is a straight line. Air below the wing tends to travel faster. So to catch up, the air molecules above the wing has to travel even more quickly to catch up with the same air packet that diverge at the front. Fast-moving air above the wing creates low pressure and slow-moving air below the wing creates high pressure. And this is the same process takes place in a bird's wing, so that this gives a lift to the aeroplane. Now, previously I said maneuvering in the air is vastly more complicated. So the technology that enables those movements are ailerons, elevators, rudders, spoilers, and air brakes. There are two types of control systems in an aircraft: primary control system and secondary control system. First, the meaning of primary is very important. So let's see what are the primary control systems. There are three types of primary control systems: the ailerons, elevators, and the rudders. The ailerons, which controls the movement about the longitudinal axis of an aircraft, this movement is referred to as roll. The elevator will increase or decrease the altitude of an aircraft. Raising the elevator will result in the climb of an aircraft, and lowering the elevator will send the aircraft down and descending. Now let's see what are winglets. You might have noticed a small curve or a small wing-like structure hanging on the edge of an aircraft. At the starting age of aircrafts, there will be no winglets, and scientists discovered that winglets will reduce drag. A drag will slow down the speed. So to increase the speed, they have to burn more fuels. After they invented the winglets, it reduced drag and increased the fuel efficiency of an aircraft. If you are a passenger who has traveled in an aircraft, have definitely experienced the vibration in it. Well, this is called as an air turbulence. And what is an air turbulence? A sudden swift of an airflow is called as an air turbulence. What are the causes of an air turbulence? The causes are winds, jet streams, and storms are the causes of an air turbulence. An air turbulence also has the signs of flying because this helps the plane go up into the air and assists the second force lift. There are totally 9 types of turbulence, but pilots have classified 4 main types of air turbulence. They are clear air turbulence, thermal turbulence, mechanical turbulence, and wake turbulence. We saw how birds fly and how aeroplanes fly. Now we are going to see the true flying machine. Yes, the helicopter. I am saying this as a true flying machine because it doesn't need any runway to take off or land. This is mostly used by rescuers and military because if there is an earthquake or a sudden war, they should take off and land and rescue more. So they no need to wait they no need to wait for a runway to take off or land. A helicopter produces lift from its rotating blades. This rotating blade is a very important part in a helicopter. There are totally 3 types of pitches that you need to master for a successful helicopter flight. There are cyclic pitch, collective pitch, and tail rotor pitch. First, let us see what will happen when we change the cyclic pitch. If we change the cyclic pitch, it will change the angle of the blades at a specific point, increasing lift to one point that results in the movement of forward, backward, and side-to-side motion. Next comes the changing in collective pitch. If you change the collective pitch, it will change the angle of blades simultaneously, which results in increase or decrease of an altitude of a helicopter. The last but not least is the changing in tail rotor pitch. This will act like a rudder, changes the direction of the helicopter from right to left. This tail rotor pitch mechanism will look like a rudder. When you press the left pedal, it will turn into the left side, and when you press the right pedal, it will turn into right side. Next, we are going to see an object that flies but doesn't use any fuel, electric, or engine to fly. They need 4 major factors to fly. They are density, attitude, design, weight, and wind. Yes, they are the gliders. Gliders are a special kind of aircraft that doesn't need any engine to fly. They need the dynamic reaction of air hitting on its nose to fly. There are many different types of gliders. Now, let me tell you those 5 types of gliders. First comes the paper plane. A paper plane is a very easy model of a glider that can be built and flown. Next comes the toy glider. This can be made in balsa wood or cytofoam, which is an inexpensive vehicle that teaches aerodynamic to children in a fun manner. Next comes the hang glider. An hang glider looks like a piloted kite and has minimal maneuverable options. It has some kind of hang gliders looks like a piloted aircraft, whereas its wing is clothed and have minimal structure. Next comes the sailplane. When you tell the word gliders, this comes to your head because it has everything compared to the powered aircraft but doesn't have the fourth force thrust because it doesn't use any engines. Example, it has primary control systems, secondary control systems, and the technologies that enables different movements compared to the powered aircraft. Next, the space shuttle. Yes, a space shuttle returns to the Earth as a glider because the rocket engines are only used during takeoffs and not during landing. In a glider, there are 3 forces acting on it as it slices through the air compared to the 4 forces that acts on a powered aircraft. Because a powered aircraft has an engine to produce the fourth force, fourth force, which is thrust. Whereas this glider doesn't have any engine, so that it doesn't have the fourth force, thrust. You might have wondered, how might a glider fly without any engines? Actually, gliders don't fly. They glide in the air very slowly. They are designed very efficiently to descend very slowly. If a pilot can locate uprising air faster than the speed of the glider descending, he can actually increase the altitude of the glider with its high potential energy. This is called as an updraft. The causes of updrafts are wind that needs to climb over a mountain has to rise over it. As in a result, it will shoot the air. Up as possible. There is another way that the pilot can increase the altitude of a glider. They are called as the thermal lift. What are thermal lift? If you see a dark spot in a ground, you can think that it is for a thermal lift, because dark spot in a ground has moisture in it. When the ground absorbs heat from the sun, it will heat the surrounding air, which expands and flows upwards. You might have seen many birds circling in a spot without flapping their wings and just turning over and over. Yes, they are using the thermal lift to gain altitude. Large winged birds like owl or hawks will do the same thing, as the gliders also does the same thing. Now, let's see the future concept of aviation. I have divided into three parts: traveling, transport, and military. First, let's see the future concept of aviation in traveling. Sky cruise. This is a nuclear-powered hotel suspended into the air for months. Why? For several years. This was originally designed by Tom Holston and was reimagined and designed by Hashim Al-Gaili. It can accommodate up to 5,000 people and has everything compared to a city. Example, it has markets, malls, hotels, restaurants, bars, swimming pools, gyms, and etc. And mainly, it has a 360-degree view observation panel in its wing. It can be suspended into the air for several years because it has 12 nuclear-powered engines which use pure nuclear reactors to fly it. Next comes transport. In transport, I'll say a word as Boeing. Everyone knows the word Boeing. Boeing is a company is special to produce more types of aircraft. This transport is called as Boeing Pelican Ultra. Ultra stands for Ultra Large Transporting Aviation Aircraft. This is only an idea of a Boeing Phantom Works, and it is still being studied. Initially, it was intended as a large capacity transport craft for military because it can accommodate up to 3,000 military troops that weighs up to 8,000 tons. And if it is converted into a commercial airliners, it can transport up to 3,000 passengers weighing up to 7,300 tons. This idea was begun in early 2000 and it is still being studied. Next comes the military purposes. Dassault Neuron. This is an experimental combat vehicle which can be also called as an UCAV. UCAV stands for Unmanned Combat Aerial Vehicle. The goal to build this beast is to be stealthy and an autonomous UAV. Here, UAV stands for Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. There are totally 6 countries combined to build this. They are France, Greece, Italy, Spain, Sweden, and Switzerland. French company Dassault Aviation is the lead for these 5 countries. And I'll conclude my presentation by telling a quote. This was written by Henry Ford. When everything seems to go against you, remember an aircraft takeoffs against the air and not with it. Thank you for lending me your ears to listen my presentation.
Here, my name is Siva Prakash. I am here to give a lecture on the topic, the inventions and discoveries that changed the world. I will be talking about these topics: the general introduction, a quote, early Paleolithic era, the middle Paleolithic era, the late Paleolithic era, the early Mesolithic, the late Mesolithic era, the Neolithic, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. So let's start off with a general introduction. Why are the inventions and discoveries important? Each invention and discovery is important because they lead to our everyday facilities and technology. The inventions and discoveries are important because they will give a domino effect. As when a single invention is made, there will be more inventions that are based off of it. Let's say a quote. To invent, you need a good imagination and a pile of junk. This was said by the famous inventor, Thomas Edison. And I believe it is true for most of these inventions. Let's start off with the early Paleolithic era. The first invention that was created during this era was the creation of fire. Fire was created. When fire was first discovered, humans were afraid of it. Later, the early humans learned to harness the fire's power and to use it for their own purposes. Afterwards comes the creation of stone tools. Stone tools were the first creation that were made by mankind, and the simplest implement of these stone tools were called choppers. The choppers were stones that were smashed together to create a sharper stone. These choppers were multitask tools which were used for cutting, sawing, smashing, and crushing. Afterwards, let us talk about the first mode of transport other than walking, which is boats. The first ever boat was created in floors, and it was created about 900,000 years ago. The oldest recovered boat was found in the Netherlands, and it is a dugout made out of a hollow tree. Afterwards comes the creation of Acheulean tools. Acheulean tools are the second form of stone tools. The Acheulean tools can be characterized by the distinctive hand axes, and the Acheulean tools were first created in Asia, Europe, Southwest East Asia, Africa. Afterwards comes the process of hafting. Hafting is the process by which object such as a metal, stone, or rock receives a handle or a strap. This allows for the object to be wielded with more leverage, and it also allows for the object to be thrown. Afterwards comes the creation of pigments. Pigments were first made in Zambia, and the minerals have been used as colorants since prehistoric times. The pigments were used for aesthetic purposes, such as body decoration, and later on they were also used for cave paintings. Now, for the final invention that was created during this era, I will talk about the origin of language. Language, although it is still not decided and is still being debated about, the popular opinion is that the origin of language occurred during the end of this era. I'll now talk about the Middle Paleolithic era. The first invention that came during this era was the projectile weapons. Projectile weapons allowed for the weapons to be wielded with more range. They were used for hunting. These projectile weapons were useful, and they were also called ranged weapons. Afterwards comes the creation of glue. The glue was first created in central Italy, and the first form of glue was called birch bark tar. As you can guess, the birch bark tar comes from the birch trees, and the glue was first created about 200,000 years ago. After glue comes the creation of clothing. Just like the origin of language, it is still being debated about as to when it was created. But for now, people say it was created in Africa and that it was created about 40,000 to 3 million years ago. After this invention comes the creation of burials. Burials were first done in Israel, and they were done about 100,000 years ago. These burials were first done by the Neanderthals and were done as to show respect to those who died. After the burials comes the creation of beds. The beds were first created about 200,000 years ago, and these beds were made using grass beddings. Although in some places, instead of grass beddings, they would use other natural materials, such as hay and straw. For the final invention of this era, it is the arrows. The arrows were created about 64,000 years ago, and they were created in Africa. The arrows were made using dead animal bones. Afterwards, let's now talk about the Upper Paleolithic era and the early Mesolithic era. The first invention that was made during these eras were groundstone tools. The groundstone tools are the third level of stone tools, as I stated before. These groundstone tools made of basalt and granite, and they are the first invention that are associated with the Stone Age. The groundstone were a multitask tool that were used for mainly grinding plants and other materials. Afterwards comes the creation of the shoe. The shoe was made using a single piece of cow leather, and the shoe was made about 7000 BC to 8000 BC. These shoes were first created in Armenia. Afterwards comes the creation of the modern pestle. The modern pestle was another invention that is associated with the Stone Age. These modern pestles were created about 35,000 years ago, and they were first created in Southwest Asia. After the modern pestle comes the musical instrument, the flute. The flutes were made using animal bones, using a vulture's wing bone, and these flutes were first made in Germany. The flutes were made about 33,000 years ago. Afterwards comes the creation of star charts. The star charts were first created in France, and these star charts were also created during the same time period as the flutes. They were created about 33,000 years ago. The star charts were first created in France. Afterwards comes the invention of the ropes. The rope was first created about 150,000 years ago, and these ropes were first created by the Neanderthals. The rope was first created using the vines and the plant roots. These ropes were first made by Neanderthals, and they were mainly used for tying. Afterwards comes the creation of ceramics. The first ever ceramics was created about 29 to 26,000 years ago, and these ceramics were first created in Europe. The first ever ceramics were sculpted human figures. These are the oldest remaining ceramics that were found. Afterwards comes the domestication of the dogs. Dogs were first domesticated about 33,000 years ago, and they were domesticated in Siberia. The dogs were used for mainly hunting, and they had the genetics of a wolf, although these genetics were slightly changed. And then we have the creation of pottery. The pottery is the last invention that was created during this era, and the pottery was created about 26,000 years ago. The first ever pottery was called the Venus of Dorney Westonsea. The next era I will talk about is the late Mesolithic to Neolithic eras. The first invention that occurred during these eras is the creation of agriculture. Agriculture was first created in the Fertile Crescent, and it was created about 105,000 years ago. Agriculture, the first form of agriculture is that the gatherers would find certain places which contained the fruits or the vegetables, and at certain times at each year they would come and pick the fruits. Afterwards comes the creation and domestication of sheep. The sheep were domesticated about 20,000 years later than dogs. They were domesticated about 11,000 years ago, and the sheep were first domesticated in Asia. These sheep were used mainly as livestock. After domestication of sheep comes the domestication of rice. Rice was first domesticated in China, and it is still a staple food that is used today. The rice was domesticated about 8,000 years ago. Afterwards comes the creation of buildings. The first ever building was created in Turkey, and it was created about 100,000 years ago. These buildings were, the first building was called Göbekli Tepe, and it still stands in Turkey. Now we'll see what was used to create that building. The thing that was used to create the building were called mud bricks. These mud bricks are the first form of bricks. As you can guess from the name, mud bricks were created using mud. And the mud bricks were first created in Jericho and they were created about 6,000 years ago. Afterwards comes the process of tanning of leather. For those who don't know, the tanning of leather is the process by which leather is created, mainly from cows. The tanning of leather is a process that originated in Pakistan, and it has been continued since 7,000 years ago. After the tanning of leather, we have the process of irrigation. The process of irrigation is the process by which plants or crops get watered. The irrigation was first done about 7,000 BC, and it was first done in Iran. Then we have the proto-writing. Many could say that proto-writing is what created the modern day writing. The proto-writing means to convey simple information using the symbols or small drawings. The proto-writing was first created in Europe, Egypt, Persia, and Siberia, and it was created about 6,000 BC to 3,500 BC. Afterwards comes the creation of sailing. The sailing is a vital thing that was created, as it was the first mode transport that was used to get across long bodies of water. The sailing was created about 5,500 BC, and it was created by the Mesopotamians. Afterwards comes the creation of smelting. The smelting was first done in Serbia, and it was also done during the same time as sailing. Smelting was first done about 5,500 BC. The first ever smelting was actually done to copper. Afterwards comes the creation of the discovery of cotton. Cotton was first cultivated in Central Asia, and the cotton was cultivated about 5,000 BC. Afterwards comes the creation of fired bricks. Fired bricks are the second form of the mud bricks, and the fired bricks were first created in China. The fired bricks were created about 4,400 BC. Afterwards comes the creation of plumbing. Plumbing was also done about 4,400 BC, and the plumbing was done on clay pipes. The plumbing was first done in Nippur. Afterwards comes the creation of the wheel. Now, many could argue that the wheel was the most important invention that was ever created by mankind. The wheel was created by about 4,000 BC, and although it is still not certain, many ancient sources have credited the wheel as for the discovery of the wheel. So many have believed that the Mesopotamians are the inventors of the wheel. Afterwards comes the creation of sericulture. Sericulture is the process in which the silk gets created. It was first done in China. Sericulture was first created about 3,500 BC. For the last invention during this era, we will talk about the domestication of horses. The horses were first domesticated about 3,520 BC, and the horses were domesticated in the mountain ranges of Europe, and it was also done by the Ukraine. Now we'll talk about the Bronze Age. The Bronze Age was created in the Eurasia, and it was created about 4,000 BC. And the Bronze Age finally ended around 1300 BC. For the first invention, I will be talking about plowing. Plowing is the process by which the fields get plowed, and the plowing was done about 3500 BC. The plowing was first done in the Czech Republic. Afterwards comes the creation of cities. The way the cities were first created is very simple. There would be a small settlement in which many small villages would come together. Later, they would get a lot bigger and they would be called the first cities, although these were mainly unplanned. The first city, and these cities were created about 330,000 years ago. And then about 400 years later came the first ever planned city. The planned city was called the Indus Valley, and it originated in the modern day Pakistan and India. The Indus Valley is responsible for many important inventions that I'll talk about later. Afterwards comes the creation of writing. The writing was first done in Mesoamerica about 330,000 years ago. And this writing was first done in Mexico on a stone slab. After writing comes the creation of latrines. The latrines are the earliest form of toilets. They were created in Greece, and these latrines were created 3100 BC. Afterwards comes the creation of tin. Tin is a chemical element which is silvery in color. And to be honest, the tin was created accidentally. Most people, when the modern day scientists were researching about the bronze items, they found a 2% of tin. So this led for them to believe that the tin was actually created accidentally. It is said that tin originated in Iran, and the tin was created about 3000 BC. Afterwards comes the creation of papyrus. Papyrus is the first form of paper. It is actually a very thick form of it, and it was made using a papyrus plant. The papyrus was created about 2900 BC. Afterwards comes the creation of the ruler. The ruler, which is also called a scale in some parts, it was created using a copper alloy bar. The ruler was first created in Greece, and it was created about 2600 BC. After the ruler comes the creation of public sewage. The public sewage was first created in the Indus Valley, as I said before, and the public sewage was created about 2400 BC. After the creation of public sewage, we have the balancing scale. The balancing scale was first created in Egypt, and it was created about 2300 BC. The balancing scale was first used by Egypt merchants to measure the shipments of gold. After the balancing scale, we have the dictionary. The dictionary was also created during the 2300 BC era. The dictionary was first created in Serbia, and it contained the word lists of Akkadian and the Sumerian word lists. After the dictionary comes the creation of the water clocks. The water clocks are the first form of telling time that was ever created. Water clocks were first created in Egypt and Persia. These water clocks would regulate the flow of water and that went in or out of a vessel, and it would later be measured. The water clocks were created during the 16th century BC. Afterwards comes the creation of the musical notations. Musical notations are the way that the music gets converted as symbols. These musical notations represented the music, and they were created about 2000 BC. Afterwards, now let's talk about the creation of the chariots. Chariots were first created in Russia and Ukraine, and these chariots were created about 2000 BC as well. The chariots were first used in wars and were primarily used by the Chinese. After that, this chariots, let's talk about the scissors. The scissors were made of bronze, and the scissors were actually made about 4000 to 6000 BC. Afterwards comes the creation of the sundial. The sundial is another way of telling time, and it was created about 15th century BC. The sundials are a horological way of telling device that tells time when direct sunlight shines upon it. These sundials were first called the shadow rocks, and they were created during the 15th century BC. Afterwards comes the creation of glass. The first ever glass was actually the natural obsidian glass. It was created and it has been used since the Stone Age. Although the first ever natural glass was actually created about 6000 BC. The glass was. Next, let's talk about the creation of rubber. The rubber was created during the 16th century BC, and it was first created in Iraq. Finally, I will be talking about the creation of, for the final invention during this era, I'll talk about the creation of concrete. The concrete was first created and in Uxmal during the 900 AD. The concrete is a very vital material, and it has been used since then. The fun fact, concrete is the second most used material in the world. I will now talk about the last topic, which is the Iron Age. The Bronze Age collapses around the 1300 BC, 13th century BC, and it can be marked using the downfall of the Indus Valley. The first invention that was created during this time is the iron smelting. Iron smelting was first done by the Hittite Empire of the Middle East. The oldest site for iron smelting was actually found in Nigeria, and it can be dated back, and the iron smelting can be dated back to 130 BC. Afterwards comes the creation of saddles. The saddles were created about 700 BC, and these saddles were very expensive. The saddles, for those who owned saddles and the horses which had saddles on top of them, it was used as a marker of wealth and status. So the saddles were actually created in China. Afterwards comes the creation of crossbows. Crossbows were also created in China, and they were first made using bronze. Later, they converted it to iron. The crossbows were created about 600 BC. Afterwards comes the creation of coins. The oldest coin factory in the world was actually found in Henan, which is in China. The coins originated by the Greeks, the modern Indians, and the Chinese. The coins usually contain the faces of the richest kings of the certain kingdom, which means the kings and queens. Afterwards comes the creation of wagonways. You can say that the wagonways preceded the steam-powered railways. The wagonways were also called as horse-drawn railways. And as you can see by the picture, there was a horse in the front which had a rope connecting all the horses or carts that was behind. These wagonways consisted of about 6 kilometers to 8.5 kilometers, and they were first created in Greece. After the wagonways, we have the creation of steel. The first ever found steel was actually created about 400,000 years ago in Anatolia. This steel was created in Blue Maries, and steel was primarily created during the 6th century to the 10th century AD. After the creation of steel comes the creation of systemization of medical surgeries. This was first created in India, and the document procedures are as follows: the cataract surgery, Caesarean surgery, prosthetic limbs, and plastic surgery. The cataract surgery is the surgery in which A human gets artificial lens that is added to their eyes. After the cesarean surgery is the surgery in which a mother gives birth to 2 or more babies. The prosthetic limb surgery is the surgery in which a human receives a limb which he or she does not have. And the final surgery, which is the plastic surgery, is the alteration of the human body. This was first done to the nose. Afterwards comes the creation of the cranks. The cranks were created can be dated back to 500 BC, and the cranks could be the right or arms attached at a right angle to a rotating shaft to create a circular motion. After cranks comes the creation of deeds. A deed is a legal instrument that passes, confirms, or affirms a legal property, interest, or right, and it will be signed. The deeds were first created in India, and the deed can be also dated back to 500 BC. Afterwards comes the creation of the cranes. The cranes were first used for irrigation and can be dated back to 515 BC. Afterwards comes for the final invention of this lecture, I will be talking about lighthouses. The lighthouses were first large fires built on top of hilltops, and this was the signal to the sailors that there was land nearby. Only later did they evolve into the lighthouses that are known today. In conclusion, we have discussed about the eras, the main invention of each era, how these inventions were made, and when they were made. I hope you have all learned something from this lecture, and I'm grateful, and I would like to thank all the people who supported me and have guided me through this event, such as the school management and my teachers. Thank you.
On this auspicious day, I would like to welcome everyone who are here to listen my lecture. I am Charudesh Natti of grade 9A. Today, I am here to take a lecture on my topic, the Indian rhinoceros, conservation efforts, and future prospects. The world, there are mainly 5 species of rhinoceros. They are the Indian rhinoceros, the Sumatran rhinoceros, the Javan rhinoceros, the white rhinoceros, and the black rhinoceros. Black rhinoceros and white rhinoceros are the African species, and the other 3 are the Asian species. Rick Majerus said, one of the most powerful creatures on earth is now also one of the most vulnerable. That is, he indicates the most powerful creatures as the rhinos. Now, these rhinos are listed as vulnerable in the IUCN Red List. Vulnerable is close to extinct. The greater rhinoceros, scientifically known as Rhinoceros unicornis, is a majestic creature with a rich history. Carl Linnaeus, a renowned scientist, bestowed upon the scientific name Rhinoceros unicornis in 1758. Linnaeus indicated Africa and Asia as type locality for these species, describing an animal with a single horn. The generic name rhinoceros is derived from the Latin Greek words ris and keras. Ris means nose and keras means horn of an animal. The Latin word unicornis translates to one horn, perfectly encapsulating the distinguishing features of this remarkable creature. The Indian rhinoceros, also known as the greater one-horned rhinoceros, stands as the sole representative of its genus. Over the years, numerous specimens have been described using various scientific names, but today they are all considered to be the synonym of Rhinoceros unicornis. The Rhinoceros unicornis have an impressive physical structure of growing to a height of 5.75 feet to 6.75 feet, and they weigh nearly 4,000 to 6,000 pounds. They measure around 10 to 12.5 feet in length, making them one of the second largest terrestrial land mammals native to Asia. These rhinoceros iconic symbol stands as their horn as it is used for protection and conservation. These rhinoceros' size, shape, and its unique features make it an fascinating subject to study and to admire. Preserving these magnificent creatures for generations to come is very important. Next, World Rhino Day. World Rhino Day is celebrated annually on September 2022. This day serves as a significant occasion for cause-related organizations, NGOs, zoos, and general public to celebrate rhinos in their own unique. This global event aims to raise the awareness about the plight of 5 rhino species found across the world, i.e. the greater rhinoceros, the Sumatran rhinoceros, the Javan rhinoceros, the white rhinoceros, and the black rhinoceros. These rhinos, the inception of World Rhino Day can be attributed to WWF South Africa, World Wildlife Foundation South Africa, which first announced this day on September 2022 in the year 2010. This following year witnessed the tremendous growth of World Rhino Day. This event also unites people from various backgrounds in various locations to come together and give tips or some ideas to preserve and conserve these rhinos. They also educates the individuals about the threats faced by the rhinos, such as loss of their alluvial plain grasslands and illegal trade on their horns. Let's see briefly about these in the upcoming slides. Next is population. Once the population of the one-horned rhinos was found across the entire Indo-Gangetic plain. But due to excessive hunting, the populations got plummeted. Now they are found only in the 11 protected sites. Due to the strict conservation of Indian and Nepalese wildlife authorities, the population of these rhinos was brought back from the brink. Today there are around 4,000 rhinos remaining in the northeastern India and southern Nepal. Next, identifications of these rhinos. This rhino is identified by its single black horn, which is 8 to 25 inches long, and a gray-brown hide, which gives it an armor-plated appearance. These male rhinos are solitary except when adulthood gather at fallow or to graze. They are actually grazers consisting almost entirely of grasses, but they also consume branches of shrubs and trees, fruits, aquatic plants, and many more. They have a rich presence of blood vessels underneath the body, which gives it a pinkish color appearance. Next, major threats, which is the most important topic in my lecture. Poaching for horns or illegal trade on their horns. Poachers specifically target these rhinos for their horns, as it is seen as a status symbol used in traditional Asian markets to cure various ailments such as epilepsy, cancer, and many more. Government also tries to stop this poaching for horns. Next is encroachment or loss of their alluvial plain grasslands. Due to the growing human population, we humans don't have place to live. So we go and encroach the grasslands of humans. Encroach that they don't get a place to live or breed. This also leads to conflicts between humans and rhinos. Rhinos come across their boundaries and kill several people reportedly every year. Next, now I'll say you the promising solutions to rhino poaching. First one is dehorning rhinos. Dehorning rhinos is nothing but to cut off the rhino's horn. As the rhino's horn is made up of a protein called keratin, which human hair and nail is made up of. So it have the capability to grow again if we cut it also. If we cut the horns of these rhinos become useless to the poachers. It is important to note that dehorning is done safely with the authorities concerned. Next is injecting poisonous dyes in their horns. Injecting poisonous dyes in their horns is nothing but to inject a poison in their horn. So let's begin by saying that the poison which we inject in the rhino's horn does not affect the rhino's ears, but it makes the horn poisonous. So if the horn becomes poisonous, poachers will leave it as the horn will be easily identifiable that it is poisonous. Next one is educating the population or educating the people. Educating the population is nothing but giving the rhinos more place to live and to breed. Educating the people is to educate the individuals about the major threats faced by the rhinos, what I've said before. I would like to say that these laws would be applied by the enforcement of government. Next, let's see the cultural significance of these rhinos. These rhinos have a importance in religious and culture. It is depicted in the Pashupati seal and Indus Valley civilization of India. This is associated with goddess Dwadi. A temple for goddess Dwadi can be found in Drangadra, Gujarat. These rhinos are having in the Buddhist text that they have the static and symbiotic lifestyle with other herbivores and other creatures. Next is greater rhinos, environmental impacts. The greater rhinos' environmental impacts are nothing but they have a vital role in our biodiversity and the ecosystem. These rhinos have the ability to sculpt their surroundings more significantly than other herbivores. They also can shape their surroundings very significantly due to their larger size. They graze in grasslands for extended periods. They also have a symbiotic relationship with other creatures such as the African oxpecker bird. The African oxpecker bird has the rhinos as a vital food source. So, if they are being poached, these birds will lose a vital food source and it may lead to further biodiversity. Rhinos are crucial for the ecosystem dynamics. They make natural water holes by wallowing or due to their wallowing activities, and they also make sure that other rhinos, other herbivores get the sufficient water. The rhino dung serves as the fertilizer for the grasslands. It also helps the soil regain the nutrients and gives nutrients to the other flies or insects. Next, Kaziranga to Manas. IRV, Indian Rhino Vision, successfully translocated 18 greater one-horned rhinos or Indian rhinos from Kaziranga National Park to Manas National Park. IRV was started in 2005 to protect and conserve these rhinos. Additional 8 rhinos were also moved from Pavitara Wildlife Sanctuary to Manas National Park for rehabilitation purposes. It is an encouraging sign that 2 of the translocated females gave birth within a few months, that they are adapted to the new habitat. Next is what WWF seeks. WWF seeks to restore rhino habitat and strengthen the security measures. They also said that we will support critical support for anti-poaching efforts. They also restore the habitat corridors for rhinos so they might get additional space to live and to breed. Although numbers indicate a successful growth in the population, there is another negativity. The negativity is these rhinos don't have sufficient place to live. WWF also aims to rise the population of the greater one-horned rhinos each in the next 5 years. Garner support from other individuals. The WWF of India, World Wildlife Foundation of India, said that the people residing around the protected areas of the rhinos should have the equal power to conserve these rhinos and to protect these rhinos. And next, are Indian rhinos rare? Obviously, yes. The Indian rhinos are rare. As I already mentioned before, they are found only in the 11 protective sites. They are vital for our Asia's savannas. Next, speciality of Indian rhinos. The Indian rhinos terminology. The rhinos can weigh over 3 tons. That is, these rhinos are said to be the larger size of the Javan rhinoceros. Next one is rhinos. Male rhinos are called bulls and female rhinos are called cows. The young one of these rhinos are called calves. A group of rhinos is called a crash, same like the terminology of a cow. Next is the rhinos love mud. These rhinos can be often seen coated in the mud because to keep them warm and to keep them cool. These rhinos are actually, Asian species rhinos are actually good swimmers. They can swim deep water also. Whereas the African rhinos are very poor swimmers. If they go deep, they drown. Also, many African species rhinos are dead by drowning. These rhinos, now I'll say you how do these rhinos communicate. These rhinos make a sound of funny errant noises while communicating. They scream when they are scared, they make wonk sounds when they are angry, and they make a different sound when they are too excited or happy. They also communicate using their feces and urines. Like if a rhino's feces is in one place, the other rhino can understand that this rhino is gone that side and that rhino went that side. Their average lifespan of one rhino is 45 to 50 years. A rhino can run in the speed of 55 kilometers per hour. Rhinos have a poor vision. That is, these rhinos cannot see a motionless picture in the distance of 30 meters. But they have a good sense of smell. They can smell what is near them or what is around them. Overall, the decline in rhino population is due to the ecosystem dynamics and poaching. And now I'll say you about some interesting facts about these rhinos. These rhinos are very solitary, except male rhinos are not solitary than the female rhinos. And also, these rhinos have some knowledge about the other herbivores. They have a good relationship with other herbivores such as zebras, buffaloes, and antelopes. When they are mud coated, they can also prevent them from terminus flies and other insects. These rhinos will have many threats and poachings, but also still the population is 4,000. Now I'll say you about some rare rhino species. These rhinos cannot be found everywhere, but they can be found only in some of the particular places. Now, I conclude that these rhinos have a vital role in their biodiversity. They have a very important role in our ecosystem, and it is very important to preserve these rhinos. I would like to thank everyone who supported me on doing my lecture, my family, my friends, and many others. I would also thank the people who are here watching my lecture now. I would also thank the school management for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Pradisha of Grade 9A from Frontline Millennium School to give a lecture on the topic Environmental Impact of Plastic Waste. Don't laminate the earth. Plastic give a helpful hand, but they are polluting our land. In my daily life, I see many people using plastic bags for buying fruits, vegetables, non-veg, and many more things for their commercial use. Most we see in our environment is plastic. The growing rate of plastic production raises problems in many areas of our society. It is contributing to waste and other pollution issues. Plastic is a wide range of synthetic or semi-synthetic material that use polymer as a main component. It can be reused, recycled, colored, or drawn into various other shapes. But people doesn't do it because of their laziness. Since the beginning of plastic industry in the early 1950s, the use of this material has been exploded. Humans have created approximately 8.3 billion tons of plastic waste between 1950 to 2015. Plastic pollution is a global issue, killing wildlife, contaminating our oceans and water, and lasting for longer than it is used. Water and air are the two essential fluids on which life depends, have become global garbage cans. The growing rate of plastic production raises problems in many areas of our society. Plastic is everywhere, from soda bottles to cars, packaging of electronics, fishing gear to clothing, and everything in between. It's not surprising that such a widely used material have environmental consequences. Plastic have been exclusively utilized a lot. Plastic causes damage to the environment both during manufacturing and during its disposal. Plastic thrown on land affects us in various ways. It pollutes the groundwater, it diminishes agriculture productivity, it pollutes the ocean, it kills marine life, it harms terrestrial wildlife. Burning plastic in the environment. Plastic waste occupies valuable space. It produces chemical pollution. It affects our food. It generates micro and nanoparticles that contaminate our environment. First, to start with the topic, plastic pollutes the groundwater. In our world, only 10% of people recycle plastic, others does not do it. Instead, they throw plastic in oceans, river, lake, pond, sea, and other agricultural land almost all corners of the world. These plastics go and stop the water and minerals from entering the ground. Gravity and pressure moves water downwards and sideways through space between rocks. It emerges back to the land surface, into oceans and into lake to keep the water cycle going. But these plastics do not allow the water to pass through them because plastic being a non-biodegradable waste in the soil, it does not decompose in the soil. They remain same on earth for thousands of years without any degradation. Due to this, the groundwater level decreases. The plastic in the soil release harmful toxin into the groundwater and other water sources and into the ecosystem. The rainwater also cannot enter the ground. The trees also will be affected because of the water. World surface water. Scientists have just begun to explore their presence in groundwater system. Next, agriculture is getting reduced. These microplastics can change the physical structure of earth and its capacity to hold water. This can affect plants by reducing root growth and nutrient uptake. Chemical additives in the soil can leach into the food value chain and lead to health implications. Plastic bags also suffocate plants by blocking sunlight and preventing photosynthesis from taking place. In olden days, there were only less technology, so less plastic, but we got more yield. But today, the technology have developed, so more plastic, but we are getting only less yield. Because of this, the growth of the plants gets reduced. So, the oxygen level also gets reduced. If we need oxygen, we have to plant trees in our environment and stop throwing plastic in our environment too. Or else, in our future generation, there will not be any single tree. We have to carry oxygen can with us wherever we go. Next, plastic pollutes the ocean. Almost 800 crores of plastic end up in our world's ocean every year. It happens through natural carriers like heavy wind or heavy downpour. It carries small and thin plastic into our oceans. Oceans are very, very important to us because not only plants and trees provide us oxygen, also oceans supply more than 50% of oxygen in the Earth's atmosphere. You may wonder how oceans supply oxygen. Oceans generate oxygen because of tiny plants called phytoplanktons. These are microscopic organisms that float on the sea or other large water bodies. There are marine phytoplanktons too. These phytoplanktons absorb a huge quantity of carbon dioxide, what such other plants and trees absorb and release oxygen. These phytoplanktons get their energy directly from sunlight. Waste of fishes and animals are also nutrient for these phytoplanktons. Whales are the primary species that fertilize phytoplanktons. Anyhow, this plastic is affecting the plants and the ocean plants. This is why oceans play a major role in protecting the living thing in the earth. In the first decade of this century, we made more plastic in the history up to 2000. And every year, billions of tons of plastic end up in our world's ocean. Studies estimate that there are 15 to 51 trillion pieces of plastic in the world's ocean, from the equator to the pole. Not one ocean is free from plastic pollution. The fossil fuel industries have planned to increase the production up to 40% over the next decades. The oils are rapidly building petrochemical plants across the world to change gas into plastic. If this happens, then more toxic air pollution into our world's ocean. Plastic kills marine life. Plastic in the ocean not only pollutes the ocean, also kills marine life. Nowadays, animals are extinct species because of plastic. Mainly in ocean, there are estimated to be killing 1 million of creatures every year in the sea. The sunlight decomposes plastic into small pieces. Aquatic life mistake these small pieces as food and consume it. Such intakes damage the internal organs of these live. This in turn gradually affects the seafood quality that we consume. In olden days, we were able to see turtles near the sea, but nowadays we cannot due to the plastics thrown there. Professor Hammond said that one turtle found in the Indian Ocean contains 343 plastic pieces, and one animal found in the Pacific Ocean contains 144 plastic pieces. He also said that the proportion of plastic
injected in turtle was much higher in the Pacific Ocean than in the Indian Ocean. About 1,000 sea turtles die annually because of plastic. The Antarctic blue whale is the biggest animal on the planet, weighing up to 400,000 pounds, approximately 33 elephants, and reaching up to 98 feet in length. It eats up to 10 million microplastic pieces every day. Over the 90 to 120 day annual feeding season, it eats up to 10 billion microplastic pieces. Unfortunately, close to 135 whales have been affected because of marine plastic. Not only animals like blue whale and turtle are affected, also many other animals have been affected because of marine plastic. As the ecosystem die, the effect does not stop there itself. It also affects us. Next, plastic kills terrestrial wildlife. Plastic in the land not only pollutes the ocean, also kills land animals. Just like their water dwelling, they do not need to evaluate and deal with marine plastic. They get tangled and choked in many of the same ways as like marine animals. Plastic is not the best fit for wild animals. We all know that plastic is very harmful to enter the ecosystem. Let's dig little deeper to find out how it impacts animals in particular. Hungry animals usually smell food. Their desire and curiosity for food often get their head trapped in plastic. When people go for picnic, they may leave some waste, including plastic waste, in the spot itself. When animals come for grazing, they may think plastic to a food and consume it. Such intakes damage the internal organs of these live. That means animals may suffer from overheating, suffocation, starvation, and if the plastic breaks the breathing passage of these live, which may even lead to death. Next, burning plastic in the environment. Oxygen is the most plentiful gas in the air. Humans and animals breathe oxygen. Green plants use oxygen to prepare their own food. In this way, the oxygen content in the air remains constant. Carbon dioxide is another important gas in the air. Humans and animals release carbon dioxide. In this way, the carbon dioxide amount in the air remains constant. Anyhow, this gets affected because of billions of tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. As a result, increase in volume of temperature is affecting the Earth's weather and climate. Carbon dioxide released in the atmosphere creates a greenhouse gas. And without a greenhouse gas, Earth may be too cold to live in. However, its temperature in the atmosphere increases due to the factory smoke because of manufacturing plastic and burning it leads to global warming. And this rise in temperature causes snow in the coldest part and causes flood in the coastal areas. There may be a drastic change because of plastic in the environment. It releases harmful gas like chlorine into the atmosphere and threat to vegetation, human and animal health. It also causes disease like diabetes, obesity, thyroid problem and change the hormonal activities. Furthermore, this plastic also damages the ozone layer which protects us from the UVB ray from the sun. Scientists have found there was a hole in the ozone layer up to 28.5 million kilometers square, and this is because of burning plastic in the environment. Next, plastic waste takes up space. Around the world, humans produce 380 million tons of plastic waste annually. This number is even hard to imagine. It's about 95 tons of plastic spread every square miles of the world to change gas into plastic. The weight of plastic is only a fraction of problem. The most plastic is lightweight but takes up space. So the volume or space that plastic waste takes up is a bigger problem. Most people do not want to live close to landfills. So finding space often means moving it far away and making the surroundings habitat even smaller. This is another way that plastic harms the environment. Recycling seems a solution for this problem.
However, 90% of plastic is either being burnt or buried. The best option is simply not to use it, or it will end up as trash. Plastic produces chemical pollution. Plastics are essentially made from oil and gas. Mining these non-renewable resources produce harmful gas. The manufacturing of plastic in industries release huge quantity of carbon monoxide, dioxin, and many other gas. Carbon monoxide is a very dangerous gas which may kill a person. Throughout the life cycle of plastic, it releases 3.4% of global greenhouse gas. Plastic affects our food. Some people take hot tea in plastic covers, which is not healthy. One plastic tea bag can shed 1 billion microplastic pieces into our drink. Plastic will melt when heat provided, so hot tea filled in plastic covers, which may cause disease to us. Instead of using plastic cups, you may prefer silver cups. In some non-stick pans, they coat a layer of plastic called Teflon. This Teflon, when kept in a high flame or cooked for many times, wear off easily and mix in our food. It is not healthy. We cannot able to see microplastics which we eat. So don't buy pans with less quality. Humans throw plastic in the ocean and the microplastics are eaten by fishes. And at last, we eat those fishes. In this way, the plastic comes to our body also. Over time, chemicals in water bottle have leached into the water. Once in our bloodstream, they have linked into numerous health conditions such as liver and kidney damage. The entire life cycle of plastic disposal water use fossil fuels. More than 17 barriers of oils are required to meet the annual demand of bottled water. Young children, pregnant women, the elderly people with less immunity system get affected because of these plastics. We eat sea-contaminated foods. Scientists have found 114 marine species with plastic, and around 1/3 of them end up in all our plates. BPA's presence in bottled water come in direct contact with the food or metabolized in the liver. Next, plastic produce micro and nano particles that contaminate our environment. Insects are responsible for plant growth. Plastic is affecting the plants and organisms that live in these ecosystems. Microplastics have shown to affect the quality of the soil and decrease number of seedling, germination, number of leaves, stem diameter, and chlorophyll content in these plants. You have probably heard a phrase, plastic do not break down. It's particularly true. Plastic do not break down like paper or cotton. It breaks down into much smaller pieces, now known as microplastics. These microplastics can be as large as a pebble or as small as a single cell. These microplastics are found about everywhere. These small particles affect waterways, soil, animals, plants, and humans. These microplastics affect the insects responsible for germination and the microbes that live in the soil. Microplastics also affect animals in many ways, from damaging their DNA, damaging their reproductive organ, and many more. Disposal of plastic is also problematic. Microplastics is for ages. And next, at last, cleaning plastic is expensive. I have seen many people throwing plastics here and there, and they also burn it near their house. And if we go and tell them, they do not stop it. So we can tell them the effects of plastic or complain to the pollution department to take action. It costs millions of dollars each year to clean the affected area after the disposal of plastic, not to mention the loss of life to plant, humans, and animals. Just finding a place to put plastic is becoming a great issue in the world today. And so, the top tips for reducing plastic waste are shop friendly. Just think about how many bags you typically carry out for a grocery shop and multiply the number of times you visited a grocery shop. It's a lot of plastic. Just carry a cloth bag or a reusable bag with you wherever you go. And recycle plastic as much as possible. Next, get rid of bottled water. People are meant to drink lots and lots of water every day, and plastic water bottles it's not the great way for that. Just carry a reusable or a metal bottle with you wherever you go. Next, forget to go containers. Don't buy items with too many packagings. Next, make better choices at home. Avoid clothes that have microfibers in it. Once we have washed the cloths for many times, these cloths produce microfibers into the water. And at last, these water make their way into the ocean, as I have told you before. In conclusion, it cannot be right to manufacture billions of objects that are just used for a matter of minutes for centuries. Each and every part of plastic life cycle is very harmful for the environment and creates pollution. Then why do we need plastic? Because it is cheap in rate and people's laziness to buy another bag. If it is plastic, they may throw it in wherever they want, and then they may get another one for their use. As new plastic items are manufactured every day, the cycle keeps repeating until business start using environmentally friendly alternative materials like paper or cotton. This cycle of producing and disposable will continue. Next time, when you go for shopping, don't forget to carry a cloth bag with you wherever you go, and don't forget to take a metal bottle, and just avoid plastic bringing at home. In this way, you can contribute to the environment by stop polluting it. Only we humans make waste that nature cannot digest. Be a part of a solution to recycle plastic, not a part of a pollution to use it. If this continues, then plastic will be the main ingredient in all our grandchild's recipe. Ban every form of plastic on earth before it bans every form of life on earth. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Pratistha SP of grade 9A. I am here to take a lecture